Actually, Johnny Dollops, if you check the timestamp, that was 10 minutes, actually 15 minutes ago. So realistically, it was supposed to start in 15 minutes, but I'm actually early. And by the way, if you like to party, you should definitely open that link I sent you and party with the Aussie culture. Yes, you did it. You did it. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Hello. Well, good evening for most of you in America. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Kwanzaa. How's everybody doing today? Oh, by the way, if I'm a little fast today, I do apologize. I accidentally took my ADHD meds twice. That's what happens with the post-Christmas, I'm barely awake in the morning blurb. Today's gonna be fun though. I don't want to do too much politics. What's what? A Kwanzaa? It's I'll show you what Kwanzaa is. Kwanzaa is an actual holiday that's often celebrated by African Americans. It generally takes place between December 26th and January 1st, culminating in a communal feast called the Karamu. Do I know much about Kwanzaa? No. But do I know it's a holiday? Yes. And who do I credit for teaching me of this? Futurama. Kwanzaa if you all remember that episode where they try and stop Santa from killing everybody. Now, as I was saying, I don't want to be too political today. I do have a couple things that we're going to go into that are politics related, but it's Christmas. A lot of you that are watching today are probably watching because I don't know, you hate Christmas and hate your family and you're sad. What did Santa bring me? Well, Santa brought me a Yeti water bottle, which is excellent, actually. Exactly what I needed, a better water bottle than the one that kept splinging water at my face every time I tried to drink from it. Speaking of, gotta keep hydrated. But again, I want to talk about mostly, I don't want to say positive, but not as depressing as our usual stream is. I did promise you guys we would listen to more about nuclear energy, nuclear disasters, orphan sources, so we'll go into some of that. We got some space stuff to go into. Today's going to be very sciencey. But first, let's talk about something kind of depressing really quickly. Just really quickly. This is more like insane to me. So, female loneliness epidemic being put in quotes by what I assume is an incel. What I assume is a South Korean incel, actually. Yep, bam, right on the money. South Korean, Christ is king. Wow, okay, yeah. So, this is what the incels think that the loneliness epidemic looks like for women versus for men. I think that this is a silly distinction because I don't think loneliness comes from not having a partner. I don't think that has really anything to do with that. This is brain rot. This is mental health issues that are being untreated, but this is male projection, men thinking that having people desire to have sex with them somehow magically makes them less lonely. Having people lie to you so they can obtain from you what they wish and throw you away when they're done is not somehow less lonely. This is a male-specific delusion. Now, I just want to really clarify here. The loneliness epidemic is not specific to men or women or envies or anything in between or outside of. It is global. It's a social issue. It's a cultural issue. And it stems from a lot of the factors that we've discussed on stream before, coming from a lack of community, a lack of belonging. None of us feel like we belong anywhere anymore, do we? Do you feel like you belong in your town? Do you feel like you belong in your workplace? And by belong, I mean really think about it. As in if you were writing a story and you wrote a character that is exactly like you, do they fit in the context in which that you are living? And almost certainly that answer is a no, because we don't live life the way that humans have lived for, I don't know, the vast majority of the existence of humanity. Our society very, very rapidly shifted with social media, with the advent of the smartphone, and we switched to a much more digital community focus, which can, in certain instances, produce a facsimile of the benefits of community, but this is the outcome of this. A lack of people going outside and engaging with others, in socializing with other human beings, going and talking to strangers, making new friends. That's what leads to this loneliness epidemic. It's all of them, Comrade Lennon. Technically, Christmas was yesterday for me, so today is Boxing Day, if you're English. Basements are pretty similar to caves, though, and I'm pretty Neolithic in that regard. I mean, fair, but you should leave your cave every once in a while. I don't know, socialize with the other Neolithics that like to spend time in their caves. Just, you know, not online, in person. Go join a D&D club and then go play D&D in some other basement. That's still socializing, and that produces the internal feelings that don't let you, that don't, not let you, but that don't make you end up feeling like nobody cares about you, like you don't have anyone in your life that you can go to. Physical touch, by the way, is a thing that a lot of us are missing. My cave got Starlink, though. Okay. That's not going to help you with feeling lonely. If you're lonely, leave your cave. Talk to people. Make friends. The world is an interesting place. The universe is actually an interesting place. It's incredible. You can do a lot of things. Your perception of your reality shapes your reality. We exist in the context of all of which that was and that ever will be. We form our personalities and our thoughts and our ideologies based off the material conditions in which we exist and how we engage with them, and those also include other people. Isn't D&D made by like the devil or something? No, actually, D&D is not made by the devil. It's just a fun game for nerds. Now, speaking of how cool the universe is, though. So we've been talking about water a lot in space whenever I bring it up. And we just found a lot of water in space. I'm starting to realize that it really is making me depressed as hell to sit in my apartment all the time, even if I'm socializing online. So immersion therapy on the bus line is in my future. Based, yeah, that's what you should do. That's what I mean. Like, even just riding public transport and talking to somebody, one person, go find someone on the bus that isn't, I don't know, creepy looking, and have a conversation. Go into a store and compliment the store clerk and let them help you find what you're looking for. Be a part of society. Again, no matter what you're doing, no matter how big of a community you have and how kind and empathetic and compassionate they are, you're going to feel depressed without having real people in person to talk to you, to hug you. I don't know. I'll regret being chronically online later, but that's in the future and it doesn't exist, so I'm fine. Well, if it's not causing you problems now, sure. But if you are lonely and depressed, that's your fix. Talk to the creepy looking dude. Honestly, like, depending on how much of a danger that would be to you, I agree, Crimson Steel. If you are someone that's not likely to be like, if you're like a big white guy, go talk to the creepy dude. They're not gonna bother you. I gotta be blunt, all right? Like, that's pretty much it. So what you're saying is I should move to Korea? No, I'm not. You shouldn't move to Korea. Also, I don't actually think you would enjoy that. What you should do is go outside and make some friends. Give it a year and a half and I will. Look, it takes time. Build up to it. Bit by bit. Again, it's just go start small. One-on-one interaction in small doses with strangers in context that you're not worried about having to run into these people again. If you feel like you embarrassed yourself, then you just move on and you're probably never going to see this person again. Go practice in the mirror. Go start talking to yourself as if you're talking to somebody else. If you're that scared to try, you know, if you want to have at least a little bit of practice to build up some confidence. There's nothing wrong with any of that. We used to develop these abilities to socialize through our community as we were growing up. Our families would teach us. We would have like uncles and aunties, at least like, okay, I'm Middle Eastern, so it's a little different, but like most cultures had several people at least in town that would cooperate with each other. There would be a incentivization towards talking with others, towards engaging with others, towards cooperating, towards helping the community, because as we've discussed, bettering the community betters the individual's life, and bettering your individual life in a cooperative community, therefore also benefits the community. I feel like if I start talking to myself, I'd make my lonely seem a lot worse. Then don't do that. I'm Turkish. Okay, sorry. Some of you Middle Easterners are going to get really mad when I say I'm from the Middle East and I'm Turkish. But, like, my parents are Muslim. We got Middle Eastern food. My, like, genetic tests, it's all over the place. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Go talk to any stranger. Go to the, like, Johnny Dollops. Even go to the police department and go chat up the cops. I don't care. It's still better than sitting alone in your house and feeling lonely. I talk to myself all the time as a coping mechanism of I forget everything. And so saying it out loud helps me remember it. Ban the word yappin' from your comments section. It's so relieving. Did you, or are you telling me that I should? Because the comments in my AI art isn't art short is pissing off all of the AI lovers, and I'm just loving it. Them with their grok slop. Oh my, not with my fucking felony. Plus, I might have the instinct to spit again. Iodine and borderline. Not you. Go talk to the fire department then. All right, that's better. Talk to whoever you can and feel comfortable talking to. As long as you're outside of your house, you're touching grass, and you are talking to a human being. Ah, cool. Thank you. That is relieving, actually. Sexy firewomen? Yeah, they exist. Although, at least where I grew up, most of the fire department was just like Irish men in their 40s and their kids. Anyway, speaking of water, which fire departments use to put out fire, we found enough water to fill trillions of the Earth's oceans in deep space circling a black hole. 12 billion light years away, like very, very far away, but the equivalent of 140 trillion times of all of the water on Earth's oceans combined. This supply is sitting near a supermassive black hole that's about 20 billion times more massive than the sun. Colonize the black hole? I mean, you can try. Also, like, this is 12 billion years in the past at least. In fact, actually, we're going to talk about time dilation next, because actually, before we go into this, I just wanted to start off with it, and then we can come back, because these two will relate very heavily. This is ridiculous to me. The fact that this hasn't already been considered in the theory, even though we've known about it, but okay. So this could be an incredible revolution in cosmology. The dark energy model of the universe, which won the Nobel Prize in 2011, might be completely wrong. The accelerating expansion instead is simply because time runs faster in the voids between galaxies. So first of all, I would like you to understand map of the universe really quickly, where our place in it is. There we go. So we exist in our local void, which, give me one that actually tells me where it is. I don't know what's the map of space is. We exist in a void. We're here. Now, if you have watched Interstellar or any sci-fi show, or actually, you know, taken a physics class, you will understand that the closer you are to a source of higher gravity, clusters of galaxies, for example, superclusters, much more dense gravitational areas of space in comparison to voids, especially like the one that we are in, time will move slower in these areas. So we've been looking out into space and, for example, looking at 12 billion light years away. Depending on which direction we're pointing this telescope to look, to find this 12 billion light years away, we have not considered the time dilation effect in these voids. So generally, we don't need to, for the most part. And we can understand this by the, understanding lambda cold dark matter theory, which came about after Einstein, who basically, okay, so in his time, scientists thought the universe was static, neither expanding nor contracting. Within general relativity, however, it should be collapsing under the force of gravity, and Einstein added this lambda parameter to balance the force of gravity and yield a static universe. Later, this was found to not quite make sense in the context that it was in. Einstein actually called this his greatest blunder. In 1929, Edwin Hubble made an incredible discovery. The further away a galaxy was, the faster it appeared to be moving away from this. He was able to determine this by measuring Cepheid variable stars, which have a consistent relationship between their brightness and their pulsation period, so they can act as distance monitors. Using these markers, Hubble found that the more distant a galaxy was, the more redshift in its spectrum of light became, meaning it was moving away from us at a higher velocity. You can just see the images of that. Now, the fact that the universe was expanding is why Einstein called this lambda addition to general relativity his greatest blunder. But then the dark energy theory came out, and suddenly this made sense again. If you run this expanding universe backwards in time, it seems like everything is expanding from a single origin point. In the 1960s, astronomers detected faint radio signals coming from all directions of space, which we assume is the Big Bang. Now, we have several models of the universe. I'm not going to go into like redshift and all of that because I'm not a physicist, but the general ideas that we have of our current possibilities of how our universe could work are either something like this, as in a crunch, something like this, which would be a continuous expansion. Or sorry, this would actually be heat death, I believe. This is continuous expansion. This would result in what is now being theorized as a big rip, but we don't actually know. This lazy-ass rebrand people did of yada yada when talking about anything is yapping and having any ambitions beyond binging Netflix and label as cringe and extra fucking blows. I agree with that, by the way. To be honest with you, I don't believe in cringe as a whole. It's a concept that is a social construct based on you. You decide if something is cringe. Nothing changed since then. 12 billion years is the equivalent of a day in the lifespan of a black hole. You don't know shit about a black hole because none of us do. The redder something is, the further away it is, or if the galaxy is just very red. So no, it's not actually whether it's red. Redshift is a spectrum of like it is red light, but it's a lack of the other spectrums of light, and it's shifting from those spectrums to red. That means it's moving further away. Now, here's the interesting part, right? Space is extremely inhomogeneous in regions of dense galactic clusters, but space overall is actually quite homogeneous, which is why this hasn't been considered. There's not that many voids in relation to matter, right? And so most of the universe seems to be pretty much going in the same direction. They're homogeneous. There's clusters of galaxies that come together. Gravity pulls them together. And then there will be clusters of voids that are generally outside of these galaxy clusters on the outer edges, not really in the inner edges. I don't know how that works, but it doesn't necessarily matter, right? We assumed that these didn't matter because we assumed generally space is homogeneous, and so we don't have to account for the time dilation effects in these. Mass curves space-time to produce gravity, but there's no difference between being accelerated by gravity or being accelerated by a rocket. This is called Einstein's equivalence principle, and applying it to an inhomogeneous cosmology may actually eliminate the idea of dark energy altogether. Now, dark energy, if you remember, we discussed this when we were talking about the Euclid telescope. The Euclid telescope being the one that we sent out to map a third of the night sky in the next 6 years to figure out, A, what is dark energy? Has it been in existence since the beginning of the universe? Has the universe been accelerating at the same rate? Or has it been accelerating its acceleration? Has its acceleration been slowing down? We need to understand these concepts, and we've been looking at dark energy as the, I guess, as the equivalence of dark matter, matter and energy, dark matter, dark energy. And we know that dark matter is real. Dark matter is the things that hold these galactic clusters together. It's the glue that holds gravity in place. But dark energy might not be a thing. Yeah, no, today's going to be like less political. I want to have some fun. This is interesting. It's complicated. I don't completely understand it either. We're learning together. This is physics. I don't have a physics degree, but the fact that we might be looking at the entirety of space-time wrong interests me. Space is really cool. We know that the lifespan of a black hole is 12 billion years and nothing but a... How could we know that if we think the universe is 15 billion years old? And also, now according to this, the universe might be more than 15 billion years old, depending on, or less, depending on where you're looking from. Remember, we're in a void, so that means time moves faster for us than it does, for example, in the Centaurus supercluster. So we think that the universe is 15 billion years old. Maybe 15 billion years of time has passed for us, but only 4 billion years of time has passed for them. Not necessarily, but could happen. So in explanation of the equivalence principle, first of all, it's like, get that down. So this compartment is at rest in the Earth's gravitational field. The apple hits the floor of the compartment because of the Earth's gravity accelerating the apple downward. Well, as an atheist, it's right down my alley. I mean, me too, exactly. So, and when we're talking about acceleration that isn't based on gravity, in this environment, in a gravity-free environment, the apple hits the floor because the compartment accelerates upward, as in you are in a car and you are accelerating. That is no different in equivalence to you being accelerated by gravity. Now, this is because the further down a gravitational well you are, the slower clocks run compared to clocks further up. You can reason this yourself by bouncing a photon between two mirrors. Well, you could if you had access to technology that could do that, I suppose. That's relative. That's relative. They aren't traveling significantly closer to the speed of light than us. What do you mean by that? Can you type that out again? I couldn't really understand what you meant. The important thing here is that in the voids between large galaxies, time runs much faster than inside the galaxies. These voids are inhomogeneous. Hello, Merry Christmas, Exhale. Now, if you had an initial expansion of the universe from the Big Bang, more time has elapsed in the void, possibly billions of years more. That's relative. They aren't traveling significantly closer to the speed of light than us. Well, we're all traveling at about the same speeds through space. The universe is expanding at a pretty consistent rate. We know, Vismus, I love it. We know that at the moment, it's either getting slightly faster or slightly slowing down, but there hasn't been much drastic change in how galaxies move throughout the universe, how we move in relation to them as well. We're all moving at about the same speed. The thing here being is when we're looking out into space, we are looking out through a void, through, I suppose, what was the Virgo supercluster? Give me that one. At least I can, and then find myself on this map. It's not even on here. Hydra supercluster. Saw Hydra here. So, there we go. Okay, so we are in the Canis Major Void, which is what I thought. We're here. Time moves faster for us here than it does here. So if we're here and we say the universe is 15 billion years old, over here it might actually just be 5 billion years old. Hello, Batgaz. You're a legend too. I hope you're having a wonderful Christmas as well. Christmas was great for me yesterday. Today's Boxing Day. Now, the research behind the timescape model, as it's known, used a familiar Type 1a supernova as standard candles and compared a goodness of fit Bayesian statistics. I don't know what that means. Let's look it up. We're learning together, guys. I don't know physics either. What is the Bayesian equivalence principle? Well, I have two data sets, one from a physical observation, temperatures, and one from an ensemble of numerical models, blah, blah, blah. I would suggest the book. Okay, I'm not going to understand this one. We can skip this. That's fine. Now, you can do a lot of statistical trickery to get your favorite results. Obviously, we all know this. But why should this be taken seriously? The universe is emphatically not homogeneous. We do know this. There are void regions and there are thick clusters. Void regions do have faster clock rates. We know this as well based on how time moves in relation to gravity. Galactic superclusters and filaments, and this should be accounted for in any model of expansion. So dark energy is supposed to make up 2/3 of the universe's energy content. Yet it doesn't correspond to anything we observed experimentally, which doesn't matter. That doesn't mean it's not real. It solely exists to explain this anomaly of distant supernova redshift. That's what matters, is it's almost exactly the same idea of Einstein of, well, this doesn't make sense. Let me add something that makes it make sense. How fast is this difference? It depends on how much gravity you have. Again, so this void, the Copernicus or the Boots void would have less gravity than even our void, the Canis Major void. We have more mass in this void than they do. They have much more space and less mass, faster time dilation, as in from the Boots void, if you are, I don't know, in this galaxy, that tiny little 1 pixel galaxy right above my cursor, time might have moved 30 billion years. That's how much you might be looking back and seeing how old the universe is, compared to us saying it's 15 billion. It's just wild. I cooked dinner, didn't cremate everything, and didn't burn the house down. So that is a festive miracle. Good for you. We are the center of the universe because regardless of where you are, the place you are is the center of the observable universe. Not necessarily. We think so, but also, I mean, we're not at the center from a top-down view. This user not exist, esteemed Visora. I beseech your indulgence in the most profound of salutations as the sonorous chimes of festive seasons resonate through the air in gossamer. Snowflakes engage in a graceful ballet amidst the bracing atmosphere. May this Christmas envelop you in an exuberant tempest of unrestrained joy and grandiloquent revelry, illuminating the nocturnal expanse with a rich tapestry of ineffable exploits. This username not exist. That was like awesome. Thank you. Also, I don't know. Jesus Christ, how do you know all this shit? I don't know all this shit. We're reading it. I'm learning this as you do. Space is the final frontier. Space might not be the final frontier. Space might just be the next frontier. What happens after space? You sure it wasn't just God? I mean, even if it was, why wouldn't this still be a thing? I'm bloody exhausted right now, not gonna lie. Fair enough, Lord Fluffy Art. I mean, you know, it is Christmas. God, I never want to say the F word. How many subs to ban that guy? Which I have no idea what you're talking about, PPG. Hey, Shuffle Poofer. Also, happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all of you as well. Hello, Captain Buggy. Interstellar really did do a good job of demonstrating relativity. Yeah, it's actually really, really surprising. Who up dilating what time? We're finding out that time moves faster in voids of space than in clusters of galaxies, which we all already kind of knew. And essentially, wow, you cut out for me? I have no idea what you're on about. Who do you want to ban? How many subs to ban what guy? Merry Christmas, Shardspork. Holy shit, you guys are all coming in. It's just, this is common sense if you think about it. We've known for a Feliz Navidad, for a long time that gravity does influence time. The fact that it hadn't been accounted for, because generally the universe is considered to be homogeneous, is ridiculous. Because there are inhomogeneous bits of space. And if we're trying to figure out how long ago the universe was, I don't know, came into existence, or how far away something is, it matters which direction that we're pointing our telescope through, and whether it's moving through a void or moving through galactic clusters, and the amount of mass in these clusters will also dilate the time. Now, dark matter is real, but dark energy might not be. Dark energy might just be what we use to explain the time dilation effect. You can't divide by zero. I'm aware of this. I thought time moved faster in higher gravity. No, much slower. If you, like in Interstellar, if you land on a planet that is closer, that's close to a black hole, time will move very quickly for you, but very, very slowly for everyone observing you. So from the observer's perspective, it's based on your perception. That's what I'm trying to say. And again, we are in the Canis Major void. We think the universe is 15 billion years old. A civilization in the Boots void might be thinking it's 50 billion years old. In the realm of cosmology, the inquiry into whether space has an endpoint is fundamentally intriguing. However, whether the universe ultimately concludes, well, actually coming to that is the end of this. These are the two models that we've been using. This was the one that had been the mainstream, the contemporary idea of the heat death of the universe. But now, based on our new understanding of adding in these time dilation theories, that might not just happen. We might go for whatever ends up as a big rip. The end of the universe is a stupid thing to try and think of. That's not my concern here. My concern here is now knowing time dilation is effect, we can use that in looking at other bits of news in regards to space. The most comforting universe death for me would be one that is part of a cycle. I mean, we'd all be dead anyway. Technically, since relativity is a thing, trains are time machines. I suppose, depending on, the context in which the train is being used, yes. Again, if there's more mass on this train, if you could somehow get a small little ball, like a bouncy ball, with the mass of, I don't know, the sun on this train, then yeah, it makes a difference. Merry Christmas, everybody. How do I know that the Fruityverse exists? Well, after several alcoholic beverages last night, I went there. True. I thought we knew how old the universe is. Well, again, we know how old the universe is based off of our relative understanding of time. If you look at how old the universe is from a different cluster, or even in like a supercluster of planets, that's a different answer. Time is relative. And we've all known this. It's just now that it's being, the idea of dark energy is being disproven or attempted to by this theory, the timescape model. And this makes more sense than dark energy. Now, dark energy does make sense because we have dark matter, we have matter and energy, but the only explanation we have that dark energy plays a role in is the expansion of the universe, and it doesn't matter in this context because we can't observe it objectively. How does the confluence of Lorentz transformations, the invariant speed of light, and the intricate interplay of space and curvature and general relativity exclude the paradoxical implications of time dilation within non-inertial reference frames, particularly in scenarios involving high velocity travel? It doesn't. It doesn't Has no confluence on that. Well, let me just double check. You're correct in this. Yeah. So did time move faster or slower in the early universe? It would have moved. I suppose it depends. Because whether or not immediately post Big Bang, we had a lot of energy but no matter, so time moved very, very fast. But then this matter all became, so the matter came out of it, and the more matter that came out, that coalesced from this energy, the more gravity was produced, and then that became slower time. We don't, hello from Canberra. We don't know how old the universe is. And when we're looking at something like this news article, enough water to fill trillions of Earth's oceans found in deep space, 12 billion light years away, circling a quasar. This is what I want to tie this to. Whether, I don't like, how the universe ends is not a question that I can answer. I'm not a physicist, nor am I a cosmologist. But thinking about relativity and our space in the universe, where we're looking can be much farther or much closer or much later in time than we think, much earlier in time. People saying that we are the center of the universe have egos the size of 10 times of Mount Everest, or they're just really like religious. It would have moved relatively to the object that you're talking about. Yeah. What's the most interesting question to you regarding this? Well, the most interesting question to me regarding this is, first of all, how old is the universe, actually? How old are we in the universe? How old is our galaxy? Beyond that, what is the time dilation difference in development of galaxies? Like, again, in these voids, including in ours, there are galaxies. There's not galactic clusters as much. And also, the dark matter is what's holding all of these together. That's the glue. Why, in the voids, are there still... How fast are the voids moving? How fast are we inside the void moving relatively to the rest of the universe? Because, again, the universe is expanding. So how fast is this moving this way in comparison to this moving that way? And beyond that, if time moves faster in the Boots void than it does in the Canis Major void, and from our perspective, one of the answers to the Fermi paradox, other than the dark forest theory, being that the universe is quite young, and prior to the last couple, like maybe 2 billion years, there was a lot more chaos in the universe. It was much less stable. It was much less able to produce consistency in planets and galaxies that could produce life. How true is that we could be one of the earlier civilizations, which is why we haven't encountered aliens, because there hasn't been much time for other civilizations or even intergalactic powers to develop. I mean, again, us as well. But how different is that based on the time dilations in these voids? We think, again, the universe is 15 billion years old, but if it's 50 over there, then from the perspective of the Boots void, there would have been significant time for civilizations to develop. What if we're the first? Well, I mean, that is a theoretical answer to the Fermi paradox, based on our perspective of time and where the universe started, when the universe started, relatively. But that might all be gone. All of this might just disappear. And in functional, utility, I think we need to adopt this into... I mean, there's so much here, right? If you're looking for something 12 billion light years away, this quasar, which is actually well past this, but let's say you're looking over here. Let's say the quasar is right where my mouse is. We would have to account for different mass and different amounts of time dilation through the gravity wells of light traveling to where we're looking for. So if we say 15 billion years, we would have to math all of the space that it has to travel through to actually get an idea of how far this thing actually is. The age of the universe is different in different places. Send me a clip of this. I will. I took a clip of it. Space can expand faster than the exact speed of light, which doesn't violate Einstein. Well, yes, and none of this, all of this, by the way, is without even touching on quantum physics, which is like well beyond my understanding, bar just like the double slit experiment. Now, again, there are those out. There's the big crunch. There is the big rip. There is the idea that the universe will just collapse into a dense piece of matter and then explode back into another big bang. There are so many, but we can't wrap our head around that. That's fine. But what we can wrap our head around is looking out into the cosmos and understanding how far something actually is. And we've been, like, I've been saying this for a month now because we've been covering some science stuff every now and again. 12 billion light years away is 12 billion years ago. That's not necessarily true. It matters in, we want to go to space, right? You know, like President Musk wants to colonize Mars and we want to go do interstellar shit. Okay, we need an understanding of this. And it is wild that it was never actually considered because space is homogeneous enough that we don't need to add this in is the dumbest fucking excuse. I think the current most accepted one is that matter will just continue to spread out until, yeah, that's heat death of the universe. And honestly, that's the one that I would subscribe to. And please, could you finally adopt metric? Look, I do metric in some things. I do imperial and other things. It's hard, all right? I do metric with, like, I don't know, speed and temperature. I have a lot of American viewers. I gotta translate for people. They don't know metric. So this, by the way, also, like, unrelated to the idea of time dilation is also just really cool. I just wanted to bring up the time dilation because of this claim of it being 12 billion light years away. I mean, the space we can currently travel to is homogeneous enough, no? Yes, but the space we can travel to is homogeneous. However, if we're trying to, I don't know, build a understanding of where, like, how long has the universe existed, the acceleration, the expansion of the universe, then we would want to know these things. And that's what the Euclid telescope is, like, trying to do as well, if you haven't seen. But also, just in the last couple months, we have been learning about how much more water there is in the greater universe than we thought. Neptune and Uranus have H2O on them. Two most common gas planets in the universe, types of gas planets, meaning that there's probably quite a lot more of them. We're finding quasars with 140 trillion times all the water on Earth's oceans combined, just spilling out of it. Space is interesting, but also our understanding of it is, we're not there yet. We don't know anything about anything. We think we know shit, but every time we think, like, agree on a theory, it's just going to get disproven until we can actually go and make attempts to do experiments physically in these areas, which is why I actually really like Euclid. If you haven't seen Euclid, I'll post the link to it in the chat. This idea of mapping out space and time all the way back to the Big Bang and trying to understand the expansion will actually add relativity into it because it's not being done, it's being observed. A lot of the moons on Jupiter, they think, have, like, oceans under the surface. I think if we find other life, like bacteria, it'll be there. Yeah, absolutely. Titan, I believe, is one. There's almost certainly bacterial life in underground oceans on Mars. We also found that out. Not even just frozen at the poles. There are undersea oceans. The water sank under the ground in parts of Mars that could hold bacteria. Also, that makes me think of the creepy Doctor Who episode, The Waters of Mars, and I don't want to do that. Europa is another one, yeah. Ganymede could theoretically have ice. Life isn't rare, humans aren't unique. Yes, that's really where it comes down to. I don't think, like, first of all, you don't need water to have life. You can have silicon-based life forms. But for carbon-based life forms, so far we found we need water. And we thought for a long time that water was scarce. Remember, not even 5 years ago, if we would ever talk about, like, what if aliens ever invaded and why would they come here? The answer would be, well, they would want our resources. Water is scarce, right? That's not true. NASA has some missions to go there in the late 2020s. Well, NASA's getting their funding cut, like, immensely, so who knows? Speaking of time, though, we've now observed negative time in quantum experiments. This is well above me and my understanding, so bear with me here, but I just do want to get, like, some of this, at least in my brain and in your brain. Well, our current ideas work until 10 to minus 40 seconds after the Big Bang. Yeah, what the fuck is negative time now? If we just talked about time dilation and the speeds at which time are moving, but now we have something called negative time. Of course, quantum shit would have negative time. Yeah. Well, so scientists have long known that light can sometimes appear to exit a material before entering it, an effect dismissed as an illusion caused by how waves are distorted by matter. Now, researchers at the University of Toronto, through innovative quantum experiments, say that they have demonstrated that negative time isn't just a theoretical idea, it exists in a tangible physical sense, deserving closer scrutiny. The findings yet to be published in a peer-reviewed journal, so again, take it with a grain of salt, have attracted both attention and skepticism, which skepticism is healthy. The researchers emphasize that the perplexing results highlight a peculiar quirk of quantum mechanics rather than a radical shift in our understanding of time. This is tough stuff even for us to talk about with other physicists. We get misunderstood all the time. While the term negative time might sound like the concept lifted from science fiction, defends its use, hoping it will spark deeper discussion. Years ago, okay. When light particles or photons pass through atoms, some are absorbed by atoms and later re-emitted. This interaction changes the atom, temporarily putting them in a higher energy or excited state before they return to normal. Yeah, okay. In research led by Daniela Angulo, the team set out to measure how long these atoms stayed in their excited state. That time turned out to be negative, meaning a duration less than 0. Okay, now my brain is broken. No, actually, they did say, to make it clear, there was no time travel involved. But this has broken my brain. They tried to measure how long the atoms stayed in their excited state, and it turned out to be less than 0. To visualize this concept, imagine cars entering a tunnel. Before the experiment, physicists recognized that while the average entry time for 1,000 cars might be, for example, noon, the first cars could exit sooner, say 11:59. This result was previously dismissed as meaningless. What Angulo and the colleagues demonstrated was akin to measuring carbon monoxide levels in the tunnel after the first few cars emerged, finding that the readings had a minus sign in front of them. The experiment conducted in a cluttered laboratory, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I kind of get it now. All right. So yeah, we don't want to say anything traveled back in time. That's a misinterpretation. The explanation lies in quantum mechanics, where particles like photons behave in fuzzy probabilistic ways rather than following strict rules. Right. So instead of adhering to a fixed timeline for absorption and re-emission, these interactions occur across a spectrum of possible durations, some of which defy everyday intuition. This is kind of meaningless. Yeah, this means nothing. Fuck that one. So the atom was excited in a reverse amount of time. This almost sounds like the shit that some silly stuff in a pocket dimension. Yeah, now that could theoretically be a thing, but that is so silly that I don't care. Like, that's well beyond anything I would give a shit about. Let's talk about nukes, or rather nuclear energy. You guys seem to like the segment that we did on nuclear energy last time, so this is going to be from a content creator called Kyle Hill. He makes really good content on specifically science-related things. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Good content. So this is called the Expedition Chernobyl playlist. There's 6 videos in here. I don't know how many of them we'll watch. We'll see. Let's start with the first one. Nuclear Waste Part 2. If I have a Part 2 on it, I will do a Part 2 on it. The one person who matched the theory of relativity and the theory of quantum will be awarded the Nobel Prize for sure. I mean, yeah, I suppose. Woo, nukes, can't wait for the coming proliferation waves. Speaking of nukes, just real quick, actually, before we touch on this, and I'm sorry to bring politics into this, but I genuinely need an answer. If you go on Twitter, I'm sure you will have seen the tag of Israel might have nuked Syria, and I've seen no sources that are credible reporting this. Oh, hello, Zachap. Thank you for the raid. Hell yeah. Much, much appreciated. I don't know if that's real, but if any of you have evidence of that, please send that through. And Comrade Lennon is trolling Tyler the Flower. He doesn't actually mean that. Hello, everybody. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Merry Kwanzaa and Happy Hanukkah. Better not Fed post, Irene. Well, you can Fed post a little bit. To be fair, we're not doing too much politics today. We're going to learn about nuclear fallout. Academics. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. You guys are awesome. The detectors do have limited range and scan. Yeah, the detectors were on Cyprus, so... You don't actually believe that we're the center of the universe, do you, Lennon? I had a very lovely Christmas, thank you. I hope you're all having a lovely holiday as well. Although, to be fair, that was yesterday for me. Okay, maybe we can skip past all the music. I didn't realize they were gonna have that much goddamn build-up to... There we go. I'll link you the thread that I saw, and if you can find anything Astral Storm that is coming from a source that isn't just Twitter, please let me know. Do not believe the link that I just sent you. I'm not saying that that's true. Just for everyone to know, that link does not mean it's real.
It is currently
now this shit we can understand, yeah.
In Slavutich, Ukraine. Slavutich is the satellite city for the Chernobyl nuclear power plant that was purpose-built after the disaster.
Okay, cool. So it's bullshit.
For all the workers.
I thought it might have been.
We're in Ukraine today because I want to show you what Chernobyl is actually like.
The first thing that we're going to do to start our Chernobyl excursion is we're going to suit up and we're going to get on the very same train as the workers at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The workers go to the power plant.
We have a Fukushima one as well, like a playlist from this same guy. It's like understanding Chernobyl itself is important to understand what orphan sources are and the different types of radioactive material that are kind of everywhere on the planet that we don't know. If you look up like on the news of people picking up random like rocks that they think are cool and then they get cancer, it's usually because they picked up an orphan source. And even in places where Kyle Hill is pretty cool. Yeah, he's good with science stuff, you know?
To continue.
We talked about the Fermi paradox, Tyler the Flower, you missed it. There's several answers to it. There's the dark forest theory. There's a theory that the universe was... Okay, just for a second, let me reshuffle, because we had too many people come in that missed me talking about science. Let's get this understanding understood. From our perspective, we are in the Canis Major Void. We think that the universe is 15 billion years old. We think that there is a possible answer to the Fermi paradox, that one of the reasons we haven't met aliens is because up until quite recently, there hasn't been a suitable environment in the universe was too chaotic for life to form, we could be one of the first. But if we're thinking about time relatively based on mass and gravity, if you're looking at time from the Boots void in comparison to the Canis Major void, the universe might be 50 billion years old. The other really bad answer to the Fermi paradox is the dark forest theory, and that one's horrifying. There's a community note on it. Well, yes, I've seen the community note, but like the community notes on Twitter are not necessarily trustworthy in themselves. The value is indeed within the solar flare level of background unless someone bombed Cyprus. Yeah, okay, so that means it's fake.
Monitoring, decommissioning, providing services to the people who still work at the plant, security, cafeterias, that sort of thing. We are going to learn and to observe and to have some sort of cultural exchange, if you will. We will be under a careful eye for what we do, how we operate, how we carry ourselves, what we're actually doing inside the plant. So we will be mostly shadowing.
You guys want to hear the scary theory? We can hold off on this and talk about the dark forest theory for a second. It's pretty horrifying. I did kind of want to keep this light, but it is Christmas. But you know, let's go. Do we want to watch Kurtzaga? Yeah, you know what? That'll work.
The universe is incredibly big and seems full of potential for life, with billions of habitable planets.
If you've read Three Body Problem, the second book is literally called The Dark Forest. So.
Advanced civilization had the technology to travel between the stars at just 0.1% of the speed of light. It could colonize our
galaxy. It's the second book, yeah, in the Three Body Problem. Quick explanation is there are aliens and they're hiding because it's better to hide.
Galaxy in roughly 100 million years.
Short answer.
Which is not that long given the billions of years the Milky Way has existed. So, in principle, any spacefaring civilization should be able to spread rapidly over huge sectors of the galaxy. And yet, we see nothing.
The radio signals we sent out could easily be ignored or interfered with other, like, shit coming out of stars everywhere. You would have to really, really, really try to make that signal reach somewhere. For example, in Three Body Problem, the way that they come in contact with these aliens is by using the sun as an amplifier for the signal to send it further out. I'm not sure that we've done that. I'm not sure that even works.
The universe
Actually, no, that would
seems
work.
empty,
That would
devoid of others. This is the Fermi paradox, which we've discussed in more detail in other videos. Confronted with
it's not hiding. It's hiding because the smart thing to do as an intergalactic civilization, if you find one, even a primitive one, is to annihilate it. The correct answer on an intergalactic scale, logically, with no emotion attached, is to annihilate the entire species.
The seemingly empty universe,
you wouldn't want to.
humanity
You would want to
faces
get rid
a
of them
dilemma.
instantly.
We desperately want to know if we are alone in the Milky Way. We want to call out and reveal ourselves to
Isolate and
anyone.
ignore is not a good solution. Again, because of time dilation, oh God, I closed the thing again. If you isolate, let's say, I don't know, a primitive civilization that's right around here, by the time you check again with them, they could have advanced past your level of technological advancement.
But that could be the last thing we ever do. Because maybe the universe is not empty. Maybe it's full of civilizations, but they are hiding from each other. Maybe the civilizations that attracted attention in
the universe is expanding, but there is a consistent amount of matter in the universe. There is specifically limited matter in the universe. If you are an intergalactic imperial civilization, you don't want competition. Any other intergalactic civilization takes up part of your land, I suppose. I would say land, but like territory that you could take. Eradicating it from far away also does not work. Well, we don't know that. It's your boy PPG Stir. I'm everywhere. Hello, welcome back, PPG.
Past
Space
were
racism,
wiped
basically,
away
yeah.
by invisible arrows. This is the dark forest solution to the Fermi paradox.
I mean, we don't know shit. This is just an answer to the Fermi paradox. That kind of makes sense. As
The way of life. The hunter awakes in his hiding place and carefully listens for
As if we
suspicious
wouldn't be
noises from the
colonizers in
thick
space.
undergrowth before
we
he
would do
gets
exactly
up.
this.
Another night has passed without incident. The forest is dark and full of fog. He considers calling out to others to end his loneliness, but stops himself at the last moment.
Not if it's like a planet-destroying weapon.
What if they are like him? All living things seek to survive, secure resources, and multiply. Their greatest obstacle
the
are
three-body
other living
problem or watch
things that
the
share
show,
the same
actually.
objective. Competition between species favored the survival of beings with advantageous traits. Our ancestors were inventive, competitive, expansionist,
Well,
and
that's the
greedy
risk,
for
isn't it?
resources, which led them to winning the competition for
I'm not
our
saying
planet.
that's good, but that's the risk, Astral Storm. What if they can? What if by the time your weapon reaches them, they've already seen it coming and built, I don't know, an energy shield because 500,000 years passed for them while only 200 passed for you because of relativity, and they become significantly more technologically advanced.
Today, most other animals are so utterly at our mercy that
This
we
is
wipe
just
out
one
about
answer
a dozen species a day, just as an
to the Fermi
unintentional
paradox. I don't
byproduct of how we
necessarily
like
think
to
it's
run
the right
things.
answer.
But humans are more than individuals. From us, cultures emerge that also
Distance
compete
would
with each
matter,
other.
Astral Storm.
Competitive and expansionary cultures spread faster and further and merge with, subdue, or destroy others. If we look at our history, it becomes clear we are dangerous. Not just to others, but also to ourselves. Our human nature has driven us to take
be
over.
fair, aliens might be much less angry than us. We might be doing, we might be having this theory because, I mean, we do this kind of shit. But everyone, we could just be isolated. There could be aliens everywhere and they've quarantined us. Who knows? If you were traveling there, you'd be experiencing space-time quicker than a fixed place. Well, actually, not necessarily. In specifically, a good example again, three-body problem. The alien species that is coming to conquer Earth has to travel 200 years to get here. And in order to prevent us from being too technologically advanced when they get here, they fuck with our science. They have quantum tech that essentially makes science research not work on Earth.
For every corner of our
That's
planet,
their
and
way to
soon
do it,
we
because
will look to the
otherwise we would
stars,
develop.
both to expand our domain and ensure access to ever more resources. And then we might stumble upon others trying to do the same thing. It's likely that the competition of life also takes place on faraway planets, so it's logical to assume that an alien civilization that came to dominate their planet would be in some regards similar to us. But if they're similar to
Captain
us,
Buggy, but
they
that may not be true. There could be ways to travel through space and time that we just haven't discovered. There could be, I mean, again, science fiction stuff often becomes a little bit reality these days. Stuff from Star Trek more and more back in the day is being shown as real. We have these things now. We might find that, yes, there are ways to travel through space through a shortcut. You might be able to cut a hole in the universe and open it up somewhere else. Kind of like the Halo series with the Coven ships. We don't know.
too may be dangerous.
Exactly. Wormholes, fast
The
right.
implication. As the hunter sneaks through the dark forest all alone, he knows that there might be others like him. He can't know their intentions,
Well, you
if they are
wouldn't,
aggressive
Oxpecker.
or not. The hunter knows he would kill to ensure his own survival.
Well,
so
see, that's the thing, Proud PPGist. We're the ones that do this kind of shit. So our theory of this is based off of our internal, thoughts and ideologies and experiences. And so, if we see our species as violent, we would imagine other species would also be violent, but there could be cooperative species out there.
So he has to assume that they would too. And it might be that if he stumbles upon another hunter, the one that shoots first survives.
Two civilizations.
None of this means that conflict is unavoidable. So far, the progress of the modern world seems to have made us more peaceful, not more violent.
Actually, I thought game theory suggests that the reasonable strategy against violence is try appeasement once, and if they continue, then use violence again every other time. It's always the game theory that I understood was the most effective was cooperation and then retaliation, but also again cooperation immediately after. If the policy is cooperation, you have a chance. Exactly. But a belligerent species would not have that policy. They would instantly just want to annihilate you.
Maybe this is true for other civilizations.
And cooperation. It's tit, then you get tat, cooperate, and if you get another tit, then you get another tat.
Too.
But
like eventually progress means less conflict, not more. Different alien civilizations also should vary from the mild and peaceful to the malevolent and militaristic. The existential problem we're facing is that when we meet others between the stars, we have no way of telling who is peaceful or aggressive and what their true intentions are.
Tat happens.
Similarly, they might not understand or trust our intentions, even if we tell them that we are peaceful. On top of that, if we did discover another civilization and they discovered us, the
what if the aliens are liberals?
Years between us would mean years of communication delay. Both sides would be in a state of uncertainty.
Protokeep, you don't have to walk through fire. You can sit down and watch, my friend.
Wondering if the wisest move is to just attack, because there's another serious issue: technological explosions and the first strike advantage. We don't know where the limits of technology are, but we do know how much technological progress matters in war. A few hundred or thousand years can turn conflict with uncertain results into a one-sided massacre. Caesar's legions would stand no chance against Napoleon's army with their cannons and muskets, which would be eradicated by artillery from the First World War, which would not stand a chance against today's drones and guided.
Understanding that time is relative based on your location in space, this is the reason why people think that the dark forest theory is an answer, because it's really difficult to predict the technological advancement of any civilization you might encounter, as well as whether or not they are cooperative or belligerent, which at least in the human brain, the answer would be just wipe them out. Not that that's a good answer, but that's one of the theories.
Missiles. So the power level of different civilizations may vary massively, and even if not, between the time it takes us to detect another civilization and us saying hi, we might already be hopelessly behind on the tech tree. Which is bad enough, but the nature of interstellar conflict makes this worse. If your opponent is light years away, sending an invasion fleet takes...
I mean, to be fair, Astral Storm, if we met a proper technologically advanced civilization tomorrow, half of the world would think these are gods.
So long that by the time it arrives...
We've gone so back in time that science is now magic again.
Might be hopelessly obsolete.
Look, and Zeodok, using gamer terms to explain things to people is not it works so well because a lot of people can conceptualize that much easier. Are you in the belief that with more intelligence, the more pacifist the species is, and that's why I think aliens are nowhere near us? No, I don't believe that. I think that there are several different kinds of theories about whether or not aliens exist. Before today, I was leaning towards the universe hasn't existed for very long and it didn't exist in a way that was not too chaotic that could produce life. But now thinking about adding relativity of the voids in and time dilation, we might actually have this as the real answer. Makes sense. It seems to be making... Well, I mean, that's the thing, Protokeem, we were kind of brought this up by the three-body problem. So you're exactly on point.
War between civilizations might be just about...
Well, I mean, this would not be considering any value of life at Arbalin. Yeah, this would be purely from a imperialist, technologically advanced, belligerent alien civilization meeting another one, or even meeting a primitive one.
but eliminating the other to remove an existential threat to yourself.
God, I love the Expanse.
Someone else who might be so scared of you that they attack the first chance they get.
The Expanse
In
was
this
such
environment,
a good show.
the only way to guarantee a win is to strike with such
shit,
force and
290,
speed
guys. Thank
that
you
the
for
target
the
has no
follows.
chance of
10 more and I'm at 300. That would be a great Christmas present if I can get 10 more followers today.
survival or time to counterattack or escape to seek revenge later. The stakes are the highest possible, with no room for error. If we assume that the majority of civilizations live on planets, that leaves them pretty vulnerable. All you need to do is throw something massive at a planet to make it uninhabitable. So the ultimate interplanetary annihilation weapon is probably something like a relativistic kill vehicle, a missile shot at a planet at a significant fraction of the speed of light. For example, a missile the size of a person going 95% the speed of light has as much energy as all
To be fair, depending on how far we are aiming this and how smart the people who do it are, we could do that by having it enter gravitational wells of different planets and slingshotting around several different planets to keep increasing their speed. If you've watched The Expanse, then you know the slingshot guy entering the ring.
nuclear bombs on Earth. If you shot a few dozen at the civilization you wanted to wipe out, success would be fairly certain. Even a single hit would suffice.
I feel like that at this technological level, you could create smart defenses. Well, you could, but the idea would be it's smarter to just wipe out them before they're like technologically advanced. You're technologically advanced. You want to wipe out the primitives. Also, I mean, it would cause a war if it failed. Yeah.
This is not that absurd of an idea. A civilization only slightly above us on the Kardashev scale would have enough energy to send multiple strikes against every planet it suspects of harboring life. What makes these weapons so sinister is how much they favor a first strike, since they would be so fast that it might be impossible to protect yourself effectively against them once they're launched. Conflict between civilizations may not be lengthy affairs, but rapid winner-takes-all situations.
I don't believe that there's aliens on Earth right now. I'm not up with that. The like government hearings. We've watched the UFO hearings. They have nothing. They have nothing. They have a guy who's writing a book and making money off of it, and they have some bullshit from fighter pilots that are on drugs flying around at Mach 3. That they see out of the corner of their eye. Yeah, there's no aliens here. It's not exactly smarter since you don't know exactly what you're looking for. Wouldn't a better metaphor be the way that English colonists first met Native Americans around 1613? More or less, it would be closer to spreading disease in South America that wiped out all of those civilizations, but on purpose. I think it's a distraction and a grift.
First one to shoot wins. This makes any civilization an existential threat to any other. And if every civilization is an existential threat to every other, there may be only two kinds of civilizations out there. Quiet ones and...
Someone might take offense to you spewing garbage. No, they could.
Dead ones. So, what should we do? Should we worry?
No, we shouldn't worry. Again, I don't necessarily think that this is the answer, but it could be. There's a possible answer. And the answer also could be that we are early on. The answer could be that we are being quarantined because we're violent and they're all cooperative and they're horrified looking at the shit that we do to each other. It doesn't... We'll find out soon enough. Again, if you've seen Euclid, the images we get are incredibly high detail. I mean, these are pictures, right? These are pictures from a file that was, what was it? 208 gigapixels of data. Oh, this is actually a better one. This one's better. I like this one. Like, we'll be able to see some shit soon. We'll know. We can't particularly do much except detection. The real answer is that no one knows the answer yet. That is the correct answer. Soon enough, like a trillion years maybe? No, like soon enough, like in our lifetime, we will know at the very least if there is life on any planet in our solar system bacterially, and we will likely know if there is civilization from an alien species close enough that we can view them on our telescopes. The idea of adding time relativity into this also makes that more likely. Or moons, don't forget the moons, this is true.
It's unlikely that anybody has noticed humanity yet. The radio signals we've transmitted in the last 100 years traveled a relatively tiny distance and have long decayed into unreadable noise. At our technological stage, if we don't actively try to get noticed, and if nobody specifically looks at our pretty unremarkable solar system, we'll stay hidden.
And again, we're in a void, so no one's looking here.
But one day we will venture into space in a serious way and need to consider these kinds of questions again. We don't know if there are others or if
It's wild to me that the three-body problem was written, like, in the 90s or something? In the 80s? Three-body problem. And 2006, okay, it was written in 2006, and it's still this on point. I'm pretty impressed. The JWST can sample exoplanet atmospheres, and if we don't find any signs of bacteria, there won't be anything else. There could theoretically be bacteria inside the planet's core. Again, we talked about, we now think that there are oceans of water underneath the surface of Mars, which could technically hold bacterial life. Whether or not that's true, I suppose we'll find out. It scares the shit out of me because I've watched Doctor Who, but as we discussed earlier, a lot of Saturn's moons, a lot of Jupiter's moons, Neptune, Uranus, both of these could harbor bacterial life, or even more so because they have oceans of water 5,000 meters deep. There was contact and it was abused. Dude, I seriously think there are aliens here. I don't. I've seen nothing that tells me that that's true. We might have some more testing of Mars in our lifetime that confirms there was other bacterial life there, for example. Yeah. So once, it was stupid. We broadcast our place in space. Three-body problem touched on that too. No spoilers. Honestly, it's dumb to broadcast yo, we're here. To be fair, we didn't broadcast yo, we're here. We we sent out bits of us, like what it meant to be a human. But again, they're nothing now. Those radio waves encounter a lot of shit in space, and then they degrade over time. One day, Voyager 1 will evolve into Voyager and return to Earth looking for its creator. J.T. Kirk will save us all. I hope so. It could look like a crystal. It could look like a rock. There could be silicon-based life forms. There could be plastic. I'm not sure that we're going to have the ability to see other planets. Well, our telescopes are getting much better. Euclid's going to map a third of the night sky in the next 6 years. We're going to have a map of that. Space map, man, that's fucking cool. I like the idea of it. Even the SETI hail, that too, yeah. And non-carbon life is incredibly unlikely. I don't think anything's incredibly unlikely in an infinitely expanding universe, as far as we still currently know that it is infinitely expanding. That's the two models. It's either heat death or big rip, whatever the fuck that means. And either way, we're expanding at the moment. The scientific definition of life will definitely change in the next 100 years. I just hope they don't add robots into it. Robots aren't people. Butlerian jihad all the way. How much would it cost if E.T. had phoned home in 1982? I have no idea. Those radio waves would degrade and prevent others from hearing us, the same waves that we use. Well, yeah. Okay. You guys want to go back to nuclear energy? Let's talk about, Chernobyl? Up for that? We can talk about Fukushima instead. I mean, I have other stuff we can talk about. I just kind of wanted to keep this one a bit light. Give AI personhood? Say that again and I'll ban you, Captain Buggy. Do you think the elements in other places outside of our world on far distant planets and galaxies are even the same? I'm sure there's elements that we don't, have on Earth on other planets. What do you mean robo-racism? They're not human! Yes, nuclear shit. All right. I'm a bit bored, but about how well Fukushima went. No, it wasn't about how well it went. I'm more interested about orphan sources and understanding of what actually, the particles that go into a nuclear reactor are, what causes a meltdown, what is why was Fukushima so much less of of a catastrophe than Chernobyl, for example. Are you calling me Robot Hitler now? Robots are not people. That's discrimination. Equal rights for R2-D2. You're going in the hole too, Batgaz. Robots don't get rights. They're not people. Hello, Anthony Bishop. Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. Nuclear is just a boogeyman, I swear. No, this isn't like scary. This is like nuclear energy is not scary. Justin Kemp, the ocean tides came in and wiped out 90%. Well, yeah, but let's start.
And checking out and following the lead of all the other scientists for this day
Forget
one.
anyhow. No conspiracy. This is a science stream. Well, it's a politics stream usually. Today it's a science stream. Shardspork, billionaires aren't people like the rest of us, exactly as you said. The lack of empathy is an issue for me. The lack of empathy is what makes you human. Being able to empathize, that's what a soul is, by the way. It's empathy. And not having that, basically, to me, that's just not human. And you're right, Zeodog. People don't think about, like, nuclear energy in any rational or relative way because they have no idea what the fuck it is, which is why we're watching this series, and which is why we watched the video last week on how we can turn nuclear waste and recycle it into more energy. Yes, they were very different reasons. We have 2 different playlists. And touch on them bit by bit. It's fun. We talk about, like, horrific politics all day. Sometimes something like, I don't know, neutral like this is fun. As we cross the final bridge on the approach, our dosimeter spikes at almost 75 microrem per hour, already 3 times higher than the natural background radiation. Billionaires or inhuman, should we take their rights away? Well, I don't think we should just have billionaires. That could just fix the problem. It's their loss of empathy is not innate. It comes from the money. The money is creating the problem. It's like a drug addiction. You have to treat it. They need to have their, like, drugs taken away from them, and then they need to go to rehab and, like, relearn empathy. Unfortunately, everything is politics, so it's going to come up, but yeah, all of us are depressed enough. It's Christmas. We're trying to, like, I don't know, make it not as horrible. I mean, you can be a Hitlerian against the Hitler people. That's the thing. That's the only way to deal with those people. We've talked about this. The only way to deal with, you know, fuck it. No, I'm getting distracted. Lennon, you're doing this to me on purpose, and I know it. Merry Christmas, everybody. Yes, happy holidays. Merry Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah. It is ironic.
So upon entering Chernobyl, the first thing that you
They
have
should
to
still have
do
rights.
is go through a kind of airlock process, but for radiation. So on one side of this room, back behind me, are another set of lockers, just like this. This is where you put all your clothes, your street clothes that you'll be wearing after you get out. Once you get in, you come to this locker room.
For example, you're saying that you believe in human rights for all, but you believe in a state. You argue with me that a state should exist. I don't believe in a state. The state can put you in the hospital and take your rights away temporarily if you're too mentally unhealthy and you're at risk of harming yourself or others, which billionaires are, due to the brain damage that the money gives them. There you go. Bam. Justification.
You get in front of a lovely woman who sizes you up for the clothes that you need, and then you put on clothes from the power plant. These are clothes you can get dirty.
God, guys, that's a whole other
on this
thing.
side of the radiation airlock, so to speak. So you come in to the power plant, you do what you're going to do, and then when you're done, you put your clothes in a locker like this one, so that you know that any contamination you may have accumulated is staying in one place, and then you go back
Leave
through
the bananas
radiation
outside,
airlock
yes.
to your own clothes. It's a very easy, rudimentary system but it's clean and it works.
I didn't call you a red fast just now. I just said you believe in a state. You called me Robot Hitler. Can we, like, focus? I can do a politics stream. If you guys really want me to talk about politics, there's a lot of shit going on, but, like, one day. Iodine and borderline. That sounds like I am a robot version of Hitler, not like I want to genocide the robots. Well, I mean, this place is old as fuck, but, like, I guess.
It's hard to overstate where I am. Behind this wall is reactor unit number 4. The site of the worst nuclear disaster in human history, right behind this wall.
I am an anti-robot bigot.
The cacophony of Geiger counters and scintillators going off. Our scientists with us in our team are now using this corridor as a test bed to test.
What do you mean robo-racism? They're not human.
Their tools. They're checking the dust.
You can't genocide things that aren't alive.
Pipes. They're checking the walls, the floors, where some of these fission products have settled over time. What better place?
Now, those fission products that settled over time that he just mentioned, by the way, that's the key here.
Then just a few meters from an exploded nuclear reactor.
They are not alive! This is not about nuclear weapons. This is not about we should not ban nuclear energy, Batgaz. Nuclear energy is safer than, like, every other form of energy, bar... actually, nuclear energy is safer than wind power. Windmills that produce energy kill more people per year than nuclear energy does, including that of people who work in these plants and adding in the entire lifetime of radiation they have from working here and adding in their death, they still cause less death.
Inside of here are the main pumps that would have circulated the cooling water in unit number 3. If you want to get an idea for what happened...
Here we go. What are the safest and cleanest sources of energy? Well, death rates from accidents and air pollution. Coal is the worst, then oil, then natural gas, then biomass, then hydropower, then wind, then nuclear, then solar. According to this, like, what is it? Last was 2022 study. Oopsie. I can link this. Yeah, have a look. No idea. How do people die from windmills? I don't know. Dumbasses?
Happened when unit number 4 exploded inside of this room, this gigantic cavity here. And reactor number 4 exploded.
It was in the video that we watched yesterday.
This entire wall here would have collapsed on us. And that's what happened to Hodemchuk, the first fatality here at the power plant. This is the control room for reactor number 3. We're seeing it here today at Chernobyl as kind of a before.
Well, I
to
mean, the
afterwards.
fatalities for that, like, in that chart were also accidents and air pollution. So it was both.
That is
this
reactor
is the control
unit
room.
number 4. This is where safety operations would sit. This is where you would look at all of the pumps, you know, the cooling, where all the control rods are, how deep they are in the core. This is what and where went wrong in unit number 4.
You can go
and we'll
walk
be
around
seeing that
Chernobyl
next.
Shardsport. I mean, probably not right now, considering it's, you know, in Ukraine, but... That's what computers were like back in the day. Bunch of buttons, everywhere. Everything was a button. Alright, let's get past the I want to learn. Was this just like an intro video? Putting you on 1.25 speed. Because the next one looks interesting. Exploring the abandoned zone. That's not how, this happened, I don't think. I remember, like, watching this whole series a few years ago. I also miss having buttons on my phone, Captain Buggy.
Shortly after the reactor operators in control room 4 began their low power test, things went awry. Shocks, explosions, numbers on the screen that wouldn't make any sense. They attempted to press this button right here. It's called a scram button, and this button would initiate all of the control rods, shoving themselves all the way into the core to
Yes,
absorb
now I remember.
neutrons
One got stuck.
to stop the nuclear chain reaction. But when they pressed this scram button, the fate of the core was sealed.
Yeah, it was a design flaw. It was a design flaw. Also, on top of that, it was a staffing issue. You can't detect extra radiation at Hiroshima because it was an air burst, not a land burst. We didn't touch down with the bomb. Wait, did we? Was it a land burst or an air burst? Fuck, let me remember. It probably was an air burst if we can't detect radiation there. It has to be. I misheard you and thought you said stabbing issue. Okay, I need to fix my mic then because I think my noise cancellation might be a bit too high. It's really hot today, so I have fans on. I was trying to not make it fuck with the sound. So let me just fix that a little bit. That should be better. And also true, Astral Storm. Airburst does more damage, but less fallout.
As one of our guides,
Yes, they were
was telling
airbursts,
us,
so
it's
that's
hard
why
to
you can't
even
detect
imagine
radiation.
the magnitude of the destruction that happened in reactor unit number 4, which this, of course, is not. We cannot go into reactor unit number 4, not just because of the radiation, but because of the mountain.
Dude, I say this all the time. Redundancy policies are needed. Everything, like, even if you want to, outside of even something like this, just automating a job. Let's say dock workers, automating that. You should still have the redundancies of keeping the workers there in case the machine fails.
Of rubble.
And also
This is what
because they
number
deserve,
4
you know, a
would
job.
have looked like if it hadn't exploded. Below, you see the top of the reactor. This is where fuel is loaded in by a large crane-like structure, this shielded tube that will take up fuel rods, move over, and place them down into the core. Below this giant circle is a 2,000
You know, we bombed
ton
Bikini Atoll.
biological
So
shield.
that's why it's called the Bikini, by the way. Like the swimsuit, it's called Bikini because of our nuclear bomb tests we did on a place called Bikini Atoll. And it was such a news story that people in America loved that a guy who invented the bikini named it after this island, the Bikini Atoll. This is near the Marshall Islands, right in smack dab in the middle of the Pacific, basically. Somewhere between Hawaii and Australia. And Japan, really. This used to be actually Imperial Japanese territory, I believe. And yes, SpongeBob lives there. That's why it's called Bikini Bottom, because the nuclear radiation from all of us testing all our nuclear weapons on Bikini Atoll made the fish radioactive, and then we have SpongeBob. Which is the nice and wholesome answer. The worse answer is actually there was people living on that island, and we forcibly relocated them to worse islands, and they mostly died.
So it is 2 million kilograms that serves as protection for all of the humans above it. Now, when reactor unit number 4 melted down, so much steam, so much energy was generated that it lifted the 2,000-ton object, that is this radius, it lifted this with enough force to keep it in the air for a full 10 seconds. Now, in real time, just imagine that, okay? 2,000 tons, okay?
Arigato,
and the explosion
SpongeBob.
happens.
SpongeBob.
Can you imagine the energy released by the nuclear fuel that would be required to lift that object in that time through the air, collapsing back down?
True,
it's kind of
Astro
unthinkable.
Storm. You're like the best person to have on this stream right now. I mean, these are cool, you know? Used control rods were stored on the site. Intense radiation and radioactive particles inside the reactor during the operation have rendered these rods extremely radioactive themselves. Australia runs on coal, too. I'm going to talk about that when we do a politics stream, because, you know, I live in Australia, even though I mostly do American politics. They want to build 7 nuclear reactors in Australia, which is fucking stupid when there's significantly better options. Well, watch why, actually. I have a video from Friendly Jordies who was leaked a private, unlisted YouTube video from the coal lobby in 2023 in Australia, and it's really good. Okay, I feel like that's enough of this one. Let's check out exploring, and then I do want to talk about
on April 26th,
that one video from Friendly Jordies. It's really funny, guys. It's actually embarrassing how cucked these people are. They were wearing pink Make Coal Great Again hats to give you a little teaser trailer.
1986, reactor unit number 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded. Steam explosions that could lift a space shuttle rocketed.
In Australia, we don't need anything like this. We have lots of land, flat land, a lot of sun, a lot of wind. Solar farms, wind farms work better.
Thousands of kilograms of radioactive material into the sky, and this deadly detritus would go on to contaminate over 100,000 square kilometers of Western Europe. This undeniably was and still is the worst nuclear disaster in history. At the time, just 2 miles from the explosion, nearly 50,000 people were living entirely normal, even privileged lives in the city of Pripyat, an atom grad that was a jewel of the Soviet Union. And these lives continued on as if nothing had happened for 36 hours after the explosion, until a fleet of 1,200 buses under the command of
I'm going to pause this for a second just to, because I've explained this before. We don't need any plants. We can run Australia entirely on renewables. We also have everything required to get here. We have a lot of immigrants that have trade skills, building skills, which a lot of Australians do not. Most of them are living in big cities where there are large housing crisis issues because of these immigrants coming in. They want jobs, they want houses, and the white Australians are obviously getting mad. All we need to do is just pay for them to go build some houses, maybe an hour or two away from the big cities. They can live in those, they can even have those houses, because then they get to build their solar farms and their wind farms and the batteries next to where they live, and they can continue to work those jobs and maintain them. Add them to the grid, fix housing issues, fix immigration racism because of housing issues, add clean energy into the system. Coal is dead. We can do that. We like don't need any nuclear. I've covered it in my last video too. It would be more expensive, take more time, and it's just like the idea of nuclear energy in Australia is a front for the coal lobby. It entirely is. It's much easier. Like, it depends on where you are. Like, even hydro isn't really necessary here.
Soviet authorities evacuated the city in under 48 hours.
The nuclear power plants are already only going 20, 30 years long lived after that. It's the not mentioned fact. Exactly. They're not useful in this context. I think Europe should have nuclear power plants. I don't think Australia needs them.
Young families, brilliant scientists, and the Soviets' best engineers were told to only take the bare minimum. Identity papers, documents, food, and clothing. No worries. They would be able to return in 2 to 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
But no one ever did. Pripyat's current levels of radiation will prevent resettlement for at least 24,000 years, which may as well be forever. Today, Pripyat is a town frozen in time, a unique freeze frame.
Depending on where you are, they are sustainable.
I'm taking you inside.
All you have to do is invest some money into it and make them better. It's the same thing with everything else. The more you make it, the cheaper it gets to make, and the better the tech gets. We have exactly. Australia is the size of the United States with a population smaller than that of Florida. We have a lot of space, a lot of it, and it's always sunny in Australia. I'd be down with 1 or 2
because of its gross,
redundancy, but they would
contamination,
be generally
Pripyat
not
today
running.
is unsuitable for human habitation. Paradoxically, this makes it the perfect place for some people to visit. I, along with a team of scientists, engineers, and nuclear experts, were lucky enough to spend a few days surveying Pripyat with the goal of learning what an environment like this is actually like, of going beyond what you see in breathless headlines or sensationalized YouTube videos. It's simply something you have to experience in person. Chernobyl's dead city
we don't even
is
have
really
trees like this. Like, forests like this aren't even really, it's just flat land. Merry Christmas, that's a slob. Good to see ya.
Only place on Earth where you can see and study the aftermath of a disaster on this scale.
Okay, I'll bring Chat the cat. Where is Frank? Let's go find him. Frank! You wanna come with me? Wanna say hi? Wanna say Merry Christmas, Frank? Hello. Mwah. 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 There you go. Okay. There we go, back to it. I can see the arguments that y'all are having, and I'm not getting into that because it seems like Astral Storm has it handled, actually.
We'll get to see what I hope to show you. Pripyat is featured in everything from documentaries to TV shows to urban explorer videos to movies to video games, but our group was here with the explicit permission of the government of Ukraine and the power plant itself, and so we got the kind of access and information that most don't.
Cat hair all over my face now.
But make no mistake, we weren't just wandering around the exclusion zone, and we weren't scaling crumbling buildings or going anywhere radiation safety would prohibit. We were shadowed at all times by power plant personnel to make sure that didn't happen.
Because we covered that at the very beginning, ADS. Jump on YouTube.
The first
and
thing
you
you
can
notice
watch
about Pripyat today is that it looks nothing like the kind of wasteland you've come to expect from post-apocalyptic media. Buildings still stand, trees are growing, insects are scurrying along concrete, healthy-looking dogs follow you around knowing you probably have a snack.
By the way, guys, if you are on Twitch, please jump over and drop the follow on YouTube because I'm still lacking the subs to get monetized on there, but B, also, Twitch has banned me before and they might ban me again. If you like my content, you'll want to be able to find me.
To understand Pripyat now, you first have to reframe it in your mind.
For nobody.
It's not a green glowing hellscape. No, it's a snapshot of what a town looks like 35 years after humans suddenly and unexpectedly delivered land back to nature.
I'm just happy that I don't have to argue, because someone else is doing it for me.
Founded in 1970, Pripyat was an Atomgrad, a closed city designed by the Soviet Union with the explicit purpose of serving the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. As this plant was poised to be among the world's most powerful nuclear facilities, Pripyat attracted the best and brightest that the Soviet Union had to offer. Young scientists, engineers, and other experts flocked to the city like young aerospace graduates might do today with a company like SpaceX. The town's streets were lined with one of the founders' favorite flowers. For a small town of 50,000, there were 25 stores and malls, 27 cafes, cafeterias, and restaurants, a culture palace, a cinema, a school of arts. Residents could enjoy 10 gyms, 10 shooting galleries, 3 indoor swimming pools, 2 stadiums, 1 park,
Okay,
35
cool. Yeah, don't care. Please, get on with it.
Officially returned, and Pripyat was 26. All 5 secondary schools. The average age in Pripyat was 26.
That's what I wanted to hear.
All of this youth,
Yeah, this is more
culture,
fluff
and
than I
talent
want. Exactly.
ended up leaving Pripyat in less than 48 hours. No one ever officially returned, and they likely never
Sorry,
will.
Kyle. I know you need to fill time in the video, but
If I told you that I was coming to the satellite city of Pripyat, of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and you thought I'd be encountering some sort of nuclear wasteland, I hope that you can see it couldn't really be more wrong.
Face
There is
back ass, but
contamination,
they certainly
about
will
2
ban
times
me
higher in
again.
the background, back on the road right now, but it's undeniably beautiful out here. In October, the weather is nice. Trees are changing
Watching
color.
Chernobyl
There's
isn't
abandoned
going to teach
buildings
you about
and
orphan
hot places
sources,
that you don't
which
want
is
to
the
be, but
point
this
of
is
this.
also the hike of a nuclear physicist's dreams. It's really something to behold, not exactly something to fear.
You think censorship's not going to get bad? The sources are him. He's going to show you. They're doing it physically. Orphan sources. They're bits of radioactive material that have spewed out from something like Chernobyl's explosion or even Fukushima, which are tiny little shards or rocks that are highly, highly radioactive, with some of them even like, it's not even just uranium, plutonium. There's a lot. If he can write women, no, he can't. Probably not. I've seen the AI woman he has in one of his other videos. Let me see if I can just jump right to the timescale.
Pripyat undoubtedly has an odd beauty to it. Images of it are now iconic.
Has a similar impact. Is recreated down to the windows in Call of Duty Warzone. Pripyat is not a war zone, but the reach of its iconic disaster imagery has a similar impact.
First sign you see of a deadly tsunami.
Even though we are in one of the most iconic places when it comes to nuclear disasters, even though we are in the place that you see in all the pictures about Pripyat and Chernobyl, I'd like to point out
Combined with
that we are
human
still
error are what
not that
would
much
create
higher
the
above
conditions
Soviets
for the
did love
only
radiation
other
right
event.
in my own home. Yes, we're 2 or 3, 4 times higher, but
Yeah, you know
nothing
what?
that's
We're
going
putting
to
this on.
immediately injure us and cause us bodily harm. I want to point that out because
Let's
just
skip
behind,
around. All right.
people are
I hear the beeping. I'm looking
places
for
like Pripyat get all
specifically
the
one
press
bit
when
here.
people are looking up what happened after the disaster. They see images of the gas masks and the abandoned buildings, but they don't see places like this, places that existed outside of Pripyat where people were living the same way for 100 years with no electricity, with no running water, and undisturbed by everything else that was going up around
Something
them.
just shocked me. What was that? It was, I think I found a better video to explain this. I'm trying to see if I can switch it over to there. Goddamn, Kyle, make a better playlist. Okay. I think this is going to have a better understanding. So this is Fukushima, really quickly. Because the important part here does not lie in the actual explosion. It does not lie in the actual accident. It lies
Their
in
meltdowns.
afterward.
Reactor 2 would also melt down on March 14th, and then explode on March 15th. For the third time ever, corium, the most dangerous substance in the world, had been created. This radioactive lava oozed to the bottom of the containment vessels of reactors 1 through 3 and probably ate its way through 14 centimeters of steel to pool on basement floors. I say probably because to this day we don't know
why
where all the
YouTube
corium
delays.
ended up. What was known was that
Corium.
because to this day we don't know where all the corium ended up. What was known was that nuclear fuel was no longer contained, and radiation was being released into the environment by the explosions, by the floodwaters, and by the reactors themselves. But the radiation released at Fukushima wasn't the only invisible force that began haunting Japan in 2011. It is impossible
we'll
to
get
convey in
past
words just how
Yes, it was horrible. Yes, that's not what we're here for. Thank you.
is the accidental release of radioactive material into the environment, as it is the material in the reactor's fuel rods, like uranium, that emits the energy and particles that can damage and or destroy living tissue. At Fukushima, the accidental release of radioactive material into the environment, as it is the material in the reactor's fuel rods, like uranium, that emits the energy and particles that can damage and or destroy living tissue. At Fukushima Daiichi, this material was escaping.
I'm hoping to have my own domain early next year, and that'll make things much easier.
3 ways. Some of it was being vented into the atmosphere as workers tried to prevent the kind of gas explosions that shook reactor units 1 and 3. Unit 2 was spared an explosion because of this emergency venting. Other radioactive materials were flung into the environment by the explosions that could not be prevented. The majority of the radiation released by the disaster escaped in these 2 ways. The rest of the accident's radiation was being discharged into the sea as contaminated cooling water, the very same water being pumped in to keep the failed cores from failing further. Hundreds of thousands of tons of contaminated water would be evacuated into the Pacific from storage tanks in the first few months after the tsunami. This approach was understandably incredibly controversial because the coast of Fukushima Prefecture has some of the strongest ocean currents in the world. Radioactive water dumped here would inevitably spread everywhere. According to the French Institute for Radiological Protection and Safety, water seeping out of Fukushima was the most important individual oceanic emissions of artificial radioactivity ever observed.
List of orphan sources incidents, just so you guys understand this is fucking everywhere. This is chronological list of orphan source accidents and incidents reporting. Also, we're going to talk about every single actual substance in them. 1962. No, I don't care about that. Let's go jump to the 70s. Right. Okay. So Japan, iridium-192, source for industrial radiography, was lost. 6 construction workers received doses of 15 to 130 rem. Salisbury, Free State, South Africa, 6.7 Ci iridium-192 again. Here we have in Algeria, again, iridium-192. In Australia, there's a lot of orphan sources of cesium in Australia, actually. Another reason that I don't want nuclear energy in Australia. We're already kind of fucked with, there's nuclear shit all over the place in the outback that we don't even know is there. Then, California, we have iridium-192 again on a job site. Worker picked it up and carried it in his pocket for 45 minutes before giving it to his manager. The worker got 68 rem and the whole body dose, surface dose to his buttocks. That guy probably died. Azerbaijan, cesium-137 in their pocket, exposed several individuals. 5 people died, 13 people were injured. India, iridium-192. Juarez, Mexico, cobalt-60 contamination. Materials from a discarded radiation therapy machine containing 6,000 pellets of cobalt-60. The transport of the materials led to several contaminations of his truck. Remaining pellets in the scrapyard contained another 5,000 metric tons of steel, estimated to be 300 Ci, 11 TBq. What's TBq again? TBq is the gamma knife, expensive. Yeah, it's TBq being terms that I don't know. Cool, I don't need to know that one. That's fine. But the steel was used to manufacture kitchen and restaurant tables, legs, rebar, which was shipped to the US and Canada. The incident discovered months later when a truck containing contaminated building materials to the Los Alamos National Library drove through a radiation monitoring station. Contamination was later measured on the roads of transport. Original damaged radiation source. Some pellets were actually found embedded in the roadway in the state of Sinaloa. 109 houses were condemned to have because of the material that was in them. Morocco, iridium-192 again. Genoa in Brazil, cesium-137. 250 people were contaminated. 4 people died. There's a lot of these, but it's not even just like cobalt, iridium, and cesium aren't the only ones. They're just the most common ones. But let's jump to the 2010s. New Delhi. See? 35-year-old man died from his injuries after containing cobalt-60. Came from a gamma cell 220 research source, which was incorrectly disposed of by sale as scrap metal. Again, people doing stupid shit with things that they sold the radioactive material as scrap metal. Glowing paperweight. Didn't we used to make plates and like cups that were radioactive? Oh, also, thanks for the sub, Astral Storm. I really appreciate that. I just saw that. Venezuela, again, iridium-192. Several workers. Exposure to necessitate transport to France for medical treatment. They went from Venezuela to France. That's how fucked they got from this. These aren't explosions. These aren't these are just people carrying shit and fucking it up. During a routine inspection of the port of Genoa, Italy's northwest coast, a shipping container from Saudi Arabia containing nearly 23,000 kilograms of scrap metal was detected to be emitting gamma radiation around 500 SMV, 50 rem per hour. After quarantining the container for a year on port grounds, they dissected it using robots and discovered cobalt-60, 23 cent. That's a big thing of cobalt-60. Jesus Christ. More cobalt-60. Australia again with cesium-137. Like, this is out of control, and that's why we want to learn about it and how this happens.
Japan was now being haunted by a ghost it had not felt since 1945.
Radium paint,
and
yes, that's
people
what
were
it was.
scared.
We still
But did they
use
have to?
tritium paint?
Chernobyl, a noun now synonymous with disaster, is the only other event
It's not mysterious, Captain Buggy. Here's the thing, right? A lot of people will ask you for sources that are like PhD level sources, and a lot of these people can't read. So, not even like the PhD, they just can't read, let alone the PhD level sources.
in human
I
history
can't
to
read the
receive the
PhD
highest
level
rating on the
sources for
nuclear
this.
disaster scale. It would be easy then to put Fukushima in the same
yeah, it's a
sentence
unit
with
of
Chernobyl.
radiation.
It would be easy, but it would also be misleading. While there were explosions that released radioactivity at Fukushima Daiichi, the reactor cores themselves didn't explode. Rather, they slowly melted down and oxidized over a number of days, which meant that materials were actually stuck in the building and not rocketed into the sky by explosions that lifted a 2 million kilogram lid like it was a paperweight. Comparing the two disasters directly, Fukushima released up to 90% less radiation than the cores that burned up in Pripyat in 1986. Less radiation means less harm. Chernobyl ended up spewing contaminants that affected areas up to 500 kilometers away. Fukushima's
Which is what I was
contaminants
trying
only
to show
spread
you,
60
but
kilometers.
clearly
The exclusion zone created by Chernobyl was 30 kilometers. In Japan, it was 20. Chernobyl, the worst nuclear disaster in history, may have directly and indirectly caused 4,000 deaths. And maybe many more than this, numbers vary. Fukushima, on the other hand, according to every report and estimate, caused 0. No deaths. Measurements along Japanese coastlines also suggested that marine life would hardly be affected. The most at-risk people in the vicinity of the Japanese power plant wouldn't even experience radiation rates.
Just to show you, by the way, you can do this well, but the issue again isn't the meltdown. It's people and how they react. For example, for a really, really good example, again, here we go. Let me just
much higher than background.
continue this while I...
These comparisons are important because it's too easy to see Fukushima as an equivalent Chernobyl. It's not. There is consensus among scientists that the impact on health is minuscule. Japanese nuclear expert.
This is the real problem. Again, it's still this guy, but he's the best source I have on a lot of nuclear theories, nuclear energy related stuff on YouTube. You make great content on this. This is the bigger problem than the actual power plants. It's people.
Over the last few years, the Demon Core, the pit of plutonium that caused 2 of the worst nuclear criticality accidents in history, has become a meme. We explored the origins of this joke in its own video, but the essence of these memes is that an oblivious character interacting with an extremely dangerous object, one only nerdy social media users will immediately recognize, is funny. The undeniable popularity of Demon Core memes has apparently now extended to extremely radioactive sources in general. This video, allegedly created by a Tumblr user and posted around November 2022, has been seen by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, extrapolating from shares on Tumblr, retweets on Twitter, likes on TikTok, and upvotes on Reddit. It clearly has the same appeal as a Demon Core meme, a hapless character unwittingly meeting a dangerous object that they got from, quote, a guy in a parking lot. The danger is apparently
Now, whether
proven
this
by the
is real or
radiation-induced
not,
film grain when the metal
in
capsule
this
was
specific context, does not matter. This kind of shit happens all the fucking time.
opened or closed, or a hand is placed over the opening.
I don't think this one was
When
real,
I
by the
first
way.
saw this video, many of you sent it to me and many commenters were
this
using my
does
videos
happen.
to talk about this unfolding accident. I didn't think much of it. The container didn't look right to me. The radiation looked too intense. But a few weeks later, I was sent a follow-up that took this post from odd to legitimately concerning. The video's alleged originator, under a new account, said that the video shows a capsule containing cesium, and that handling the capsule gave them serious burns on their hand, which doctors had to remove muscle from to, quote, save the arm. Anyway, the follow-up reads, "Be careful what you buy from strange guys at flea markets. They might just be trying to kill you." The internet was understandably concerned. The image of radiation-induced limb damage appeared to be unique.
It's capitalism.
And after the
It all comes back to capitalism. If you do this for, not for profit, then you do it well. These things tend to not happen.
Both Tumblr accounts simply disappeared. It was just the right amount of convincing. Orphan source accidents like this really have injured and killed people, and have involved cesium. But the internet being the internet, the doubters were just as vocal as the concerned. Was this actually history's first viral nuclear accident, posted on the internet as a cursed video for all time? It certainly wouldn't be the first such video I wish I could unsee. The Tumblr video wouldn't have gone viral in the first place if it wasn't genuinely upsetting and genuinely believable to the average non-expert. There is an isotope of cesium, cesium-137, that is extremely radioactive and therefore dangerous. It's the principal contaminant in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and cesium-137 emits gamma rays that
also
could produce
all
film
over
grain.
Australia.
Orphan sources of cesium-137 can and have caused serious bodily harm in the past, much worse than the unique image in the update, in fact, and have been obtained without knowing the potential for disaster. Finally, the amount of cesium-137 that is dangerous could easily fit in a capsule of the size we see. When used in industry and medicine, it's held in capsules that could fit in your pocket, though you'd never want to put it there.
Yeah.
However, though unregulated objects that pose an immediate radiological threat, orphan
No,
sources
this one
are,
was
in fact,
almost certainly fake. But this is a real issue that happens, and the fact that we've come to the point where now it's memeing, we're too stupid for this shit.
I still have reasons to doubt that we saw.
It's the capitalist profit motive that drives people to not put in full effort because this is not the job they want to do. If you want to do your job, you're going to do it right. You're not going to fuck up as much. And this kind of shit isn't going to get out. Remember, we were reading the list of orphan sources. How did most of them get to them? Either they fell off of a truck, either they were accidentally sold as scrap metal, they were improperly disposed of. These are the ways that this happens. And then some guy at a flea market could potentially just sell you some cesium-137. This, I don't think, is a real
potential nuclear disaster unravel on Tumblr, of all places. If the original poster did actually, quote, mess with it for a few days, they're extremely lucky that tissue removal on the hand and a skin graft on the arm was all that resulted.
This is a you die kind of fuck up.
In 1999, a welder in Yanango, Peru, unknowingly put a similar capsule of iridium-192, used for industrial radiography, in his pants pocket for just 6 hours. The resulting hospital stay lasted for almost a year and a half. He lost his leg and the ability to use the bathroom normally.
A year and a half in the hospital because he just picked it up off the
ground.
ground. It was a
extremely
rock.
graphic images of his injuries here. Point being, if the original poster was, quote, messing around with unshielded cesium-137 for a few days, there likely would have been far more damage to them, and possibly to anyone they live with, the guy in the parking lot, anyone who investigated the capsule at the flea market, and so on. Then there's the non-viral attention that this incident would have generated. Treating radiation-induced lesions that require skin grafts,
They regularly do that.
Can
Corporations regularly dump toxic waste where they're not supposed to. Corporations regularly, again, if this is a privately run facility that uses these, then they're going to want to save money and be lazy, and then that stuff happens. It gets improperly disposed of. So the lesson here is don't put the lesson here is, yes, don't put strange rocks in your pocket. Capitalism causes this, and radiation from nuclear energy isn't the problem. It's stupid people who don't, understand how radiation works and go out of their way to do dumb shit. That's the issue. It's capitalism is really on top, though. All of this could be entirely gone, no issue, if it wasn't a profit motive involved. Publicly owned companies would have a much lesser risk of accidentally, selling iridium as scrap metal.
Literally take years, as atomically twisted wounds refuse to heal properly.
Yes, it is.
Doctors have misdiagnosed radiation damage many times throughout the history of nuclear disasters, but the seriousness of what's being claimed here makes it less likely that the poster said nothing about the source of the injury to the people that treated them, and that not one doctor or nurse alerted any agency about a possible radiation injury, as is protocol, and as has happened in nearly every other major orphan source incident. Commenters on the original video also speculated that the skin graft in the photo was in fact from an unrelated surgery that leaves a unique mark.
Yeah, this wasn't real.
When the aptly named Tumblr user Decay Heat saw the original viral video, they decided to investigate themselves. While it's true that radiation can cause film grain, it didn't look right to them, so they reached out to Dr. Andrew Seltzman, an MIT-trained research scientist that specializes in plasma physics and works directly with extreme sources of radiation that can cause intense visual artifacts. And this was Dr. Seltzman's response. Quote, "It's certainly fake." Dr. Seltman also pointed out that according to the physics, the gamma radiation from the cesium-137 and the associated visual noise would not be attenuated by a human hand, as it is in the video. Gamma radiation would pass right through.
Yeah.
At this point, I was ready
Melt
to end
your
the story.
fucking hand.
The original script for this video actually ended right here, but I decided some diligence was required to tie up any loose ends. So I called up a friend of mine who is a nuclear contamination expert and one of the specialists who led me through both the
Look,
Chernobyl
guys,
and Fukushima exclusion zones.
we can do
And
politics.
that's when things
stuff.
got a lot more complicated.
This obviously would qualify as an orphan source.
Do you have any reason to
I mean,
doubt
to be
the
fair,
veracity
we
of
were
something
going
like
to do
this?
politics after this one anyway. I was going to play, like, a politics video immediately following.
No.
Why
No,
not?
I think the confirmation is in the camera. Somehow he identifies it as cesium, which, so far, logical. High-level sources are found all of the time. They are sold at flea markets all of the time. Doesn't surprise me that he would then delete and take down his account.
True. That's
Because I assume that he got shook down pretty good. Based on how this should go, okay? So now understanding how the state response should be in this situation, this guy's in trouble. Legal trouble.
If you saw this going viral on the internet, to you, does this seem like something that is more legit than not?
It's because it's on
It
1.5
passes the
speed.
sniff test.
Turned away from memes and back towards a potential disaster, I knew things couldn't end here. I had to dig deeper, and I was not expecting where this story would lead me. By the time I got to this story, both the
Yeah,
Tumblr
whether
account
there's
with the
anything
most
in it or
virality
not,
and the
you should
account that
assume
posted
it's
the
not.
worrying follow-up were gone. So, per Lucas's suggestion, I went to the Internet Wayback Machine and tried to find any post history for the two accounts. There was almost nothing, aside from a day or two of posts from the first account. But
Is it
then,
illegal to
buried
make fake radiation videos? Not sure about that, but it is illegal to sell radioactive material and like have it and walk around. Who the fuck is selling cesium at a flea market? Someone who doesn't know what it is. That's the thing. They come in scrap metal, in little rocks that you pick up. They're all over the place. There's cesium-137 scattered all across Australia.
among them, I found another worrying
Probably
follow-up.
bulletproof bullet. I would
Quote,
think so.
Thanks. I'm not sure how much recovery there is for this sort of thing, honestly. After doing that to myself, I'm probably going to be walking around looking like a freak for the rest of my life, LOL. My doctor said that about 41% of people that go through this surgery don't make it long term. Still not sure what he meant by that, but it doesn't sound good. Makes you wonder
Wait, so
if
now
anyone
is
should be
this
doing this at
real
all,
then?
or maybe there's another way to go about helping me, but whatever, I'm just following the science. End quote. Why would this user go through the trouble of posting about an injury again to almost nobody if they were faking it? Maybe
You can.
someone
That's
did get
that's
hurt.
my issue.
Now more
You
concern-
can accidentally buy an orphan source on eBay without even knowing.
than ever. My next stop was the database of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which may have filed a report about an orphan source accident if it was in fact as serious as it looked.
Which it
I
should
started
have.
in January 2022 and went through every single incident report up to the time of this recording, as the reports are often delayed. Nothing. Again, maybe someone did mess up enough to be hidden from public view. It was time for a Hail Mary. I put the
Exactly,
earliest video I could
Netbox.
find into a metadata scraper to see if there was any information that could give me the time, location, anything at all. And amazingly, I got a hit. A comment that read, "The iFunny video." It was my only real clue so far, so I searched iFunny's website for any nuclear or radiation-related hashtags and videos around November 2022. Another hit. And better yet, the still image from the video was posted on the 3rd of November, the earliest posting I had seen. I then used Google Lens to search for even earlier postings of the same image. That led me
This
to
is getting
9gag,
juicy.
which was even earlier than iFunny, and comments there led me to the Electro Boom subreddit, where the video was posted for fans of the popular YouTube channel to discuss whether or not the video was real or fake. I figured that the comments on a large subreddit of a popular science YouTuber would have at least something for me, and that something, well, there's no other way to say this, a pony play fetish account.
What?
Amid the concerned responses on the Electro Boom subreddit were just as many doubters, and one had proof.
Pony
a
play
link to
fetish.
the original video I had so much trouble finding.
That's
On November 2nd, 2022, Twitter user RyePony posted the earliest example of the viral video. The primarily rubber fetish kink account also posted another video in reply. The same hands, location, and lighting proved the first had to be the original. After a roller coaster ride of doubting the video, then being concerned
Me
enough to
too.
sift through hundreds of NRC documents, then researching hashtags on 9gag, then having to Google pony play for the first time in my life, this was the source of the viral meme, and the video was definitively fake. I had gotten my answer. We did not, in fact, see history's first viral nuclear accident, but I still had questions. Why was a pony fetish account making a
if you
meme that,
polish
unlike
Viz, she
anime
will
girls
be
in the
shiny as fuck. I'm shiny as fuck normally. I just have some of the lights dimmed because it's hot as fuck.
Core was problematic at best. So, I did what anyone else would do. I slid into a Rubber Pony's DMs and asked for an interview. A note here, Rye will remain anonymous and answered my questions via email. The voice you will
Based-
hear is not theirs and is simply there so that you don't have to read the rest of the video. Why did you make the original video?
I was bored and it was an idea that
Astrostorm,
was
how do
kicking
you
around
know
in my
so
head
much
for a
about
while.
this?
I think I was talking to a friend about the drop and run pillows and how I wanted
Bosch's burner account. Yeah, that's the pony play one. Exactly.
it. It led to a discussion about orphan sources and detectors and how if you put tape over a cell phone CMOS chip, then count the flashes, you can estimate radiation.
How did you fake the video?
I used Adobe Premiere and a static effect with keyframes. It isn't really the right look for
Makes
ionizing
sense.
radiation, but I was just being dumb and didn't want to spend more than 10 minutes on it.
Why are you so knowledgeable about this stuff?
I do have a STEM background. I used to work with robots. I wanted to be a control and automation engineer for nuclear energy, specifically working on SCRAM systems. Because of that, I studied nuclear science just enough to gain an understanding of things like cross-sections and moderation. I spent about a year in that at school.
Were you surprised by the response to the video and how far it spread?
Yes, I had a few people message me overnight saying, "Oh no, right."
Well, either way, if even this not being an orphan source, there's been tons, and that's the issue. There's orphan sources all over Japan, orphan sources all over, I mean, the deadliest area of Chernobyl probably would include that. You guys voted 50-50 to stay on nuclear. I can see if we can get the right clip here. Nah, it's not gonna do it. Fuck it. We're moving to a tiny little bit of politics, although this is going to be a very fun bit of politics.
When you were in
This is great. This is really great. You guys are gonna love this because it's also gonna tie into nuclear. Because again, this is the current debate that we're having pre-election.
Hey,
It's still
guess what?
science.
A special
It's
someone
science and
leaked us
politics.
a certain Christmas party video. It's the mining industry, by the way. All the heavy hitters. And this was designed just for them. This was never supposed to reach the public. And originally,
Well, not voting is your issue. If you didn't get what you want, you should have voted.
I was going to go through it on a stream because I thought that would be a fun thing to do. But then it turned into 2 streams. And then I realized, oh my God, this is way better than any of us could have ever imagined. You know what this is? This is all the heavy hitters of the mining industry. Big wigs in politics, from the Liberal Party and One Nation, to be specific. Going
By the way, if you're not aware
mining
with
industry.
how
Big
Australian
wigs in
politics works,
from the Liberal Party.
the Liberal Party is basically the Republicans. Our Labour is still further left than the Democrats, but just barely. And One Nation is, I mean, I would say MAGA, but like they kind of go a bit further.
One Nation, to be specific.
They're just
Going out,
incredibly
paying
racist.
fealty to
That's their only
overlords,
thing.
Talking about how they're planning to overthrow the government. And they thought that this would never reach the light of day, but this is how these people think. It is insane. So I thought that more people should know about this. So we've turned what was about 5 hours of content into
Essentially,
a shorter...
I can't. When we're talking about Australian politics, I have to be a bit more careful because you don't have freedom of speech in this country.
crunch as we possibly can. And I imagine that
This
once
guy
they
got sued by like an MP and lost because he went to court. And then you find out that you can't use anything that government officials have said in Parliament, in the court of law, because of parliamentary privilege.
has gone through this, it's still going to be extremely long because there's so much good content in it. You have no idea what these people
No,
are
our
getting
leftist
into.
parties are blocked off by the Greens. They do the same thing. It's controlled opposition. Everyone thinks the Green Party wants to like do good shit, but they just vote with the Liberals to block anything Labour wants to do. And then the Murdoch media, which owns like 96% of Australia's media, says that Labour didn't do anything, and then people are going to vote like Liberals in.
Simultaneously insane.
If no country is an island unto itself. Everything affects everything else, Anthony. What happens in Australia affects your country. I promise you. What happens in your country affects every other country.
And evil.
And also, Australia is just an American colony.
This is the provable footage of that. And also, by the way, this is just to let you know that this is your Christmas present. This is the last video that we will be releasing for things on
You do your
Patreon.
ad.
Some of that's going to be experimental. And if it's a good kind of experimental, it will reach the public. But in the meantime, I think that we've earned a Christmas present.
The Green Party
Maybe
on
we should-
some state levels in Australia can, and really actually not in America at all, actually, but in Australia, some of them can be good. Like Sarah Hanson Young. She's a good, like, politician. I respect her. Most of the Greens kind of suck.
sign up to our Patreon so that we can continue to give you stuff like this. This is going to be, I'm hoping, election changing. Let's see. We have some very, very naughty footage that shouldn't have been released. And we got our hands on it thanks to somebody who was very, very naughty in giving it to us. So we will find out later
Let's
on. I haven't even
skip
seen a
the
meeting
build-up.
of the...
So again, National Mining Day 2024, 425 subscribers.
mining industry,
Scroll down for
all
the
the big
views.
wigs, talking behind closed doors, 494 views. This was just between got
494
exclusive access
views.
to it.
It's
Look at it, only
unlisted.
494
They thought that they could just post this and watch it themselves. It's really fucked.
views. This was just between each other. This was just supposed to
The
be between
Greens
each other
are all
behind
generally
closed doors.
controlled opposition
And
at this
look
point.
at what is behind closed doors. It's really, really bad. It's damning. There is a bunch of things that they do not want released to the public.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you're enjoying your lovely 2GR entree.
Isn't it incredible? Already starting off with a guy with a South African accent. That's the MC.
The issue with the left is it's unorganized. We need
I want to
organization.
welcome all of you here at Mumbai. My name is Garrett Feltzman, and I'll be your MC tonight.
Damn. Get out the Filzman.
And as you can see from my hat, we're mainly in a gas-rich area, but we're big on mining and big on...
Make mining great again. Can you tell where this is going? Can you tell where this hour-long video of coal industry and government officials is going?
Resources.
I can't.
Hey,
I'm
you
sorry, I
didn't even
should
have
move
to pay
myself so I
$100
don't block Jordy's. It's his video, after all.
for that hat. Look at it. You know what it says? Keep mining great. Just to give you an idea of the caliber of person that's at this distinguished event. Isn't it incredible? Like, how dumb and bogan the people that really control this country are. You know, Pauline Hanson's in there, for instance. He's wearing a
Pauline
mining
Hanson.
great hat. They're just such dicks.
She's
They're
fucking
just,
evil.
They're just dumb. They're very dumb people, aren't they? Morning! Like, it's so annoying to people that
They are
dig
all
holes in the
Neanderthals.
ground for a living. They're the ones that control our destiny. All right, I think
It's true.
his funny accent has overstayed its welcome, don't you think? The rest of us just going to go, I'd like to thank this other bogan that looks like a Ned Kelly. There she is.
Bogan, by the way, is a Australian pejorative for it's basically our version of redneck. Dig baby dig instead of drill baby drill. Our left is organized but bereft of program, and a lot of people eat neoliberal. But yeah, well, I mean that's America, or unless you're in Australia. In Australia, the left is so fucking unorganized that you can't even talk to each other. So your country is just another giant extraction project that feels Canada. I mean, yeah, Canada is also an American colony.
Look at them. They're so pathetic. Look, it's just more Trump. Like,
Exactly
I
like
don't
this.
have a personality, and I like Trump a lot. Dig, baby, dig, instead of drill, baby, drill. Do you get it? We're having fun, aren't we? Bogans! Isn't it so annoying? Like, it's just really stupid people that have heaps and heaps and heaps of money that they didn't deserve in the first place, controlling the destiny of an entire country. These are the fuckheads that you have to negotiate with.
The platform we are
They're
on
the
was
ones that have like all the money, by the way. These people are the ones that have the most influence over government.
specially built for us by Santos to be able to see their gas plants throughout our gala dinner. And Santos, even
Look at this beautiful sight. A gas mine. There she is, right there. Look. You can see that little Ronald McDonald haircut
This
right
is
there.
the description of bogan from Urban Dictionary. Do they have their Project 2025? No, I don't think they need one. I think we just do it for them.
It's either an angry
Sorry, that's
lesbian
really
from Newtown
long.
or Pauline Hanson. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's any angry
Oh,
lesbians
that's
from
Pauline
Newtown
Hanson. That's Elmo Hitler.
in that crowd.
shouldn't we really have a national month or two, given our industry's contribution?
These people want a month
so
to celebrate coal.
Self-serving. I think that I should have a month. That's how good I am. Why are you good again, Gina? Because I was born into as an heiress into a family of some guy that just happened to like stumble ass backwards into
These
big
people
mining
are
property
dumb
that
as
says
shit.
that-
You, meaning Santos, have
Like,
contributed.
okay, this woman who's speaking is incredibly rich and incredibly stupid. Because money, as we've already established, after a certain amount, damages your brain, but also people that are born rich and are generally reactionary or conservative, they don't tend to give a shit or pay attention and learn. You, in my chat, are probably smarter than her.
Immensely to our country.
Most
Thank
of you,
you.
at least. Black
And
History
don't you
Month is
just-
now coal
She
mining
was
month.
waiting for
Exactly.
the pause break there.
Drill, baby, drill. Essential for getting gas to supply.
Damn, that's the
Simps.
closest that she got to a laugh for that. One guy looking extremely awkward that's clearly a sycophant.
As it's getting so darned hard to drill, baby, drill.
They have nothing. These
And our
people
government
have
wants
nothing.
to see
They
the
just
end of the fossil fuel industry. Your industry.
I do want to see the end of the fossil fuel industry.
We'll soon hear from CEO Kevin of Santos.
No,
Isn't
no,
it-
this is filmed in the coal lobby, and it was leaked to like an Australian YouTuber who does mostly like political and comedy videos. He's actually pretty good for Australian news sources. We watched his video on floodplain harvesting not all that long ago.
Timely, we hold National Mining Day, where gas has been produced and supplied reliably to Australians
National
for
Mining
more than
Day.
50 years.
That's what they
So
want.
they're already really giving the game away, aren't they? While all these assholes in Crikey are sitting there saying they're the same, they are both addicted to fossil fuels, the two major parties. What have you got over in the headquarters there? Them complaining about Labor putting all these restrictions on them and trying to get them out of the grid. You understand how bullshit this all is?
That our country.
By the way, that applies to us too. This two-sidesism. The Democrats are not good, but they're not this. And this is, you know,
run.
How all this realistic is it? This is literally the coal lobby in a private video that got leaked. That we're just watching politicians and rich people talk.
On sunshine and windmills.
So they always say windmill, don't they? To try and elicit this idea that the thing that you see...
Good thing that you don't follow your beliefs and move to a raw capitalist super rich nation that got cash from exploiting natural resources. I came here to see a friend and then I stayed because I got into a 5-year relationship, you fuckwit.
All over the country isn't generating. They think, no, it's like one of those 1600s cobblestone things. How could that power a whole country?
Put these on your own properties if you wish. But please stop forcing this on us taxpayers when the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always make it to your solar panels.
Such bullshit.
Still, they're
Natural
still
gas
saying
provides
it.
the stability required for sectors
This
where
is not
energy
true.
unreliability isn't an option.
How many times do you think these people have heard those same points just drilled into their heads? These same points that have been dispelled a million times. Everything that they're saying is complete and utter horseshit. We've done entire videos on these exact points. They still just... This is what's so infuriating about doing this job, right? Like, no matter how many times you dispel it, like we just spent 4 hours going through the donation reform things of the independent, stupid points that they're using just to justify their own selfish purposes. This is what's so annoying about having, like, wanting an actual outcome in life. Like, you do realize that most people don't want an outcome. Most people just want to, if they're like these people, they just want to keep printing money. And most other people just want to keep believing the same lies because it's just mentally taxing remotely to change anything.
And I'm going to add one thing to this. A lot of the left, ContraPoints said it best, like, will go down in history. These people don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power.
In your head, and so they'll just sit there and just defend the same shitty position that they've had forever. They'll never, ever, ever admit that they're wrong on anything.
But please don't make us taxpayers pay for more polys,
They want power.
bureaucrats and
I mean,
billionaires,
to be fair, they have the power
luxurious
already.
gabfests around the world in aid of banning fossil fuels.
One more time?
Did you all just hear that?
Billionaires.
Anything.
But please don't make us taxpayers pay for more polys, bureaucrats and billionaires, luxurious gabfests around the world in aid of banning fossil fuels.
Motherfucker, you are those people. You just don't want to ban the fossil fuels. Oh, by the way, iodine and borderline. It's literally so much cheaper to produce solar and wind and shit. Wait, did she just get mad about billionaires? Yes. You know what's even worse? Australia sells our fucking coal and natural gas for no profit, then buys it back from a foreign company. For a loss from us, they profit off of our resources. We give it away for free.
Did you all just hear that? She's sitting there saying, all these billionaires gallivanting around in their private jets, talking about the benefits
He's just
of renewables.
like,
What are you
he
doing?
just has like Vaush's jokes, all right? Just leave, you can pass the filter there.
A bunch of billionaires in
But
a room
yes, you have to
that
be
fly
an
around
idiot
in their
to
private
believe
jets
this woman.
to talk about the
or
benefits
rich.
of gas. It's like the same brain soup that you see when you watch Sky News. These are all just Sky News watchers running the country.
Essentially Fox News.
Thank you. Love audience participation. This
So cringy! Oh, man, it's like watching a really bad stand-up act. You know, someone that really doesn't know how to flip it when the audience goes in and they're just... I'm just going to pause. She was waiting for a laugh break there. I feel sorry for her. Hang in there, Jeannie.
The
You're just having a
taxpayer
bad...
billed $870,000 for COP29, which was our climate action. Yeah, the stories of Australia's climate action. It was what we put forward as we're going to try and stop climate change from our end. It's been dubbed a super emitter event, but COP29 is also a super spend. Oh, sorry, never mind. This is just one of the worst emitters. Never mind. It wasn't the action we put to try and change it, was it? Let's see. Allow federal government bureaucrats to tell their diverse stories of Australia's climate action. A tender notice from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, and Water published revealed it sought interest from providers for a pavilion to be supplied in Azerbaijan, where the United States Changes Conference being held. The notice revealed the contract's value was $871,000. They're complaining about fucking less than $1 million that they have to pay because they got taxed for this.
No,
Expensive net zero cult sure likes to use lots of...
to quote the Daily Telegraph.
Oh, the net zero cult, eh?
You know what I would love to know? I would love to know how much. They're just talking about building roads, upgrading roads, building an entire structure, getting all of these assholes to go over in their private jets and convoy them over to see a gas field, to look at a gas field while they do this. And they're complaining about $870,000 paid in taxpayer bills for the cops. I would love to see how much money was spent on that. Keep in mind, we're going to have to look at the stats again, but these guys just like, as soon as the Labor Party got in, they got them to pay 5 times the amount of tax that they've been avoiding under the coalition. 5 times the amount.
Which you should! We made them pay taxes again!
Tax. And they're complaining about 870, nothing. What we're talking about there was just like the election.
Yeah, sorry, this stuff is a bit infuriating, but it's also funny in that they're cringe.
Absolute pittance, and they're pretending these absolute billionaires, the richest people on earth, sitting there
Make
saying,
Australia awesome again.
$870,000 of our tax money. How much are you avoiding in tax a year? Billions. Absolutely billions.
Using hundreds of private jets. Does anyone here want the taxpayer to keep funding these trips? You're welcome to stand up.
When they say the taxpayer, they
nobody.
mean them, who are usually not the taxpayer.
No one in this room of gas execs wants taxpayer-funded money going to our competitor. How interesting. The little girl voice. It's that same voice that you hear in all these horror movies. Of like, I'm not allowed to leave the house. Mummy would get ever so angry, and Mummy's been dead for 20 years.
Our executives and I will be attending the opening of Cenex's latest facility after our National Day.
Gina Reinhardt, by the way, she's our Elon Musk. She owns this country.
People in the East need gas.
Yeah, but why don't we have any gas in the East? Why? Because the Liberals, and this is something else that you see online with all the whinge merchants and stuff, they're always just like, oh, they all just exported over. Yeah, but who voted for that? Who?
Netfox, you're a fucking moron. We already use coal energy. That's where the vast amount of energy use comes from. We use coal. The issue is we sell it overseas to another country and buy it back from their corporation at a loss to us. Merry Christmas, not laws. It's not about people that are smart running the country. It's about people that give a shit about people in the country, not about making money. That's the issue. It's money. It's capital.
Those contracts, and once you sign off those contracts, guess what? You can't get them back because they're legally in the hands of them, which means that you would have to start up a bunch of court cases.
And also that too, but like,
solve the problem in the short term of the gas.
I clearly, like, you guys don't. I didn't bring up the it's dirty argument because someone that makes that argument doesn't care. Oh, you're piss poor praxis. Okay, good to know.
We'd have to start up a bunch of court cases that you're never going to win and doesn't solve the problem in the short term of the gas. And then they're sitting there saying like, oh, the eastern states need gas while they're selling all of the gas off to Japan.
To advocate for sensible policies.
Look at this idiot with the cowboy hat on that says, drill, baby, drill.
The wrongly named Nature Positive Plan.
They're all simps.
We actually thought this had died its natural, not positive for Australians' death. Well, it will be the death of the Labor Party at the next election. If the ALP is foolish enough to pass
Killing
this...
the golden goose. Miners accuse Albanese, the Prime Minister. The mining industry feels under siege and punished for its success as a torrent of reckless interventions threaten projects and undermine competitiveness. That was warning from Minerals Council of Australia boss Tanya Costable, who also hit out at the federal government for pursuing industrial relations law that have been brought conflict in every workplace. Ms. Constable said miners were confronting waves of restrictive policy interventions, including reckless workplace laws, complex regulatory changes, and the looming threat of arbitrary environmental approvals under the Nature Positive Plan. The added burden of high energy prices and geopolitical threats to commodity prices were also combining to undermine the viability of... Okay, let me make something really fucking clear here, right? These guys don't just, like, mine coal. This is the entire mining industry. Australia's main export is natural resources. Iron ore, coal, cobalt, rare earth elements. China wants to, like, get contracts so they can mine for rare earth elements here. First of all, it's fucking stupid that we don't have foundries in which we make, and copper too, in which we don't produce commodities and sell them rather than selling the raw resources. We have people that could do the jobs. It would benefit the GDP. But no, we're a colony. We're not actually oh, that was sweet, Mike Crate. Thank you. We're a colony. We don't actually work for us. We work for the rich. We've already been bought. But this idea of restrictive, you can read between the lines here, right? This is just like Donald Trump speaking here. But secondly, we don't need any coal. And the current plan from Peter Dutton is 15 more years of coal to produce 7 nuclear power plants that are going to cost a ton of money to produce and may not even work. Like this might take 20 years, 30 years, whereas we can just build solar farms, fix the housing crisis, fix like immigration issues in 2 years for not even like 1/15 of the money.
And other market interference.
See, they're saying it right now, outright threatening the Labor government. Now, again, what do all the assholes at Crikey, what do all the new media whinge merchants say? What do all the whinge merchants say? Now, again,
the market interference at the next election. If the ALP is foolish enough to pass this and other market interference.
That's a direct threat.
See, they're saying it right now, outright threatening the Labor government. Now, again, what do all the assholes at Crikey, what do all the new media whinge merchants say? What do all the whinge merchants in the online say constantly? Oh, mining, both the Labor Party and the Liberal Party in cahoots with it. And they're explicitly saying they're going to take down the Labor Party.
You know, most houses in, sorry, I didn't realize the video wasn't playing. You know, most houses in Australia already have solar on them, right?
Foolish enough to pass this and other market interference.
See, they're saying it right now, outright threatening the Labor government. Now, again, what do all the assholes at Crikey, what do all the new media whinge merchants say? What do all the whinge merchants in the online say constantly? Oh, mining, both the Labor Party and the Liberal Party in cahoots with it.
Oh, and you know what's worse? If you have solar panels on your house, you get taxed and some of that energy gets taken from you. And then realistically, it's probably just sold.
They're explicitly saying they're going to take down the Labor Party because of their regulations and restrictions on them. And as I've got a video coming out, they will succeed at it too. As soon as the mining industry decides it's time to go for a Labor government, it always loses. That is an ironclad rule of politics every time. And it is so annoying that you now have another entire faction of these.
It's better than nuclear energy and coal. Yeah, like it's Cathro. It is the least pollutive energy source. We looked at that like not even an hour ago. Hold on. Here. Again, one more time. Greenhouse gas emissions and death rate from accidents and air pollution. Solar is at the very bottom. It's the best choice we currently have. I mean, if we could go and like build a big Dyson sphere around the sun, that'd be great, but we can't do that.
Climate 200s and your Australian institutes painting this completely false dichotomy that Labor and Liberal are equally loved by the mining party, while they're overtly saying how much they detest the Labor Party, while they have a minor party woman sitting there, Pauline Hanson.
The Labor Party,
without more supply,
currently,
prices.
The current party of Australia, the Labor Party, has actually been excellent, but they haven't gotten anything done. Why? Because the Greens have voted with the Liberals to block almost every single legislation. And what passed was the social media ban bill for 16 and under, and they didn't include Kick, Rumble, or Telegram in that ban. So that's the only thing that passed.
Will rise,
Basically,
impacting
not the only
consumers
thing, but
already suffering from the cost of living crisis and businesses that
Not the
rely
only
on
thing.
natural gas.
Isn't it interesting that all of their solutions to the
Oh,
cost
yeah,
of
and
living
the
crisis
anti-vaping
is
laws.
to allow us to make even more money, and that'll solve the problem. I don't know anything about the price controls laws that they're talking about. This is all
I
news to
want
me.
all social media to be illegal for those that are 18 and under. To be fair, we did 16 here. I would rather it be 18, but you know, we've talked about it at length. But the fact that Telegram, Kick, and Rumble aren't on there when those are the 3 worst things that you can have children go onto is ridiculous, and I'm going to try and fix that after the new year.
But I would imagine that if the Labor Party has done it, it is because they have gone to Canberra and they've done economic modelling on it and it has made sense. I get it. You know, I'm not one of these assholes who's like, everything is neoliberalism unless it's the government intervening in things, and like all private enterprise is bad, and everything should just be like, you should just be put 5 cents for a banana for the rest of eternity.
it won't do anything.
Dude, I understand that a lot of the times it does not make sense to put price controls on things. But I can guarantee you now, these bozos with this track record where we're 10 minutes in and they're saying that the price controls is a bad idea.
True, Captain Buggy.
Probably an amazing one.
And Telegram exists for Russian propaganda, CP, and buying drugs.
November is an important date in our national calendar. It is an opportunity to sell.
Stop doing this. I've noticed it. She does this every time she closes her mouth. Gina Reinhardt, it's my birthday. I'm 17.
After semiconductor manufacturing exists in like every industry and we use them for literally everything, that's not going away.
Provide to our country and to our living standards. And indeed, we do try to make our National Day celebrations. Thank you, all my overworked team staff.
Overworked team
Thank
staff.
you, we can do without you.
Overworked and underpaid,
eh? Waited on hand and foot
Gina
by, I think, almost individual waiters.
Gina
There's
Reinhardt.
so many
Jesus
waiters
Christ.
in there. Yes, they're very overworked. Look at them.
Data from the tax office shows that the mining sector has,
This is
for
also
the
true,
second year in a
Astral
row, paid more tax than all other sectors of the economy combined.
Good, because you make the most fucking money, you dipshit. Of course you're going to pay the most tax.
43.
This is libertarians.
What? No way is that true. The mining industry is 10% of Australia's GDP.
They have green light to act as if the user is an adult? No. It's literally under this law. It is illegal for a minor to be on, like, a 16-year-old or under to be on social media. And, by the way, the onus is not on the parents. You don't get in trouble as the kid. The parents don't get in trouble. If your 15-year-old is on Facebook, Facebook gets fined $50 million. Good. Pay more taxes, Porky. Exactly.
No way. I bet you the only place that we see that is going to be... Yeah, okay, Mineral Councils of Australia says that. Mining Weekly, then all other industries
Glass
combined.
is true, yeah.
I would love to see anything say this. Australian mining industry contributes $43 billion in company tax. I bet you that's what they're talking about. Okay, so this is what I think is happening here. Okay. They're talking about from large corporations, which is not industries. ATO collects $100 billion from large corporations. Yep, okay, we've gone through that.
Yeah, there is a difference between large corporations and industries, and of course they're going to conflate that.
Companies with an income of $100 million or more. Most sectors of the economy showed increased tax payable from prior year. Again,
I don't want some 14-year-old boy Googling how to make a girl like me and the first video they watch is Andrew Tate. I just don't want that to happen.
Foreign companies with an income of $100 million or more.
It also
Most
is
sectors of
nothing
the
to
economy
them.
showed increased tax payable from prior year. Again, this is what you get when you get Labor governments. You get corporations paying more. It's almost a fifth up since the Liberals are in. Almost a fifth up already from the corporate sector. And this is before they put in all their corporate tax evasion laws this year, just recently. It'll go up way more next year. This is the second year in a row that the mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined, paying more than 5 times they did in 2014 to 2015. Jesus Christ, there you go. Okay,
Nationalize the industries.
This is the thing that they're complaining about. What Gina Reinhardt is saying there is that the Labor government is forcing them to pay their resources, for our resources. They're getting the mining sector to pay more than all the other sectors combined. And Gina Reinhardt is sitting there saying, oh, we do so much for this country. We really do it. You're getting forced by the Labor government to do it. The one that you are sitting there saying you are going to get rid of the Labor government in the next election. So you don't have to pay that tax.
Exactly.
But what does $74.6 billion
and yes,
in just
Lennon,
2
this
of the
is
tax
true,
payments
and yes,
actually mean in dollars for Australians? To put in perspective, those $74.6 billion alone, without all the other billions, is enough to pay for our entire defence budget, plus all the federal expenditure on schools, all federal expenditure on...
You should pay 3 times as much money as you're currently paying, and if I was in power, I would nationalize your industry. I would take all of your wealth away, you fucking ghoul.
Roads and leaving some change to spare. After
this is hilarious. Again, this had 460 views, and it's an unlisted YouTube video.
Significant increase in health expenditure. Australian taxpayers spend almost $200 million each and every day to run our public hospitals.
Yeah, okay, so she's just fudged the stats then. She said they pay for all of these benefits in infrastructure and education and the military. And now let's just talk about health. So she's moved the goalpost there. But let's also point out they are still paying a fraction of the wealth that you can obviously argue is rightfully ours. Like, again, I'm not going to sell you false hope like all of the new media types of like, yeah, you just get in the right government.
That's not Fed posting.
No, because there is a long...
Fed posting is violence. Socialism isn't Fed posting.
Long history of the mining industry quashing any government that dares do it. We're going to do a video about it going back to the 60s, where there has been a bunch of governments that have been trying to tax and regulate and nationalize mines over the years.
She's spending it on private jets and gigolos and then complaining about other rich people who like have private jets and don't want coal to be the energy source. They're complaining about other rich people that want them to stop using coal.
Crushed, as in cooped, every single time that has happened. So it's never going to happen.
I mean, to be fair, nothing I said there was illegal.
Look at all this money that we're paying for. This is outrageous. Just know that they're still keeping...
$200 million is how much that goes into the healthcare system. 200 million. 200, that's nothing. That's nothing. Nothing.
Like 80% of it to themselves.
For the last 6 consecutive quarters.
They're still keeping like 80% of it to themselves.
For the last 6 consecutive quarters.
Oh yeah, and again, you have to understand that these are rich people who have really good accountants who will find tax loopholes for them to pay even less taxes. And as always, most of them hold their money on offshore tax havens so that they can't get taxed for them.
Standards.
Gina Reinhart rips into threat endangering Aussies' living standards. This is serious. By the way, Gina Reinhart is the woman talking. She's the fucking ghoul. Australia's richest person, Gina Reinhart, has once again ripped into government bureaucracy, is endangering living standards of Australians. Hey, look, it sounds exactly like Elon fucking Musk. Despite the approval of her newest iron ore mine. Yeah, the government bureaucracy is endangering the living standards of Australians by not letting me like mine. Oh, but like we also just let you mine. On Wednesday, Ms. Reinhart Hancock Prospecting confirmed the federal government had given the final green light to a $600 million McPhee project north of its massive Roy Hill operation in Noongar, Western Australia's remote Pilbara region. The project was first referred to environmental approval in early 2021, originally expected to, I can't see, the delay, oh, so basically it was just delayed. It still happened. She's just mad it took longer. The delay prompted Ms. Reinhart's ire about government tape, which she warned would stymie investment and compromise living standards. Mines aren't like wool that grow each year. They must be studied and invested. Fuck you. Literal demons, these people. Literal fucking demons.
Measured in GDP per capita, falling, record
Tyler,
business failures, record and rising national debt, rising inflation, and our
Australia's GDP is $1.724 trillion.
Cost of living crisis. This is not a time for linos, timidly fiddling around a few edges, careful not to upset the minority noises or rapidly increasing bureaucrats, none of whom will ever vote for the coalition. We need to make Australia great again, don't we?
They're all sycophants and simps.
You see? Isn't this incredible? This is the mining industry openly talking about how they're going to get the coalition back in power. When everybody sits there and says, oh, it's so easy, all you have to do is tax them. And they're sitting there plotting.
Because money shouldn't be, like commodities shouldn't be legal, Nat Fox. You know this. You've been here for a while.
With billions of dollars, looking out at their large gas investment pipeline that they've just started.
She's our Elon.
And they're sitting there saying, we'll just get the coalition re-elected again, like that.
Let's consider the USA.
Hear that one more time.
They're plotting with billions of dollars, looking out at their large gas investment pipeline that they've just started up. And they're sitting there saying, we'll just get the coalition re-elected again, like that.
This is what happens in every country. This is what happened in America. This is what's happening all over Europe. It's all the same fucking people. They all believe the same, like, words, too. Lino is rhino, as in, like, liberals, because our liberals are the Republicans. It's the same rhetoric. They all believe the same things. They're all just the right amount of stupid.
Let's consider the USA on one hand, bringing in Doge to ensure tapes are cut, and company tax is soon to be 15%, plus a drill baby drill president, as against Australia. Our company tax rate's double that. So far, the coalition has brought in more government tape and regulations than the socialist Whitlam government ever had. Commitment and action to significantly cut.
Okay, first of all, I just want to bring that up here. The current, like, Labour Party has brought more red tape and regulations than the socialist Whitlam government had, but that's because America cooed them.
Than the socialist Whitlam government government ever
The
had.
CIA had
Commitment
him
and action
removed.
to significantly cut is
Wait, was it
badly
Whitlam?
needed. Capital is already flooding out of Australia.
Pure fantasy. What did she say in that? That was incredible. What did she say in that for her grand vision of Australia? This is the woman that is in charge of this.
Yeah, it was
country,
Whitlam.
really. At the end of the day, she has the money to install any government she likes. That's what she's talking about now. And you listen to her grand idea of what a perfect Australia would look like, and what is that? One where she
No, not laws. They don't value us like we value people in SimCity or something. They think of you like you think of an ant, not even like a person. You are not human to them. You are property. And they're mad because you're getting uppity.
doesn't have to pay as much tax. That's it.
What has happened to this 29 billion gas project for our north when the minister later stated she wouldn't delay the project to protect a dangerous grey sea snake, a snake capable of killing us? Months have passed and that approval process.
Well, let's read that.
Sea snake, a
Sea snakes endangered declaration spark. Oh, by the way, like, again, this is all right-wing media we're reading. It's mostly all right-wing media in Australia anyway. Sea snakes endangered declaration sparks call to halt Woodside's energy browse gas project. A little-known species of sea snake is shaping the latest threat to Woodside's Energy's US $20 billion browse gas project, with Tanya Plibersek's department calling for an urgent review of Browse and other Timor Sea energy projects after the dusky sea snake was formally declared endangered. Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environmental Water made the declaration that the dusky sea snake is almost exclusively found in the waters of the Scott Reef above this project specifically. It is critical that a precautionary nature-positive context is applied to addressing known impacts. Yeah, there we go. That's what they're fucking... A sea snake that could kill us. They're trying to protect the snake.
snake capable of killing us. Months have passed and that approval process.
Essentially, yes, Lennon.
Did you hear that? This is why this evil Labour government has to go. They've put environmental regulations on us, and we're going to wipe out an ecosystem that holds an endangered animal. And that endangered animal, newsflash, guys, is venomous. I've never got no in my life, and now you're telling me no for some silly snake.
No one's ever told Gina Reinhart no.
To thank our lucky stars that Gina Reinhart is clearly an idiot. Can you imagine if she was smart? Can you imagine if she wasn't some bush pig bogan?
No, Netbox, there are tax havens all over the world. There is the Canary Islands. There is, what is it? Fucking, God damn it. How am I blanking on this one? I mean, there's Switzerland as well. But what's the main one again? What's the main tax fucking haven? Monaco's another one. Got a few tax havens. Here we go, real quick. Give me okay. So as we said, Switzerland and Jersey. Top 10 tax havens include corporate focused havens like Netherlands, Singapore, Ireland, UK, Luxembourg, Hong Kong, Cayman Islands. That's the one I was thinking of. Bermuda. That's where they hide their money. And then they don't have to pay taxes. Which animal in Australia isn't dangerous, huge, or venomous? Okay, America has scarier animals than we do in Australia. The only, we don't even have a predator on this continent besides the dingo. Not like a mammal predator. We have snakes and spiders, but if you don't go into bushes or out into the bush, you're fine. Oh yeah, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, those are sad. Kangaroos are not scary. Quokkas are the cutest animal in the world. Hold on, actually. And someone mentioned a quokka, and I have to show you because they genuinely are the most adorable thing. I've held one in my hands. That's a quokka. They love humans, by the way. Like, they're not afraid of humans. Drop bears. I mean, look, we got the drop bears, but don't piss off the drop bears. You know, if you don't go into their territory at night, the drop bears won't bother you. And the hoop snakes only are in, like, the bush anyway, so you're fine. Also, cassowaries. Cassowaries will fuck you up. That's another one. Forgot about that. And we did lose a war against emus, so... I mean, I live in, like, a suburban area, and I almost never have to deal with spiders. Ever.
Imagine if she had a brain.
When you subtract from this level of investment amounts that companies are having to spend on green infrastructure in order to meet the...
Rio Tinto sounds alarm on green laws, has warned that the Albanese government going too green at the expense of the mining industry that provides the backbone of the Australian economy. Here's an idea. Maybe we shift the economy to work on anything other than selling coal and iron and copper. Housing commodification for investors that are overseas, and school tourism, university tourism. Maybe we actually build some industries. That could work. Also, yes, like about half the koalas have chlamydia.
Increased green ideology.
In a swipe at moves to rewrite national environmental laws, the consultation process to date, Rio called on the government to embrace different perspectives and practical thinking from the coal industry. Rio cautioned the government that Australia needed a regulatory system that supported and enhanced the fossil fuel resource sector. The right-wing newspaper revealed on Monday that Rio had opted not to proceed with this part of the multi-billion-dollar iron ore project in Western Australia because of concerns about the population of ghost bats. Good. Fuck you, demon.
Burdens, along with amounts driven by inflated construction costs, which the CME have recently stated have increased by some 23% over the past 4 years. The actual amount of money flowing into building productive new mining projects in Australia, ones which could supply future revenue, is critically low.
That's incredible.
Good. I don't want any money going into mining for fucking coal. If you want to mine for cobalt, I'd rather you not, but like at least something that's not coal. First off, let's just fix energy, and we don't really need a mining industry unless you're also going to build foundries and make things. Make stuff in Australia rather than importing shit. We have so many resources. This is the continent that is the size of the United States. If you take like Alaska out of it, on top, it's almost the same size in landmass.
Isn't it? I will never, ever,
It's
ever
the fossil fuel industry. They're the ones that want to kill the bats.
And how the mining industry can simultaneously talk about, look at how rich we are. Look at how much we build this country in inverted commas. And usually what they're talking about is infrastructure to get to mines. But we build this country. We're so rich. We're doing so well. We're genius business. But we're really poor at the same time. We're really poor. And we don't have enough money.
We're so poor. We can't afford these taxes.
Reliably to Australians for more than 50 years.
So they're already really giving the game away, aren't they? While all these assholes in Crikey are sitting there saying,
wait, did I accidentally... Oopsie. Must have hit a button. Here we go.
So, this is the thing that they're... This is true. The mining industry is 10%.
Operations. Thank you, all my overworked team staff. Thank you, Richard.
Just a little bit past this.
I think say this. No way is that true. The mining...
For the second year in a row, paid more tax than all other sectors of the economy combined.
Oh, wait, we saw this too. Fuck, where were we then? Oh, okay. We hadn't reached that graphic yet. Did we? No, we had. We had reached that graphic. We had reached this graphic. We were right around here. Sorry about that, guys. Misclick on my mouse that has 15-ish keys on the side. If I hit one of them, it fucks it.
Ones which could supply.
We've been the 51st state for ages.
Is critically low.
That's incredible, isn't it? I will never, ever, ever understand how the mining industry can simultaneously talk about, look at how rich we are. Look at how much we build this country in inverted commas. And usually what they're talking about is infrastructure to get to mines. But we build this country. We're so rich. We're doing so well. We're genius business. But we're really poor at the same time. We're really poor and we don't have enough money. And so that's why we need our taxes cut. Because we just... while showing off our wealth, right here, they're talking about this massive gas facility that they've just made. They've created a big building to ship all these billionaires when they come over. That was another thing that they were talking about in the last video. It was so good. Look at all these billionaires flying off to COP to talk about climate change in their private jets. How did you get into the middle of the Pilbara? Private jet. Unbelievable. Can you truly imagine being Gina Reinhardt and sitting there and waking up every morning and thinking, no one has it harder than I. I haven't had it.
I can imagine that. I absolutely do. I can imagine these rich fucks getting up and thinking, oh my god, my life is so hard.
Is it life? Would you like me to insert your shit funnel in your anus for you, Gina Reinhardt? No, I think I'll use my own muscles this morning, Jeeves. But do bring out the bedpan. In fact, can we just Google this now? How much money do you reckon the mining industry made in profit last year? Okay, so it looks like that they got operating profit before tax. Yeah, 250 billion. Profit. And they're crying poor. 250 billion in profit. Now, let's just talk.
Profit. Not revenue. Profit.
Again, while they're sitting there saying, look at how much that we do for this country. We give so much to this country. We keep it going.
The rich fucking hate you guys everywhere. Whether it's here, whether it's there.
Healthcare last year. Yeah, so the entire healthcare budget. The entire healthcare budget they made in profit. In profit. So after all of their expenses on infrastructure investment.
I want to take their profit and then I want to put that into the healthcare budget. Double it.
that. This is the stuff that they capped. Admittedly, some of that was taken out of tax after that. So
All
that
of
would have
it.
been what?
Every last
I
drop
don't
of
even know how much they
profit.
got in it. You have to go deep into the ATO figures for that, but I can guarantee it wouldn't have been at the 30% rate that they're getting because they've got the best tax avoiders on earth working for.
It's the
As they
time
all
for
do.
leadership with courage. Let's not be frightened to learn from the success of President-elect Donald
Netflix, shut the fuck up.
Trump.
Jesus, it's so terrifying how much they're on board with Trump and that they just, like, they can't even think. It's amazing that they have so much money and they don't have a lick of creativity between them. It is huge testament to Donald Trump that he is such a showman, I suppose, that he has completely reinvented what all these types of people, how they see themselves. Like a room of the richest Australians, probably some of the richest people on earth are sitting there, like, yeah, we're the downtrodden.
Do you mean this video in this like poll? Do you like the stream on YouTube as in like what we're currently watching?
Now, and it is because of Donald Trump just being like, it's horrible, America's a terrible hellscape, and it's all because of me, we're bringing it back. So they're doing that same shtick now, but it's pathetic that none of them can come up with their own shtick. There's not a lick of creativity between any of them.
Trump, did someone say Trump? Oh, drill, baby, drill, I remember him saying that.
Simps. Sorry, can we just... Dolly Parton was right. Money doesn't buy good taste. Gina, what the fuck is that? Look at it. This is something that you get in one of those arcade malls. Yeah, you look great, Dale. Isn't that the weird thing about modern age? That everybody watching this stream right now is probably way more educated than Gina Reinhardt. They're probably way smarter than this woman.
You know what? Actually, I said this earlier and I agree. Every single one of you are probably significantly more intelligent than this woman.
Is probably way more educated than Gina Reinhardt. They're probably way smarter than this woman.
Nobody should have $1 billion unless everyone does.
For the last 70 years and has never had to pick up a book because why bother? I have thinking men to think for me. Think for me, thinking men. She pays them $100,000 a year. The newspapers say that you're good, Gina. Yes. I don't need to learn to remember to read anymore, do I?
As I have repeatedly stated, we need to cut government tape, regulations, government wastage, and tax burdens across Australia.
Yes, please like the stream.
A USA-style Doge that delivers action.
Elon Musk's ideology seems to be centered entirely around reading Anne Frank when he was 15. So, first off, it's the same thing that all those like libertarian
I mean, he's not wrong.
types in the US have of, yes, I will counter Das Kapital.
Look, you guys are watching me. You are generally more intelligent than at least the average American, because the average American is fucking illiterate. We should just tax the rich 100% above a certain amount. I mean, I think we should just get rid of private industry entirely. Private property should be illegal. Personal property shouldn't be. You should not be able to own the means of production at all, period. No stocks. You can't own a company. The state doesn't own the company. I don't want the state to own it either. I don't want a profit incentive. Money should not exist. Corporations should not exist. Public corporations or a different worker cooperatives. Industry in that manner leads to good outcomes, whereas corporate oligarchy is what we get with this.
Fountainhead, which is like, it's a fantasy book. It's like saying, here's my view of the world. Have you read Harry Potter 4? Yeah, I'm going to base my political leanings off of fighting evil with magic. And Birdie bots every flavored beans. We have to invent those.
That is right there, what he just said, that's pretty much the mindset of the average person. Not a barter system. I don't want a barter system. It's a stateless, classless, like, society doesn't need to barter. It's a cooperative system. You have more, someone needs, you give it to them with nothing in return. You don't have to expect something. You don't have, there doesn't have to be an exchange. It's cooperation. The individual's life improves the community. Improving the collective community improves the individual's life as a whole. It's a cycle. So, you know, you put it into the community and you get it back over and over. And then it just increases the standard of living for everybody when nobody gets to hoard money or own the means of production.
View of the world. So he comes in with Doge, which is, guys, it's a joke name. Yeah, this whole, I'm going to cut efficiency. I can't remember. What was it again? He was going to cut something like, God.
He's going to cut Medicare, Social Security.
That's not going to happen.
Veterans
I'm very happy
Affairs.
to be proven wrong. Maybe they are just going to be that psycho and cut the government to those extreme lengths and just completely collapse the government. Maybe they will do that. But probably what's going to happen is there's going to be a bunch of people around them sitting there and saying, look, you can pick on the Department of Environment as much as you like. You can pick on the Department of Education as much as you like. But that's a very teeny portion of the American budget. You are not going to be cutting this much out of it because then you'll have to start going against the defense industry, which is their version of the mining industry.
They're never going to touch that.
That's never going to happen. We need a Doge. We need a fictitious, made-up government department.
You guys understand that, like, the structure of Doge is one-to-one with the Gestapo, right? Like, the the reasoning behind their development to cut bureaucracy, to remove useless spending in the government. Like, that's how the Gestapo was also implemented. They're the same thing. They're the same thing. Why do you think he made the joke about Elon Musk's ideology seems to be just reading Anne Frank as a child?
That isn't going to do anything. That's what this country needs. That's why we're going to elect
imagining
people.
himself
We
as
need
Anne
governments
Frank.
to reduce the number of approvals required for projects.
What the fuck is this? Okay, first off, that is a really cute little dingo, but like, Jesus Christ.
First to go should be the federal departments, which repeat what the state departments already do. Certainly not, oh, well, let's try and just say if they comply with, government, federal departments, then that's
It is
okay.
almost
That's
certainly
not what we
Art.
mean.
These are fascists, and the fascists don't have creativity. None of them do. Why do you think they're all orbiting around Donald Trump, the only creative one? Because Donald Trump is not ideologically a fascist. Donald Trump just wants people to like him. He'll happily go along with fascists, but in his mind, like it's not. It doesn't come from in him. It comes from around him. Which is why he can produce creativity, and every single fucking fascist all around the world is now just repeating what he says, because none of them can come up with anything original on their own. They have no creativity. Creativity requires that you have a fucking soul, that you have emotions, that you experience life in the world, engage with other people, you feel things, you know? These are ghouls. They're not humans. I mean, they're humans, but like, not in my view of humanity. They lack humanity.
Again, like, that's nothing. She said nothing. She said that there's government departments that replicate what federal government departments do. Names and numbers. Names and numbers. And then immediately backtracks and says, oh no, we're not talking about the ones that say if you comply with federal government. So what? What department? What? Nothing. There's nothing going on in their heads.
Declining living standards over 6 consecutive quarters, record business failures, increased inflation.
Would Trump be a communist if everyone liked communism? Yes, he would. He would. He would. I mean, like, he wouldn't get rid of capital because, you know, he's a billionaire, and I mean, to be fair, he barely believes the shit that he says anyway. So yeah, he would definitely go around talking about communism if it was beneficial to him, if it made him popular, if it fed his ego. I thought ghouls didn't have noses. No, some of them do. Yeah, MAGA communism. Go so far to the right, you turn up on the left.
We should be watching and learning from the recent announcement following President-elect Trump's Dasami victory that he will be establishing a Department of Government Efficiency with Elon Musk and fellow billionaire Vivek Ramaswamy.
Trump has gone back on everything he said in earlier interviews. He said that he would let Caitlyn Jenner use the women's restroom in his hotel, like not even like 4 years ago.
Very brilliant chat.
What's the one thing that they're openly talking about? The one thing that's being pushed right now, because they dropped the mass deportations because they realize it's too expensive. All they're going to do is build the camps and then take the 1.5 million immigrants that are already slated to be deported, put them in that camp and make them work because, you know, slavery is legal when you're in prison. They're going to do the homeless encampments. I'm sure they'll do Trumpville's, but I was joking with the horseshoe theory.
They will achieve significant cutting of the tape, yes, significantly. Doge will cut government intrusion, cut government waste,
what government intrusion
and enable
means?
President-elect Trump to cut taxes.
Okay. Doge will cut government intrusion, meaning deregulation of industry, meaning they can do whatever the fuck that they want without anybody stopping them, without any rules over them. Kind of like how, you know, if you live in America and you go to buy multivitamins, did you know that there's nothing that regulates that? You can be going and buying vitamin C and there's vitamin B but no C in it because nobody checks that shit. That's what they want for everything else. What was the second point?
Cut government waste.
And
enable.
Waste is money that they give to you, as in social programs. That's government waste. That's and then cut taxes and give all of that money to the wealthy. They're literally openly talking about, I want a wealth transfer as the wealthiest person in the country.
President-elect Trump to cut taxes. You've got to cut the other first before he can properly cut taxes.
She just gave away the game, didn't she? The reason that they're constantly talking about cutting back on government departments, the reason that they want that is so they can justify cutting taxes for corporations. So basically what they're saying when they're always saying, oh yeah, we need to cut back on red tape, there's too much red tape. Really all they're saying is, I want to pay less in tax. So then the Liberal Party comes in and says,
well, they want to pay less in tax, but they also want to be able to not have to follow the law as much. They want to be able to do things quicker. They don't want to have to give a shit about the people in the area, who it affects, the environment. Again, we looked at floodplain harvesting not even like a week ago, and that's fucking horrifying. Same thing.
We need to get rid of all of these because there's just so many wasteful public servants out there. You know, if there's one thing society has, it's too many people in the
well, I mean, to be fair, that was before you can cut taxes, you have to cut the social programs, and you have to make it like easier for me to do horrific shit without the government stopping me.
Chasing down tax cheats. There's too many of those. We need to get rid of those. She gave away the game right there. It makes so much sense when you look at these people because their brains are fried from being in the hot desert sun for too long. They're not smart. They have no initiative. They have no innovation.
Treasury don't want to
also kind of because they're rich, not just the hot desert sun.
Bureaucracy, their club, all recognise that cutting taxes leads to revenue growth.
How many times do we have to hear that? We're just going to hear that same line for the rest of eternity. If you cut taxes, it actually grows the economy.
If we truly wanted to consider the terrible...
Sure, it grows the economy. It doesn't give you anything.
Pressure.
You think the U.S. is a socialist country? That's so fucking funny. Reparations for billionaires and corporations? Yeah. You know they're actually making... They're going to make people pay reparations to white people for... what was it? Affirmative action for DEI. They're going to make you pay reparations to white people, which literally is just, you're just going to take more money and give it to the wealthy. It's not even going to go to anyone else but exactly who you think it's going to go to.
Australians drop the excise tax on fuel completely and immediately. This would have a positive impact for families at not only the petrol pump, but on all their goods and services that require transportation.
Shut up, it's just the same stuff they've been saying for 30 years. Cut the fuel excise.
And yes, to be fair, I don't know if it's going to happen. They just said it. They say a lot of shit. That's the issue with predictions for the Trump administration is they say a lot of shit and they only do about a fourth of it.
See, this is the same thing, right? Like, you think that the Liberal Party has all of these ideas, but they're all just focused around keeping the mining industry happy. Like, the whole reason that nuclear power is even being discussed at the moment is because Peter Dutton is sitting there signaling to the mining industry that we're going to be on your side. It's such a good symbol as well.
That's it. That's the only reason.
Natural thing in there. They dyed blue, the colour of Santos.
We saw this under the last Trump administration. We saw it under President Reagan. They massively cut tape and taxes, and Americans flourished. Let's remind our Aussie politicians and try to persuade the line.
Americans flourished. You mean rich Americans flourished. Corporations flourished, and everyone else got poorer.
That governments do not create wealth.
What a stupid point that is. Can you seriously? This is
Governments
incredible.
Obviously create wealth. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's so dumb that she just before there was talking about what a genius businessman Donald Trump is and how much money he's going to create.
Yeah, the guy who bankrupted 3 casinos.
For America.
America got bought.
Let's just say this. Governments don't create wealth. That's a government. What do you think? Just because he was on The Apprentice, somehow he's not the president of the United States now, is he? I mean, I'm sure your hero, Donald Trump, would be very offended to hear that, Gina. And on top of that, as we show over and over and over and over again, yes, governments create wealth. What the hell are you talking about? They invent entire industries. What they're talking about there, for instance, of let's cut investment from renewables for no reason whatsoever. It's got nothing to do with our self-interest.
Yeah, the renewable industry was created.
At all. We're interested in the country. What are you doing by investing in renewables? You're creating an industry.
Yes, I know exactly. I was going to say that he had them compete with each other like a fucking idiot.
When they're investing even in something like the public housing fund, what are you doing? You're creating an industry around building public houses.
This year,
this is why I'm saying every single one of you that is in here watching this is probably smarter than this fucking woman.
To leave you with a quote from another brave, outstanding leader, the president of Argentina, Milei.
Oh, yes, Milei, the guy who also literally got Project 2025 as a book from fucking... Because they all dick ride Trump. None of them have any original thoughts. None of them believe anything other than I want more money and I fucking hate you. That's what they believe. They want you to suffer. They want to siphon every amount of wealth, happiness, resources from your life and keep it for themselves. And honestly, a lot of them enjoy watching you suffer. They physically get pleasure from it. Why? Because they're mentally ill. The amount of money they have has damaged their brain to the point where this is now like a drug addiction. and they need to keep doing it. But they can't think of anything because these are all fascists. They have no creativity. So they dick ride Donald Trump. Exactly what Milei did, by the way. He came to America, asked the Heritage Foundation help, and they gave him Project 2025, and he took it back and he did most of it. That's what happened. What happened in Argentina? Inflation fell and poverty went up 50%.
Hard to pronounce. I'm so sorry. Quote.
It's incredible. I never really made the connection before about why all of these figures, these very strange, bizarre figures across the world, like
I hope you get to do your manufacturing research.
Trump's and the president of Argentina and whoever that one is of Hungary, they're always just propping them up over and
yes,
over and
Captain
over
Buggy.
again. They're talking about how awesome they are. And I genuinely thought that it was something of this sort of groundswell of, oh yeah, we just like insane figures now. But then you look at this and you realize, no, it is the elite that are insane and stupid now because like we're saying, they've just completely degenerated from where they were when it was back in the days of titles and ladies and dames, and they used to have decorum, and so politics used to have this very decorum Dimitri, which was a better world. It really was in many, many, many ways, especially because there actually was a sense of community.
Can I make a weird hot take here? Obviously, I'm not in favor of either of these, but if it's between like Elon Musk being our oligarch ruler with Peter Thiel, Gina Reinhardt over here, like oligarchy, right? I would literally rather have monarchy. Because at least the monarch has to pretend to give a shit. And it's one guy. You know who he is, it's one guy, he has to at least pretend to give a shit. Like, if it's ridiculous, the situation that we're in. Obviously, that's not where it's going. That's never going to happen. But, like, that's how bad it is right now. The Australians have big fancy dinner and dick ride MAGA from another country. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, this is the entire mining industry. I have a solution as American citizen. Visora can stand for U.S. election. To be fair, I wasn't born in the U.S., so you would have to take it to a court and tell them that the 14th Amendment does actually say that there should be no distinction between born citizens and naturalized citizens. But, Lenin, you should not be the monarch. I would hate to allow you in power.
Giving back, you know? And I think, honestly, the reason
AOC
that you have these
Empress.
big politicians like your Trumps and this guy here, the Argentina psycho, is purely because look at the elite now. They're just scum. They're scum with billions of dollars. Stupid scum that like stupid scum, and then they just keep pumping them out in the press and saying how awesome they are.
Can I call them scum? Is that like gonna get me banned from Twitch? These people are fucking scum.
The public sits there and goes, yeah, that's what we need. We need a leader like that.
The work agenda have collided with reality and no longer have credible solutions to offer to the actual problems of the world.
Again, everywhere you go, it's the same fucking narrative. Whether you're in America, whether you're in Australia, England, France, Germany, Israel, the woke agenda, the deep state, the fucking green energy, all of these dumbass fucking conspiracy theories that are all essentially copying QAnon, which, like, we need to really ban the internet. Can we just, like, can we go full Butlerian jihad and destroy every thinking machine and just kind of regress a little bit and try again? Please? This isn't working.
End quote. Thank you once again for joining us to celebrate our important National Day. And thank you to our wonderful sponsors. I hope you all enjoy our time together here at Santos.
Holy hell. I didn't see him. Our boy Barnaby's there as well.
Scummy
of course
fucking
Barnaby Joyce
ghouls.
is there. Of course he is. But I didn't notice. But look at this group of...
By the way, fortify your minds now, because not only is AI even more of an issue, although thankfully at the very least right now we've been using AI to piss off Donald Trump, but on top of this, you understand, right, that like the entirety, like every live streamer that you watch, all the YouTubers that you watch, they're gonna get censored a whole lot more. A lot more. As soon as these people come into power. You know, they're gonna make every social media site exactly like Twitter, where it's just Nazis and the algorithm favors right wing and just erases anything left wing. That's the future. That's what you need to understand. You're gonna have to try and listen and read between the lines. You need to learn how to do critical thinking now. Like, you can't say cisgender on Twitter without being flagged for hate speech, but you can shout the N-word if you're fucking Andrew Tate. By the way, this is the only acceptable use of AI. They literally say it's a hate slur. It's going to be a targeted psychological propaganda a campaign designed for the individual. Yes, let me, I think I have a picture of me getting censored for saying exactly that. I guess not. Well, yeah, I've been a full-on cut from being able to tweet for a couple days because I said the word cisgender. You need to understand that everything is going to... No, it's not a real Trump post. That's Grok made that. That was the point of understand that everything you see can now be fake and be really difficult to tell. Media literacy is dead. And you're about to be faced with, like, you guys don't understand your future. In a year, the only media in America is going to be Fox News and Truth Plus State Media. They're going to merge Truth Social and Twitter together. Kick and Rumble are going to merge with Twitch and YouTube and become exactly the same thing. Nothing is going... It's the exact purpose of AI. That is it. That's it. That's it. Some people can't read... America has a 65% rate of adults who cannot read functionally above a 6th grade level. As in, they could not pick up a Harry Potter book and comprehend it. They can read the words, but they can't comprehend what they're reading. Not even the themes, just like the story. Kids even, no one can read. When asked if we want to take the red pill or the blue pill, we should have taken the blue pill. That's so... By the way, you guys know that, like, the Matrix is an allegory for being trans? And right-wingers just ignore that. That's the whole story. It's written by 2 trans women. And the whole point of the movie is, like, an allegory for transness. They're so fucking stupid.
All stars, and I'm really, really digging the drill baby drill.
By the way, watch
here.
Sense8. Yeah, did you not know that, Lennon? Yeah, the entire movie is about being trans. I'll pull up a video on it.
Every single time. This is what I'm talking about. Like a guy with a hat that says drill baby drill. This is the guy calling the shots. How much better was it? This is why I'm a Monicus. It was so much better when it was King
But
Charles.
also, like, both the directors who are trans have said exactly that, and they also wrote them. But we'll watch a video on it.
Doing it. A guy with a crown and some dignity, damn it. Drill baby drill. That's the new crown.
And please never forget, we all need to stand up to make our voices heard and deliver the messages to our government.
Yeah, by the way, take that advice. Stand up and make your voices heard, and don't deliver messages to your government. Become the government.
Hello,
here you
Lily
go. Sense8 was amazing all the way through. This is literally from, like, Lily Wachowski.
Hello, Lily Wachowski here.
Let me put my camera down so that I'm not blocking her. What happened to the sound?
I'm glad that people are talking about the movies, the Matrix movies, with a trans narrative. I love that how meaningful those films are to trans people, and the way that they come up to me and say, these movies saved my life, because when you talk about transformation...
Chat didn't know that The Matrix is a movie about being trans, so I'm playing a video from the director explaining it.
Specifically in the world of science fiction, which is just about imagination, it's like, and world building, and like the idea of the seemingly impossible becoming possible, I think is like, that's why it speaks to them so much. And I'm grateful that I can be a part, throwing them a rope to help them along their journey. I'm glad that it has gotten out that, that was the original intention. But
Bam, right from the creator.
The world wasn't quite ready at a corporate level. The corporate world wasn't ready for it. So when you make
it's so
movies
funny when you hear these people talking about taking the red pill. They're talking about taking estrogen.
It's this public art form. I think any kind of art that you put out into the universe, there's a letting go process.
Oh no, they know. They just ignore it.
Because it's entering into like public dialogue.
This video is 3 years old.
There's like an evolution process that we as human beings engage in art in a non-linear way. that we can always like talk about something in new ways and in new light. We had, you know, the Matrix stuff was all like about the desire for transformation, but it was all coming from a closeted point of view. And so we had the character of Switch, who was like a character who would be, you know, a man in the real
Star Wars
world.
was about Vietnam. Goddamn, Americans are idiots. Yeah.
And then a woman in the Matrix. And
also like the rest of the world too. We're all idiots because we're manufactured idiocy.
Where our headspaces were.
We're not taught anything. It's manufactured idiocy.
I don't know how present my transness was in the background of my brain as we were writing it, but it all came from the same sort of fire that I'm talking about. And because trans people exist in this, especially for me and Lana, you know, we were existing in a space where the words didn't exist, so we were always living in a world of imagination. It's why I gravitated towards science fiction and fantasy and, you know, played Dungeons and Dragons. It was all about
literally just stereotypical queer right there.
And so I think it freed us up as filmmakers because we were able to imagine stuff at that time that you didn't necessarily see on screen, or even the idea of like...
No fascist could ever produce something that has layers of meaning like this, ever. They could not do it. Elon Musk could not, with all the money in the world, could spend $1 trillion to make a movie and it would be dog shit.
How can we exist in as many genres as possible? One of our things that we really enjoyed doing was like...
No, Keanu's not a woman.
Genre.
Well, I mean, I suppose in the sense of the movie, kind of, it's an allegory. It's not saying that's what the movie is. It's a theme in the movie. And that's what the movie means, even if that's not what that's what an allegory is. Let me give you an actual definition of the word allegory. A story or poem or picture that can be interpreted to reveal a hidden meaning, typically a moral or political one. That's the movie. The movie is not Keanu is trans, it's just an allegory for transness. It's Nietzsche slave making AI so they can... Sorry, it's Nietzsche's slave master dynamics in a movie. Yes, that's why they're making AI, so they can think that they're artists. Well, also because they want to replace your job so they don't have to pay you for your labor. And the entire thing is black people bad. The movie should have been swallowed in surface layer. Yeah.
A bending where you
this stream is an allegory for why corporations are bad and why capitalism should not exist.
Stuff that felt like kung fu movies and like...
I mean, to be fair, no, it's not really an allegory because it's not a hidden meaning. I say it all the time.
Anime and westerns, and then we always like loved this scene that Ned Beatty would do in this movie Network, where he would talk about the way the world was, and it was always from this like corporate hierarchical, you know, overlord structure. And so I think in our transness we were always...
she is. But yeah, there you go. So this is a trans movie. Oh, by the way, before we go back, chat, you like my shirt? I don't know if you can read it. Is it backwards? Oh, fuck, it's showing it backwards. I'll only flip my camera so you can read it. Absolutely riveting. Oh, I love me a good pun. I love that got me a follow. The frog pun got me a follow. Thank you for that. I fight for them. All right, let's get back to these ghouls.
They have got us on the down path with their current policies. Let's help deliver that up path. Wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and thank you.
The frogs are gay.
Delivering a special message to them. You know, like it's some...
That was the one thing that riveting and ribbiting, that's the pun. The frogs were actually, like, that was the one thing Alex Jones was kind of close on. They weren't gay, they were intersex and pansexual. And probably also polyamorous. They were woke frogs. They weren't gay frogs, but close.
Someone getting freed from a hostage situation in Papua New Guinea or whatever. Now this is something that he definitely does not want.
Yeah, base frogs.
Public. This is what we all came to see. Your new leader in waiting, ready to be installed by these bush pigs. Let's hear what he has to say, because I can guarantee you right now he's not going to be repeating this on the Today Show, is he?
First, congratulate Gina Reinhardt and Tad Watroba as patrons of this national...
Man literally looks like a penis. Just take his glasses off and put, like turn him around, and he just looks like the head of a dick.
National Mining
He's a dick.
and Related Industries Day. I thank them sincerely for the leadership they provide in a sector so critical to our national economy. And when mining does well, as you well know, our nation does well.
So just regurgitating the same talking points back to them. I suppose the main reason that you would do that is to say, yes, I'm in the club. It's sort of lingo that the youth use to see.
Oh, I get it. It's because the frog got legs. No, well, no. Riveting means interesting, and you know, frogs ribbit. It's wordplay. Absolutely ribbiting instead of riveting. That's it. There's nothing more than that. It's not about like the legs. I thought they were transgender skibbity frogs. Please never ever say skibbity again in my chat, Oxpecker. That like caused me pain. He actually looks like you could play a ghoul role, and yeah, he could be a Fallout ghoul, easy. And just like makeup on the nose. Is the pink, blue, and white heart behind you? No, that was a neon like light thing that I got at Kmart because I needed a fixture there. But you know what? If it is that, I'm a fan. Based. I don't even think I realized until you said that, but now I like it even more than I did before.
Signify that they're all cool. Also, I know this has been said 1,000 times, but whoever told Peter Dutton to wear those annoying journalist glasses, that is the only time I've ever seen those square glasses and not thought less of someone. It's quite hard to think less of somebody when they have no eyebrows. Way less scary with them. Call it a spade a spade. Good move on the makeup department there.
And over the last decade, mining has contributed some $356 billion in company tax and royalties. It's something that should be taught to every school child.
I support trans rights.
Yes. You know what should be taught to every school child? If you break that down, it's like $30 billion a year.
One more time? Let's hear that one more time. So, over the last decade, mining has contributed $356
billion in company tax and royalties.
In 10 years, which is equivalent to 1 year of the health budget, by the way. Like, I mean, slightly over. It was $250 billion for the health budget for a year. So in 10 years, they've paid slightly over 1 year of the health budget.
It's something that
they were intersex frogs, not trans. They had like both. Some of them couldn't reproduce, some of them could. Generally, it was the chemicals from like the corporation that was spewing them into the water that was turning. No, it was 200 million that was put in from a different thing. You misunderstood. It's 250 billion is the actual budget for healthcare. We looked at that earlier as well. Australia healthcare budget again. That 200 million was from like one specific investment that they were talking about. The budget for healthcare in Australia. Wow. Okay, no, it's going to increase then. So it's actually not even that. It's 112 billion, and they're going to increase it to 122 billion by 2028. That's fucked. I'm buggy. Like, am I lagging? By the way, private healthcare shouldn't exist. Like, all of these would be better if not for the existence of private healthcare. Private healthcare is what ruins public healthcare. Gender abolitionist frogs, based. Omnigendered frogs, based. They're laughing at what I said in chat. Oh, cool.
Be taught to every school child.
Yes.
You guys should like also jump over to YouTube and drop me a like in case I get banned for some of the shit that I'm saying about these assholes right now.
If you break that down,
I don't like
$30
it.
billion a year. When they're making
Jeff Bezos owns the site.
So there we go. He just gave us our answer. So on average, they're probably making $250 billion a year, and they're giving out 35 billion. So less than 10. I mean, a little bit over 10%. That's their great contribution to this.
10% of their income per year. That's the corporate, like, it's not the corporate tax rate, but that's how much the corporations are paying. 10% of their profits. Remember, under FDR, what the corporate tax rate was in the US? Anyone? How about the individual gross income tax rate? Let's have a look. Here we go. Individuals, a normal and a surtax levied against the net income of individuals as shown follows. If you were earning more than $5 million, which let's Money accounted for inflation over time. Calculator, thank you. This valued at $5 million in the calendar year of, what is this, 1936. Oh, wait, I gotta pick the type of money. That's true, that's true, that's true. I have to put a dollar sign. Okay, 1936. Will you do it now? Okay. I'm just gonna do this. 1936, 5 million adjusted for $113 million. So if you made $100 million, 79% of that got taxed, meaning you did not make anywhere near that much. Close to 90. Yeah, we need that back. I want that. I want everyone that makes over $5 million. You know what? Keep it at $5 million. If you make over $5 million, I'll put that to 50%. If you make over 10, 80%. You make over 50, 99% of your money gets taxed. That's my fucking way to go about it. Fuck these rich people. They're ghouls. They hate you guys. They really, really, really do.
Thank you so much.
It's helped to provide our military with state-of-the-art equipment. Put simply, the revenue generated by mining helps to build Australia, care for Australia, and to defend Australia.
Oh, it did. 1943. Yeah. FDR was... Why do you think my cat's name is Franklin Delano Roosevelt?
Reality is overlooked by the current federal Albanese Labor government.
How? He's making them pay their share in tax. He's the one that is getting all of these roads built. When you were in government for the last 10 years, there was tens of billions of dollars sitting in various investment funds that never got built. And you know why? Because this whole thing of, oh yeah, we need to cut back on government spending. It's all waste. You know what happens when that happens? It goes into these funds and there's not enough bureaucrats around to allocate that to projects. And so it just sits there accumulating, doing nothing. So not only is Albanese building all of the infrastructure that
No. I disagree with that entirely. What happens is that money just gets funneled to rich people's bank account. That's it. It's corruption. That's it.
For the last 10 years, that we are behind as a nation. 10 years in infrastructure build that we should be. Not only is he doing that, he's also taxing these mining companies appropriately. 5 times more than you were when you were in government. Five times more. He's building all of this infrastructure and they're sitting there saying, this point is overlooked by the Albanese government.
The pragmatic Labor Party run by Hawke and Keating is gone. And the modern Labor Party under Mr Albanese has turned its back on workers and primary industries across the nation.
Yes, and they turned their back on...
Again, how Republicans frame themselves as the party of the middle class when they're objectively the party of the ultra-wealthy and nothing else.
Primary industries and workers. The Labor Party turned its back on workers by giving them wage increases every year that they've been in government. They've also been increasing the amount of award wages that you get every single year. They also had an actual inflation reduction program that worked, unlike your government. They went after the supermarkets with hard fines. All of these things the coalition opposed.
Yeah.
They also gave out tax cuts to the middle class.
Hey, you guys want to see the best Christmas present you could ever give anybody? If you get it, you get it. You don't. Look, I just gonna interrupt this for 1 second with a little clip here.
The Republican Party is basically a party of the super rich, and they have to have a popular base. And one way in which they've organized the popular base is what are called in the PR
Depends on how much
industry
money he
values.
makes, I
Keep away from issues. What are called in the PR industry values. Keep away from issues and focus on values. In other words, don't let people think about the fact average real wealth has actually declined for about 90% of the population. Don't let them think about that. Don't let them think about the fact that Americans have the highest workload in the world, the lowest benefits, the least social, the only country with basically no advanced country with no health services. You can't take care of your elderly mother. I mean, don't let people think about that sort of thing. Let them think about rising to heaven when all the evil has been destroyed and the souls are saved. Okay. Or let them think about having a lot of guns that they can run around with and kill all the aliens who are going to attack them, or something like that. Let them think about those things, but keep away from the issues. Okay, don't let them deal. Don't deal with the fact that they really oppose these corporate run.
Hey there, Jeffrey Epstein's friend and tax associate. I mean, he's right in there, but still. But also, again, this is your new tax changes. How many of you are in the 360 to 914,000 range? Any of you? Is there a single one of you here that fits into this range? No, but that's fair. No, if I fight for them, I do not blame you for that. But it was a good point. Again, your taxes go up, theirs goes down, your money gets transferred to them. And then they also cut Social Security, they cut Medicare, you're never going to get your pension, they hate you. You exist as property to them.
Some working class that you were going to give out exclusively to Gina Reinhardt, essentially, and this is turning their back on workers. Oh, and also instilling a bunch of workers' legislation that protected them from being killed on site. This is how they're turning their back on the everyday worker, and how Peter Dutton is really sticking up for them when his party voted to keep that legislation in place that was killing construction workers.
It's now a party which panders to social and environmental activists, to inner city Green voters, and of course
What was
to
this
the big union.
policy that was killing construction workers? I don't see that. Oh, I see. Yes, this was the PSYOP that they did when a union was out protesting because people were dying in the industry. And there were some shitty people in the union. There was some corrupt people, but then they conflated it with the entirety of the union and with the entirety of the movement. The opposition agreed to pass a bill after securing several amendments, including a 3-year minimum administration period for the union and its branches that only administrators could end early. The administration period can last up to 5 years. Yeah, the administrators, by the way, were the corrupter ones, but found guilty of crimes, be banned from life, and be unable to become bargaining agents at other registered organizations without holding a fit and proper person certificate. Great. Those who attempt to frustrate or obfuscate the process could face hefty fines, up to years in prison. Great. The administrator has assured the opposition that the union will not spend any money on political campaigns. Oh, by the way, Australia's banning money in politics. We banned it on state level in a couple of states, and now we're having a federal ban on money in politics that's being discussed. Not going to pass, obviously, but like the state level ones did. The union criticized the law, saying it stripped members of their right to fair process. Criminal allegations were taken seriously, and people had been stood down pending legal procedures. They remaining untestified in court. Until allegations have been tested by the legal system, people and organizations are entitled to fair process. Not anymore. Again, Luigi Mangione allegedly killed Brian Thompson, but is anyone saying allegedly? No. They might be innocent to reality. They might be ignorant to it all. At this point, if you're ignorant to reality, that's willful and it's your fault. That is not a good enough excuse. He's guilty until proven innocent. The mayor of New York will go around talking about how this is a terrorist who came to my city. The mayor of New York is like literally having to go to trial for getting paid by the Turkish government for the last 10 years. He's innocent until proven guilty. But no, you don't get that. You don't get that extended to you because corporations own the government. They don't work for you. They work for them. They hate you.
I do not believe in that, like just as a worldview, that we wait for Democrats as a political party to save the country. I don't believe that the structure of that party does that inherently. Now, that doesn't mean, to me, that doesn't mean that you don't vote for them, but I believe that building independent power of people's movements, union, labor.
Change comes from the bottom up. Lasting positive change comes from the bottom up. If they're innocent of reality, tell me where you can be, like the islands of people that are, what's that island where you're like not allowed to go to because they haven't been influenced by society and they kill you if you go there? What's that island? Like them, maybe, sure, yeah.
bosses
Only people
who
that
want
get
new
the
power in
excuse.
national life.
So stupid, isn't it? If there's one thing the Labor Party doesn't do, it's pander to the inner city. They've lost those seats permanently to these arsehole Greens. How the hell are they pandering to them? What? How? By building public housing in their seats that they don't want built there. That's really pandering to the Greens. We're not doing anything about aeroplane noise.
And it's sidelined the national interest in the process. Consider the government's environmental policy. They funded activists to wage lawfare to stymie key projects. These activists have targeted offshore LNG projects in the Northern Territory and in Western Australia.
Oh, look, we're attacking the fossil fuel industry. How could we? Oh, in Northern Territory and Western Australia, where the reefs are. Yeah, cool.
And now Regis has
LNG offshore drilling right next to some of the world's most famous reefs, but sure. I mean, to be fair, the Great Barrier Reef is mostly towards Queensland and not like necessarily the Northern Territory, but that ecosystem all connects.
$1 billion gold mine in New South Wales is in their crosshairs.
See, again, what do you see in the media that you consume constantly? From your crikeys, your Saturday papers, you constantly hear, Labor turns its back on the environment. Labor's not doing enough for the environment. You immediately switch over to these guys and they're complaining about huge multi-billion-dollar projects being stymied in benefit of the environment.
The government's also passed new mandatory climate disclosure laws. Businesses will not simply have to account for their own emissions. They'll also have to account for emissions produced along their supply chain,
on borderline,
including
that's
by
how it
small
works.
business suppliers.
Oh, the audacity. What a terrible nightmare.
Sorry, one more time. I need to hear that. Climate disclosure laws, businesses will not simply
have to account for their own emissions. They'll also have to account for emissions produced along their supply chain.
Wow, you're responsible for the consequences of the actions of your company, even if it's not directly you doing it. It's the supply chain? Who could have thought? Fucking wanker. Sorry, forgot that I was covering Geordies again. This is the same argument that like I make in that Brian Thompson is a mass murderer. Luigi Mangione allegedly killed one mass murderer. Is he guilty of murder? We'll find out. Well, I mean, they'll declare him guilty regardless. But had he been guilty? Would he be a murderer? Yeah. The other one was a mass murderer, though.
Including by small business suppliers.
Oh, the audacity. What a terrible nightmare universe. See, I've got to just keep pointing this out. This whole myth that the Labor Party is doing absolutely nothing about climate emissions and going really soft, going so soft.
They're not doing enough, but they're definitely doing a lot.
Bought by the mining industry. Which Labor MP is sitting there? There might be one, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of nationals. Anthony Albanese isn't doing this grovelling speech to the mining industry's Christmas party, is he? What is Peter Dutton saying is just the absolute terror that is going to be bestowed upon the mining industry. Environmental regulations that the Labor Party is putting on the mining industry. And everyone sits there and goes, they're cowards, they're not doing enough.
Yeah, we have that. I fight for them.
So pressing ahead with a green tape agenda. And make no mistake, this agenda is about putting environmental goals ahead of economic ones, rather than striking a balance. The regulatory burdens are going to get even worse. We can expect the government to double down on using Commonwealth environment and cultural heritage laws to stymie even more projects.
I mean, I'm American. I do mostly American politics, but I am in Australia and we have an election coming up and I'd rather not end up, you know, the same way that we did in America, so.
If this government continues to be in power, they will enforce the law. Behind closed doors, he is telling these people, we will allow you to get away with breaking the law. And the reason that we need to get the Labor government unelected is because they dare enforce the law.
Consider the government's industry policy too, the Future Made in Australia Fund.
The same argument, by the way, the same fucking argument. The same one that they make in America. Every time. All of these people have this only one, like, it's like a hive mind.
Simply about this government picking its own winners while sidelining known market winners. The Prime Minister has said not a single government dollar would be invested in gas under his Future Made in Australia plan.
Based.
And tellingly, between 2022 and 23 alone...
Not a single dollar invested in gas. Based.
Known market winners. The Prime Minister has said not a single government dollar would be invested in gas under his Future Made in Australia plan. And tellingly, between 2022 and 23 alone, almost 60% of iron ore, coal and gas major projects were delayed, disrupted or put on hold.
There you go. Dutton is making the case for why all the lies that you hear online about shoot and shoot light, Labor's just in the pockets of the mining industry, and he's sitting there and he's saying, this is terrible.
It's not even a new playbook.
The Albanese government's been in place. He has delayed and deconstructed 63% of the projects that we approved as government for mining. Unbelievable. I can't believe that he did it. And on top of that, he's picking winners. Instead of me picking winners and not funding renewables.
And then the left in Australia will lose their shit. You don't understand. I have less hope of making any change here than I did. I had an easier time talking with Republicans than I do with Australian leftists, because all of them hate each other. They just want to critique power. There's no organization. There's just little groups every here and there, but none of them will work together. All of the young people vote for the Greens, who go out of their way to work with the Liberals to block the Labour Party from being able to do anything. And then all the newspapers write about how Labour does nothing. And then the Liberals get back in. It's a strategy. Murdoch owns like 90% of the media here. I'm not an Albo stan, but like, he's better than ScoMo was. He's better than the last like 4 prime ministers. I mean, I would have preferred like a proper Whitlam, but like, you know, bring him today. Bring Whitlam back to life today and make him the prime minister, please.
And not funding
the CIA's weak. Kissinger's gone. We can do it.
And not funding battery powers, and creating a blue-collar industry with a bunch of high-paid, blue-collar jobs that are all unionized, manufacturing things, making things in this country, as opposed to just digging shit out of the ground and remaining dumb as pig shit as these people are. To work in factories, you have to be a hell of a lot more educated than you do to be working in a mine, which not only improves the circumstances of the working class, makes us an energy superpower, but like a good Saudi Arabia. This is the vision that Labor has for this country. It is absolutely criminal that you will never hear ever in the press, because again...
I'm gonna be a good Saudi Arabia. We can do that.
2 factions of the elite, one funds the independents, one funds the liberals. They both do not want to work as party
in
of
the
power.
energy sense.
Like highly unionized, highly educated, blue-collar workers. They don't want any of that. And he's sitting there saying, oh my God, how dare the Labor Party create an educated, blue-collar workforce that makes us extremely wealthy, creates an entire industry around decarbonising the planet. This is the future that the Labor Party has. While you have all these assholes in the Saturday paper, crikey, all the new media bootlickers of the Australian Institute and Climate 200 sitting there and say, Labor's too timid. Labor doesn't have a vision for this country, while he's sitting there talking about how much they have stymied the mining industry and how much they're trying to implement an alternative to the mining industry controlling this country.
They have an entire monopoly over the media. There are what, like 2, 3 Australian content creators on the left? There's Friendly Jordies, there's Boy Boy, and then there's Punter's Politics. That's it. That's it. That's the only places you can go to get like real Australian news. Everywhere else is owned by the corporate hogs. What, you want one that's not owned by Murdoch? Okay, you get 9, owned by another billionaire. 9 News, different billionaire. The Liberal Party is the conservative party here, yeah, because the Democrats are actually further to the right of the Liberal Party. The Liberals are to the left of the Democrat. Well, they were. Now they're not. But the Labor Party is to the left of the Democrats in America. Even like take the current Labor Party and bring us back to even just like Bill Clinton Democrats, way further to the left than them. Bill Clinton's Democrats are to the right of the Labor Party. It's actually quite telling.
The government's industrial relations policy too. Multi-employer bargaining was foisted upon coal miners in New South Wales. And we're now seeing...
What? One more time?
Policy too. Multi-employer bargaining was foisted upon coal miners.
Multi-employer bargaining was forced upon coal miners. Forced upon bargaining. Labor rights were forced on the miners, guys. We need you to unionize, and we made you do it, and it's so... it's a violation of your rights and your freedom that we forced you to unionize. Fuck you. Is One Nation still a thing, or did they die out? They're still a thing. She was, Pauline Hanson. Pauline Hanson was in the beginning of this video. They're all the same. We have the Nationals as well that work with the Labour Party, or the Liberal Party.
Miners in New South Wales. And we're now seeing a push to reunionise the Pilbara, roping mining companies into multi-employer bargaining.
There you go, this terrible, weak government that is so scared of the mining industry.
Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why that just happened. I had like an alarm set.
Forward this country whatsoever. And there you have Dutton admitting, no, they're trying to unionise the workforce of mines. How dare they?
How dare they unionise?
Closed doors. How dare workers unionise?
Consider too...
Hey, remember, this was not supposed to be released to the public. I forgot. Yeah, what we're watching right now is supposed to go specifically only to the mining industry. This was supposed to be played at this private Christmas party that nobody else would get to see.
Policy. Labor is pressing ahead with a reckless renewables-only plan. It's committed to rolling out weather-dependent energy on an industrial scale. Electricity costs are already skyrocketing. and we know that families can't afford it. Economic analysis released last week reveals that the actual cost of Labor's plan on the East Coast is 5 times more than what it says.
Yeah, you know what the economic modelling is talking about there is? Economic modelling that consultancy firms that are Liberal Party affiliated came up with. Economic modelling that was just released last week. It's incredible. It's incredible. While the economic modelling from the CSIRO shows that his energy pair will increase bills by like $650 a year, and they're sitting there and saying, oh yeah, the economic modelling, according to our friends.
It's the same thing as American politics, PPG. It's just, this just got leaked. That was the alarm for like raid, because usually this is the time that stream ends, but I started late.
Bullshit consultancy firm that feed off of the bureaucracy getting privatized and then take up all of the slack from there to feed.
Tyler, if anything's free, you're the product.
The coalition exactly what it wants. According to them, it actually costs 5 times
At least
more.
under capitalism.
No bias in that whatsoever.
In a short 2.5-year period, the Albanese government is hindering our resource industries, and if they're re-elected, the next 3 years will be even more difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years and across the world, we've seen multiple examples of parties in government seeking to increase the power of the state. In this desire for greater government control, we've seen agendas which involve the following: more taxation, more spending, more public servants, more regulation, and more interference in
the honey scam
economy.
Describing a world going in the right direction and saying this is a nightmare. It says a lot, doesn't it? It really says how bad it is when the Liberal Party gets in power.
That's how evil these people are. They, when I say they're ghouls, when I say they lack humanity because they don't have empathy, they don't care about you, this is what I mean.
We will take the pressure off the housing crisis, and that includes reducing the permanent migration program by 25%.
He walked that back. He was completely lying about it anyway, that whole thing of we're going to cut migrants by 25%, and then they started saying, okay, how are you going to do it? And
again, this is just some stupid bullshit. Australia needs more immigration. They just do this because people in big cities are mad because there's the housing crisis and the immigrants are coming to the big cities, but there's not anywhere to live. How about the energy plan I laid out that not a single person has been able to give me a valid reason why it's not a better idea than the goddamn like opposition leader's plan? Not a single person. Literally yesterday at Christmas, I was having Christmas with 7 people who all had university degrees. 3 of them at least were medical professionals, and not a single one of them could tell me why this wasn't a good idea. But no, like, dickhead over here needs to whinge about immigrants when we need fucking immigrants. We just need you to build some houses first.
Actually, we're not going to do that. So already, it's just incredible.
If we want the Visora energy to Visora energy plan to play out, we have to make it play out. Well, I mean, no one's gonna listen to me. I'm not even a fucking like citizen yet. But god damn it, I just need anyone to pay attention in like Australia, in Australian politics. A single person who just like doesn't instantly go, I don't care. They've been taught to do this so much more so than Americans have. At least Americans are at least somewhat motivated about politics. Are you Australian, PPG? I didn't know you're Australian.
He's got no ideas for this. It's always the same.
Yeah, in Australia, that's what I mean. I was like, in America, at the very least, people are paying attention. There is no organized left. There is no, the freedom sausages are not working. No. I mean, we have mandatory voting, so people go do that, but they don't pay attention to who to vote for. They don't listen. They don't care. No one learns about it. Most people decide, again, as we saw during the election in America, most people decide at the very last minute.
No ideas for this country at all. Nothing. Nothing. His big ideas, nuclear power, definitely not going to happen. We're cutting migration by 25%. Absolutely not happening. He's already walked back both. What is his big vision for this country? Make mining elites even richer.
I also want to unleash the magic of the marketplace. I'm keen to rip up as much red and green tape as possible.
One more time. I played this during election day, but just to get like a feeling of how people vote, right?
Blaine. Now I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me.
Obviously, this is a bit outdated now.
There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020.
It's really funny. This is The Onion, by the way.
Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory.
This is your median voter.
So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And that's your average voter, by the way. They're like the inside the brain. It's last minute shit. No one pays attention. No one reads. First of all, most people don't even believe in reality anymore. You give them stats and they go, oh, this is deep state shit. Whether it's from the government, whether it's from any institution, whether it's from a university, whether it's done just by a person. No one believes anything because no one wants to feel uncomfortable. That's the prerequisite for critical thinking, is the ability to feel discomfort without reacting to it.
And that's essential for our international competitiveness and making our nation a mining and manufacturing powerhouse again.
Just so we know about this manufacturing thing, right? Because I do genuinely think that the way to really improve the living circumstances, it makes so much sense, the Future Made in Australia plan, when you really read about it. What Albanese government's whole point of doing, it's huge what they're doing, huge. Building back a manufacturing base for this country, but building back a manufacturing base for the 21st century that is based off of renewable energy. Compare that to the Liberals, that when John Howard was in, 100,000 jobs of manufacturing shipped overseas. Then when the Coalition was in last time, 100,000 jobs shipped overseas.
Oh, look, it's exactly the same thing that the Republicans do. Meanwhile, all of us down on the low spectrum of wealth are uncomfortable all the damn time, but they can't even take a lift and need a valet. Well, yes, you're forced to learn how to feel uncomfortable, at least if you have, like, if you're lucky enough. You might go the way of, I can deal with this discomfort and think about it, do some introspection, some critical fucking thinking, and come to a conclusion. But most people just feel that, and then they want it out of their body. And so what is the easiest way to do that? Either scream about immigrants or how black people are ruining America, or Mexicans, or whatever the fuck, Venezuelans, Haitians. It's reactionary. Drugs, everything. That's just how they cope. It's cope.
Then when Labor's in, 70,000 jobs in manufacturing made within the first 2 years. So over a decade, 100,000 lost under Howard. Over a decade, 100,000 lost under the next three bozos. And then in 2 years, they brought back 70,000
under the Biden administration. We created more than 1 million jobs.
You do not want them being little
in manufacturing.
Demons.
I think
you want them being educated. You want them being skilled, and you want them building a future that actually is environmentally sustainable and good for the world.
Friends, I make you this promise. A Dutton coalition government will be the best friend the resource sector in Australia will ever have. We will slash project approval times in half by capping assessment timeframes and restricting stop-the-clock provisions. We will accredit states and territories to provide approvals which meet Commonwealth legislation requirements. We will reintroduce geological bioregional assessments in key regions to unlock new projects. We will include gas in the capacity investment scheme.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to I was using their rhetoric there.
Investment in recognition.
Do you hear this, by the way? Do you understand what he is saying right now? Biden was the best president for labor in the United States since FDR.
Investment timeframes and restricting stop-the-clock provisions. We will.
Sorry, one more time.
The resource
right here.
For the world.
Friends, I make you this promise. A Dutton coalition government will be the best friend the resource sector in Australia will ever have. We will slash project approval times in half by capping assessment timeframes and restricting stop-the-clock provisions. We will accredit states and territories to provide approvals which meet Commonwealth legislation requirements. We will reintroduce geological bioregional assessments in key regions to unlock new projects. We will include gas in the capacity investment scheme, and that will drive investment in recognition of the crucial role that gas plays in our energy mix. We will defund the activist-led Environmental Defender's Office. We will limit the ability of third parties to challenge decisions under the EPBC Act. We will do all these things because I want to turbocharge mining in Australia.
Straight from the horse's mouth.
That's literally from the guy. That was never supposed to be released to the public, by the way. It was never, that was not like, that was privately to the fossil fuel lobby. That was just meant to be played at their Christmas party. No one was supposed to see it. I remember there was an issue with immigrant nurse professionals not being able to get work authorization, either Aus or New Zealand, and that blew up. Yeah, because we really fucking need healthcare professionals. So the issue here being, we in Australia are dying for like more medical professionals, any of them. But yes, there absolutely is a preference show for immigration from certain countries and not others. Definitely. Also, immigrating to Australia is not easy. Me coming, like, I came here on a tourist visa. I met my partner and we started living together. And then I applied for a de facto visa. And that cost me just about $8,000 just for the application. That's it, just the application. Biden being the most pro-labor like candidate since FDR. Yeah, that is sad. How does any of that sound good to the average person? The average person's not supposed to, yeah, exactly, hear it. If I'd said something like this to 2020 donors in a closed room meeting, I would believe that. But also, Biden walked the picket line at strikes and said he didn't believe in Taft when the longshoremen went on strike, and the union just instantly won. The moment that he said, like, oh, I don't believe in Taft, the corporation backed down and negotiated. And that's a chunk just to apply. Yeah, if you get denied, you don't get that back.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Do we really need to unpack any of that? I mean, everything that he just said then is horrifying.
I want to lean into growing opportunities like critical minerals, rare earths and uranium. Indeed, uranium will be even more important as more nations build zero-emissions reactors. The next federal election will be a simple choice between
don't forget that they spent a fuckload of money on infrastructure investment. You're not going to see the infrastructure changes until about 2026, and Trump's going to take credit for it, but all of the infrastructure investments in the United States, that was Biden too. He was really good domestic policy-wise. It's just really fucking shit with Israel. Lena Khan was the most base woman in America. Yeah. He was just bad on foreign policy, and he was a liberal, but he was a pretty good... If Israel hadn't done what it did, then he would have had a pretty good legacy. She wants to break up Google, yeah. I think they actually succeeded in that. Google has to sell Chrome.
Years of a Labor government or a Labor minority government with the Greens that will double down on its hostility to mining and hold back our national prosperity. Or electing a new coalition government, which knows that getting our country back on track means getting mining moving full steam ahead. I hope that all in your sector have the opportunity to thrive. I really do. We will have your backs, and I hope that you'll have ours as well. Gina, a final...
Yeah, have the mining sectors back, but not yours. Okay, no, it hasn't been passed. One more time again? The guy who you're supposed to represent you. This is the guy that Australians might vote in as the Prime Minister who's supposed to represent you. What does he say?
Coalition government, which knows the ability to mining and hold back our national prosperity. Or electing a new coalition government, which knows that getting our country back on track means getting mining moving full steam ahead. I hope that all in your sector have the opportunity to thrive. I really do. We will have your backs, and I hope that you'll have ours as well. Gina, a final word to you. I want to say thank you very much for your friendship, but also the way in which you...
Okay, so this is just dick sucking. Great. We have your back to the corporations, and we don't give a fuck about the rest of you. Oh, and thank you, richest person in Australia, for your support.
Champion this industry. The leadership you've provided, you're not only bettering our nation through your philanthropic deeds, but you're also playing a pivotal role in contributing to our national debate. Thank you for speaking up on many issues that are in our country's best.
Contributing to our national debate. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I would say that that's a true statement. She does have a pivotal role in contributing to the national debate by making the fucking narrative whatever she wants it to be, because she's the richest person in the country.
Interests, be that on tax reform, on bolstering our nation's defence, on having a managed and sustainable migration program, on the need to eliminate government inefficiency and waste, on the importance of eradicating...
Oh, sorry. Actually, that was a misspeak. That was correct. He wants to eliminate government efficiency.
From our classrooms, and much, much more besides. It takes courage to speak up on these issues, because you, like many of us, become subject to a torrent of abuse from...
It takes courage to speak up on how much of a ghoul we are and how much we hate the poor and want to steal their wealth, because when you do, people get really mad at you. You know, when you start talking about how the poor are just like serfs and slaves and we should cut all of their social programs and take all of their money and give it to you, Miss Gina Reinhart, they get really mad. So I'm really proud of you for being able to speak your mind. It's very courageous. Shut the fuck up.
The vocal Liberal left and the keyboard warriors. But I know that it doesn't deter you 1 inch.
Well, he's got us there.
Thank you for voicing concerns which are shared by quiet, patriotic Australians across our great country. Ladies and gentlemen, I join with you in celebrating this National Mining and Related Industries Day. I hope that our best days are ahead of us, and I wish you every success into the future. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately...
Absolutely. There you go. It's so fucking funny. Thank you, Friendly Geordies, by the way. Thank you for allowing me to watch some of your content and have it reach American and European viewers.
Kevin Gallagher couldn't make it here tonight.
That guy is the worst MC in history, isn't he?
Some South African that is MCing all of these billionaires are very scared of his job. Also is a very bad at presentation.
Thank you, Gerhard, and to Mrs. Reinhardt.
Look, exactly. Moral courage before the election. It was obviously about voting for Trump. It was a shit show. Yeah, like, your dad is... His brain has rotted, Iodine.
Who has been the engine room behind the National Mining Day initiative, and perhaps our...
Why does this Scottish man look like a Nazi?
Billionaires are very scared of his job. Also is very bad at presentation.
Thank you, Gerhard, and to Mrs. Reinhardt, who has been the engine room behind the National Mining Day initiative, and perhaps our country's greatest advocate. I also want to acknowledge distinguished guests, including not one, but 4 federal parliamentarians from Queensland, who are great friends of the resources sector. Senators Susan MacDonald, Matt Canavan and Pauline Hanson, and member for Hinkler, Keith Pitt.
Nationals.
Look at that, all of them. Everyone
Sorry,
there.
One Nation, that one.
At the mining Christmas party, all LNP.
I assure you, I am joining you in spirit.
Doesn't that man look dead? Look at him, look at him. There's a man who has the soul sucked out of him. I think that's what happens to you if you work in the mining industry and you have a brain. This guy's obviously way more put together than anybody.
Well, I learned something. Mining industry can be bad sometimes, and now I have to remind myself never to wiki the history of Rio Tinto Mining Company. Well, industry is all I fight for them. If you want to read something, look up floodplain harvesting. Actually, look up his video on it, or you can watch the stream that I did with it.
Anybody else that they've put up there so far. If you're a mushhead like Gina Reinhart, you can get through 70 years just fine without ever contemplating once that you might be evil. But this guy is smart enough to know that what he is doing is morally abhorrent and bankrupt. And that's what you end up looking like, kids. Pretty much the guy at The Simpsons that... Hang on, I'll show you this.
When do we get the freaking guns? To get projects off the ground and to bring essential products like natural gas to market. A product that delivers energy 24/7. And the polymers that are the building blocks for all kinds of plastics, clothing...
On your point, Oxpecker. This is right-wingers. 2 children will be without their father on Christmas Day because of this murderer. Every right-wing dork bringing up the CEO had kids because there's nothing redeeming about him as an actual person. I was walking in South Philly and I passed the most Italian grandpa Philly man in the world, yelling about this on the sidewalk to his friend, saying, I don't give a fuck if he had kids. Even Hitler had kids. Guy was literally a mass murderer, responsible for the death of at least tens of thousands. I don't know if this is accurate, but like, I would believe it.
Fibers and chemicals that we use every day. The costs of compliance are killing our industries, and this needs to be a focus of whoever wins the next election. Every day, our gas marketers at Santos have to meet around 800 compliance and reporting obligations.
I mean, Hitler diddled kids, so maybe that was the point.
Every single transaction.
Guys, let's just go through. Santos made $2 billion in profit.
No, Hitler did have kids.
In profit. After all their expenses, after all their wages, after that guy's salary is taken out, by the way. What do you reckon he's on? 500 million a year? Something like that? $1 million, $2 million? After all of that, what's left over in profit? $2 billion. And this guy's sitting there saying like, oh, red tape's killing us. We can't continue to thrive and grow. All right, yeah, see, now this guy's too smart. He's not saying anything hilarious, so we will just quit onto him.
The patron of
I don't know if he had kids or not. I know he at the very least diddled kids. Okay, here we go. Fine. Let's learn. Alleged sons. Okay, so he has 2 alleged kids. And of course Hitler was a pedo. He was a Nazi. All Nazis are pedophiles. Sorry. All pedophiles are Nazis. and not like it's how it works. Yeah, pedocon theory is yet to be disproven to me. I mean, look at Matt Gaetz. Of course he diddled kids. They're all fucking losers and freaks and sexual degenerates that try and mask that inner feeling of shame and by putting it on other people and then calling them exactly what I just called them. That's the thing about Nazis. Every accusation from these motherfuckers is a confession, and they're scum. So
morning day. Dad Wittrow, please make Dad feel welcome.
Prayers up to Saddam Hussein's kids who are dealing with another Christmas without Dad. Yeah.
Holy hell.
Hello everyone. Welcome everyone.
Okay, let's just.
What the fuck is he wearing?
This man has clearly lost his mind. He is clearly demented. Why is he on stage? Oh my god, look, he's got like the homeless man doomsday. Look at that, he's got the whole, look at this. What is this? How did anybody allow him to get up like this? And what is with his, like, why are you an activist? They sort of behave exactly the same way as your feral hippies that never stop obstructing traffic on the streets. They're the same as that, it's just that they've got more money.
Well, that's because a lot of the feral hippies in the 70s actually became the right-wingers. You know, all those like spiritualist crystal LSD folk from the 70s that were hippies, a lot of them are right-wingers now.
Thank you firstly to Mrs. Reinhardt, founder and co-patron of the National Mining Day.
Yes, we get it. You've said it 1,000 times.
Thank you for your
I don't think that guy does that. I think he
support.
just thinks. I think he's so lost that he's thinking, I am the first person to thank Gina right now. Why hasn't she been thanked yet? Look at him rocking back and forward like this. Surely this man is ailed.
Thank you
to be
also
fair,
for
I
Missing
swing back
Kevin
and forth,
Santos
side to
for
side.
hosting us here at the Mumbai famous gas field. It's great to see actually all the plans, and we've seen it from the aircrafts as well. Mining and its related industry are without any
I forgot they're hosting this next to like a new gas field that they built so they could go look at, like, so they can eat their Christmas dinner and listen to all of these, I don't know, ghouls talk while they look at their beautiful money being created at the expense of you and the rest of you.
doubts essential to our modern lives. Everything around us, from the food on our plates, to the planes we use to get here, to the cars we drive, hospitals, their medical equipment, and the phones we use in all sorts of ways, rely on the mining industry.
You can tell what's happened to this guy, right? He's obviously some engineer or something from way back, and he really likes drills and likes to build really good drills.
He likes money.
That man is really close to the end of his life. This is again one of those like Biden in the debate things. This is senile abuse stuff. I think that this man might actually be very intelligent, but in that really engineering way of, I only specifically care about one specific type of thing, and I don't really care about any of the externalities that happen as a result of me doing this. I just like building the drills. Build drills. That's what he's doing, right? Look, he's even got it still there. It's like wearing it as a bib. On his obviously
you know what? Maybe he
shirt.
is just like a hyper fixated autistic person that just wants to drill because he really likes drills, like someone that likes trains. Maybe, I guess.
Yeah, that's all he thinks about all his life. Drills. I like drills. Drills are cool.
It provides the metals and minerals required for everyone, and it provides plenty of financial benefits too, including significant export revenues, contributing more taxes
the only
than
actual
all
reason.
other industries combined, and paying some of the highest average wages anywhere in the world, which we all enjoy. Unfortunately, those contributions are often forgotten. Even worse, many of our politicians and governments choose to wrongly undermine our industry and their policies. Just consider our recent example of taxpayers being billed almost $900,000 for...
I love how this was supposed to be like a chill,
The environment
non-political
minister.
stream. Let's have a look at the one Green senator that I actually have respect for. And what she said to the mining industry in regards to coal this week.
Is under fire for saying her government has approved no new coal mines this year, just minutes after recommending a greenfield mine be approved in Queensland. Green Senator Sarah Hanson-Young joins us now from Canberra. Senator, thanks for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Emma. Thanks for having me.
Well, you had some pretty strong words to say after that news yesterday.
Well, it's appalling, frankly, to see a new coal mine be approved smack bang in the middle of koala habitat that's going to make climate change worse, push up...
Also, koalas are going to be extinct soon.
...pollution and push koalas to further extinction. It is, and then to have the minister try and spin this government's record when they've approved 32 now new coal and gas mines in their term of government, which is the exact opposite that we need to be doing in the midst of a climate crisis. And this mine, I just want to be clear about the mine, the mine in the koala habitat, the Vulcan South mine. This is an approval for a coal mine in koala habitat habitat that is already being destroyed. This company is being investigated for illegally clearing and bulldozing this habitat before being given any approval, and now they've been given the green light. It sends the wrong message to the industry that they can just go and do whatever they like without approval.
It's the correct message. That's the truth.
And at the end of the day, the minister will just roll over.
Look, we just need to say as well that Visora has said that it has adhered to all correct things when it came to that habitat. Senator Tanya Plibersek has said that these projects produce coal for making essential steel. So how are we going to do without it if she doesn't approve this?
Well, this is just more spin from a government who knows that this is not a good look, knows this is the wrong thing to be doing. Frankly, Emma, we've got a saying in politics, putting out the bins. This is dumping the rubbish on...
Taking the trash out.
Christmas Eve. If they wanted people to know about it, they wouldn't have tried to hide it over the last 24 hours. They're not proud of it. They know it's damaging. They know it stinks. And they don't have a plan to get out of the export of coal. Most of...
they don't want to.
The coal...
We just, look, again, they don't want to. They have no desire to. None. Zero. They don't want to stop doing, coal mining.
Group of bloody bureaucrats, sorry.
I want to talk to this guy for half an hour. It would be so good to get him on the stream. And I don't want to be mean to him at all. I just want to sit there and say, what do you like other than drills? I just want to know what this man thinks about anything other than drilling. It's just some...
Hola, Cartmore Dola.
Insane citizen. If you got him to talk about anything else, it'd be gold.
In addition to all
this
the
guy's
other...
name? Where are we at? We're right now at 5717.
Got him to talk about anything.
Main.
When did this guy come on stage? I want to know his name. Here we go. They're going to announce him.
All right, yeah, see, now this guy's too smart. He's not...
Mike, Dad, feel welcome.
They just said it. Come on.
Him.
The patron of National Bonding Day, Tad Woodrow, please, Mike, Dad.
Tad Woodrow, I think, is what I heard. Tad Woodrow? No.
Well, feel welcome.
Look at this man.
Thank you for the fucked up subtitles. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, I don't know his
Welcome
name.
It's paid for which, with
maybe,
tax
yeah,
monies
that might
largely
work.
come from the mining and gas sectors. To tell you about how to stop...
Look, did you see that? Sorry, just rewind. Look at this. Look at Gina Reinhardt telling off a waiter. Look at this.
Bureaucrats, as you know, flying on fossil...
Incredible, isn't it? Sitting there. Bureaucrats sitting
what?
around.
Wait, I want to see it.
Incredible, isn't it? Sitting there. For waiter. Look at this. Look
Bureaucrats, as you know, flying on fossil...
Incredible, isn't it? Sitting there. Bureaucrats sitting around talking about how to stop the world from boiling over. $900,000. Probably about as much as the silverware cost in this room. $900,000 to talk about very important issues like stopping organised society from disintegrating entirely. Sipping wines in the meantime, and then it cuts to a shot of Gina Reinhardt sipping a wine. What do you think she's saying here?
Mining and gas sectors. To tell you about how to stop...
I do like his jacket.
This very industry.
She was telling off a waiter for something. Do you reckon it was because of this Gina Reinhardt? Give me another bowl of these potatoes.
And our left governments worry about cows bleaching, but we don't worry about them farting. As the coalition waste spokesman said, the UN COP conferences have fast become carbon dioxide super emitters. We don't need that many bureaucrats swanning around the...
You do realize every time they just say the word bureaucrat now just means regulation for corporations. That's what that word means. Bureaucrat means I don't get to do illegal things. I can't openly harm you. That's all that means.
On the taxpayer's dime. And when the delegation's a fraction of the size could easily serve Australian interest in reduced carbon emissions at the same time.
Did anyone else catch that? He's doing it, isn't he? He's doing the dementia ring. Words are just sort of meshing into each other. Jesus, no wonder these people resonate with Donald Trump so well. He's speaking sense by not speaking any sense at all. His mind is just a soup like mine.
We need new minds each year.
Oh, look, again, I've been calling Donald Trump's brain soup for a while. I mean, it is President Musk these days, but anyone who wants to help you, that too, yeah.
Much more gas. The Mumbai gas fields which are here today has served Australians reliably for more than 50 years, and hopefully for next 50 or longer. Because governments have chosen to demonize coal and gas and refuse to enable the timely development of our natural resources.
We're demonizing oil and gas, are we? Demonizing it. The thing that's literally ending the world, we're demonizing it.
Or they just live in this lie. I get it because this guy is no longer tethered to reality at all, and he sees the Grim Reaper coming for him in the. Just let me finish my speech, okay? Everybody else just keeps saying the same thing over and over. The reason we have blackouts is because we don't produce enough gas, forgetting that they forced the government, the previous Liberal government, to sign an agreement which allowed them to export all of our gases immediately out. It's exactly the same as when you go to Rockhampton, the beef capital of Queensland, and the locals don't get a lick, not one of the steaks.
Again, they made $250 billion in profit last year. Profit, not revenue.
Good cow. That all goes immediately. It's all under contract, goes immediately to Japan. Exactly the same thing with the gas. And they just keep saying it over and over. It's the government's fault, yes?
As Mrs. Reinhardt said, we don't need...
All of these people are mass murderers to me. I consider every single one of these people responsible for mass death.
Now is the time for action. We need those like the...
You
this
paid...
guy's gonna bring it.
Oh my God,
now is
Jesus
the
Christ.
time for action. This man,
We
the
need
Arnold
Doge.
Schwarzenegger in the wings of the mining industry. Doc is cheap. Also, so is this sign, but I think the sign is very cool.
And because they have wrongly chosen
We paid for it.
renewable-only electricity system, which is impossible to deliver, and which one commentator recently
Shut the fuck
described...
up. Impossible to deliver. They lie to you all the time. I just keep asking people, when is Trump gonna lay out that plan for helping America? The deportations aren't gonna happen. What they're gonna do is they're gonna build the camps. They're gonna take like the 1.5 million fucking like people that are already slated to be deported, put them in there, and then make them do labor because it's a labor camp. It is illegal, obviously, in the United States under the Constitution to do slavery for imprisoned populations. They'll go around, they'll do a show, they'll grab a couple of people, and then they'll throw them in those camps too. They're not getting deported, they're gonna do work. Donald Trump isn't the president, Elon Musk is, and as we've seen over and over again, they just are stealing your money. They're stealing your money. What happened after Luigi Mangione shot Brian Thompson? What happened? They got socialism, is what happened. The rich got socialism. They got socialized healthcare. The oligarchs, 175 CEOs. You, with your tax money, paid for their group therapy with the governor of fucking New York and the mayor of New York. You paid for their socialist therapy. They got their own little private police force. They get their own private 911 so they don't get shot when they call the police. Kill a couple more. Watch what happens. They'll come for your guns. I mean, don't actually do that. I'm not advocating for violence, but I'm saying you have no rights. You live in an oligarchy. If that happened again, they would come for your guns. They don't care. Donald Trump has said that he would erase the Constitution, although he's not in charge. But it's going to trickle down, right? Yeah, it's still waiting on that from Reagan. Maybe one day.
As having to be connected to a complex and expensive life support system the old grids did not need. Solar only generates power between 10 or 25% of the time. Wind usually up to 30% of the time.
These
That's
are
such a
not
bullshit
true.
point because it's like, yeah, that's why you have a national grid that is connected. So when the wind isn't blowing in Queensland, it's blowing in Victoria, and then you trade that energy
Oh,
up there.
look, a country the size of the United States that's all flat land and has a lot of sun and wind. If one part of the country isn't producing that today, then the other part is, and it's all a connected grid.
It's so dumb.
No, Kathy Hochul is not a centrist. She would absolutely bend the knee instantly. Any demand from the oligarchy, she's on board. Again, Luigi Mangione has not been convicted. He pled not guilty. Have you heard a single newscaster refer to him or a politician refer to him as the alleged killer? This would have been a mistrial 10 years ago.
Let's all remind our friends and neighbors, our families, and our politicians, especially their kids.
Especially the kids of the politicians. What? That's so good. Let's all remind our friends and neighbors.
Fuck your kids. I don't give a fuck about your kids. Fuck you and fuck your kids.
Wait, not that neighbor.
I miss George Carlin. God, I want the days. Can we go back to like when you could say things that George Carlin would say? Because if I said like, I don't know, even 5 minutes of any of George Carlin's bits on this channel, I'd probably get taken down. I could read one. There was one that I did read on stream. That one was fine. But that one didn't, I don't know, really threaten anybody.
At families.
As Mr. Reinhardt said, if the mining industry declines, so will the standards of living of Australians. Thank you very much.
I'm not saying this, I'm just quoting this, but here are some more people that need to be taken out to the forest and disemboweled with a wooden cooking spoon. Quote, George Carlin, I want to be able to say things like this. Obviously, I'm not advocating for violence, and you should not do that. I miss the ability to have make comedy legal again. Can we do that? Can we make comedy legal again? These people who are motivated are causing all the trouble. Stock swindlers, serial killers, child molesters, Christian conservatives. These people are highly motivated. We need too much motivation. Hello, Merry Christmas, sir. Happy holidays. He actually was Mr. Conductor. I didn't make that up. I don't even know what Mr. Conductor is. Oh, he was. He actually was. Oh my god, he was the conductor from Thomas the Tank Engine. Holy shit. I love that so much. That makes me... I love him, like, infinitely more now that I know this.
Yeah, he deserves a clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time at National Mining Day, we recognise individuals that have made an extraordinary contribution.
Iodine and borderline. That's what I mean. Like, I wish I could say this. I wish comedy was legal again. Not a Fed post. Sorry, it's on screen, and Twitch will fucking ban me for this shit. Yes, I saw the news. It's well more than that too. I've covered it on my stream, but today's about Australia. I'll bring up the graph in a second.
To the industry over long periods of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Tonight we want to do something similar.
Yeah.
Can I please ask Professor Ian Plimer to join me on stage? Professor Plimer has endlessly spent a lot of time.
Fuck you. Here's the map again. This is the map. It is Canada, Greenland, parts of Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula, I imagine Nicaragua, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, South China Sea, Iceland, Panama Canal. I still don't know what this one is. We already have Hawaii, part of Sicily, and also Cyprus. They want all of it. Nah, it's fine. I brought it up. We were quoting a comedian from the early 2000s. That's all. We were just quoting a comedian. So, dude, when your kids have to count millions of water, you will still be raving about the coal dollars. I mean, yeah. The year is 1805. Napoleon is master of Europe, and comedy is now battlefields. I mean, let's go back. Take me back there, please. I'll go back to 1805. It's better than this.
I'm actually working for the mining.
At least then people lived in reality.
Congratulations.
He and others have given me airtime to talk about the absolute nonsense that we hear about climate change. Climate has always changed in the past.
At least if you keep your memories, you can make that shit. It's not that hard.
No climate change was ever driven by carbon dioxide.
You know what this is? It's the greatest hits. All the Sky News talking points regurgitated by people with even less charisma than Sky News hosts. Now with even more dementia. This is also incredible that you would think that the great minds of the mining industry would be talking about...
missed. This video was not supposed to be aired. This was a private video of the Christmas party of the mining lobby holding like a meeting with the far right, and it was leaked. This is an unlisted YouTube video.
The industry, they would be talking about what developments they could be making
copium,
and how they could be innovating, and all they do is bitch and complain about regulation on them. All they ever do is bitch and complain that our friend Peter Dutton isn't in government. No, this can't happen. We can't even have one term where our preferred politician is in power.
It's the same fucking story everywhere. They all have the same narrative, the same beliefs, the same goals. They want to take your money and your happiness, and they want you to suffer.
Fair. We're the victims. We're the victims here. It's just them going, did you hear on Sky News
No,
the
this
other
is what
day?"
MAGA
And
sounds
then
like behind the scenes too. MAGA's probably worse than this behind the scenes. But like, again, yeah, they're wearing Make Mining Great Again hats. They're wearing Dig Baby Dig on signs in their front of their shirts while looking like they're literally insane. Like the most, like that guy looked worse than I've ever seen Joe Biden look. Ever in my life.
Great minds. This guy is supposed to be this engineer that completely redefined engineering in Australia, and he got nothing to say about engineering. Nothing. Where is the innovation in these? Lazy dullards. Like, I can't count how many times they completely contradicted themselves, that they would be whining about something and then immediately whining about the exact opposite of it when they're sitting there saying, we give so much money to hospitals. Why is the Labor Party making us pay tax? Look, now they're making us pay as much as hospitals. What the hell? You know? And then they come out sipping their Chardonnay.
They were literally complaining about rich people with private jets and yachts advocating for climate action, while they're rich people with private jets and yachts who want to destroy the world. It's a death cult. They think they'll escape to the moon or some shit, and the rest of us get to die on this rock. That's their long-term plan.
As they talk about climate change, while we sit here sipping our Chardonnays.
They're so dumb. There's not a single brain amongst them. And they all sit there saying very stupid things. I'll say this, the CEO of Santos, he seemed like he knew what he was doing. That was the only guy in it that really seemed like he was there with merit. And then everybody else. By
the way, like, when he says knows what he was doing, does not mean he was a good guy. It means, like, that was the only one that seemed even remotely fucking competent. All of you are smarter than these people. They're going to be so bored without any trans or queer people to pick on. Oh, that's when they go after everyone else. You do realize there's a line here. It's one after the other, after the other, after the other. And it ends with nothing. It ends with all of us are dead. It's a death cult.
Look at this dullard's face. Lifetime Achievement Award in mining.
What the fuck is on his shirt? Like, what did they spill on him?
Look at the vacant stare in his face. Look at it. There's nothing going on up there.
In the past, we've had up to 1,000 times more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than now.
Okay,
and what
probably
do we
not
have?
drunk.
We had ice ages. Carbon dioxide is plant food. It's not a pollutant.
Oh, shut up. It's just, this is the other thing. How many times do you think the people in that room have heard that exact speech?
Oh,
Just
it's the mic.
regurgitating these same
Okay.
church hymns. That's all that's happening here. Church hymns. Nothing. No
Dogma.
There's no innovation.
It's called dogma, by the way. That's what the church hymns. It's dogma. They don't have thoughts. They just parrot out what they're taught because they have no thoughts. They have no creativity, which is why they're all dick riding Donald Trump. They just hear the thing, input, output, input, output, input, output. That's it. No thought. Brain empty.
Even in their argument. This is the same dumb 1,000 times debunked talking points they've been saying for 20, 30, 40 years. Back when that guy's hair probably still looked exactly the same. I bet you he's looked like that for a long time.
And the more carbon dioxide we put in the air, the better it is. I'm off the girth.
Yes, of course. The more carbon dioxide in the air is the better it is. We need more carbon in the air. That's how you fix it. You get an ice age if you put enough carbon in the air, the earth cools. Yeah.
Not hug trees any longer. So we feed them with carbon
Delusional motherfuckers. This guy probably believes this.
dioxide.
Yeah.
It is the gas of life. It is not a pollutant. What we are doing in building these wind and solar monstrosities is not environmental. It's not for climate. We have opened up a new scam, and this scam.
I didn't know that she was a lesbian married to a South Asian lady supporting Palestine. The MAGA bros are crying after they saw her. That's funny, but I mean, there's still. That's really fucking weird, actually. No, it's not. I forget sometimes because the American far right likes Israel because we're bought, but the German far right hates Israel because Nazis and the AfD are Nazis. This guy wants more carbon dioxide in the air, and he's saying that it is good for the world. It is the gas of life. One more time.
Times debunked talking points they've been saying for 20, 30, 40 years.
So
Back when that
funny.
guy's hair probably still looked exactly the same. I bet you he's looked like that for a long time.
And the more carbon dioxide we put in the air, the better it is. I'm off the girth, and heads of the girth, where he cannot hug trees any longer. So we feed them with carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
It is the gas of life. It is not a pollutant. What we are doing in building these wind and solar monstrosities is not environmental. It's not for climate. We have opened up a new scam, and this scam is costing us dearly and will continue to cost us dearly.
I want to take all of your money away.
So I thank the organisers for this award. I thank you.
It's really lame because
They believe this shit. Their brains have rotted.
It's the same speech that
He said that enough carbon dioxide in the air will create an ice age and cool the earth.
Monckton was saying, but at least Lord Monckton had a very funny accent. But this guy's just a bozo.
I suppose if you go to the point where life can't exist anymore, sure, maybe, but I know, literally, no one cares. No one cares about reality. Science, Astral Storm, what are you, a woke little liberal? Science? In this economy? In this world? Can you play the last minute again? I'm sorry. No worries.
I thank you.
It's really lame because it's just
We've opened up a monstrosities is not environmental. The better it is.
Here we go.
I'm off the
I bet you he's looked like that for a long time.
I'm going to clip
and
it.
The more carbon dioxide we put in the air, the better it is. I'm off the girth, and heads of the girth, where he cannot hug trees any longer. So we feed them with carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
It is the gas of life. It is not a pollutant. What we are doing in building these wind and solar monstrosities is not environmental. It's not for climate. We have opened up a new scam, and this scam is costing us dearly and will continue to cost us dearly. So I thank the organisers.
Yeah, maybe Astral Storm. Exactly. Like, if we killed everything on Earth, maybe we could cool the Earth that way, but...
It's all old stuff that's been said 1,000 times. It's really lame because it's just like, it's the same speech that Lord Monckton was saying, but at least Lord Monckton had a very funny accent. But this guy's just a bozo. Look, I don't own a comb.
Talk common sense.
Yeah, about time.
And what we have as a mining community is a huge fight in front of us. We have to be activists. We have to fight stupidity. Nice. And our greatest weapon is common sense and the economy. So National Mining and Related Industries Day is a very, very important day to do this. But it's only one of the 300...
It's pretty bad, but this is the exact same things that every other far right believes. Again, this is a private video. We weren't supposed to see this. This is how they talk behind the scenes in America and England and France and Germany and Russia and Israel and China. All of them do this. This is how it works. We live in oligarchy. Who are these poor miners in the room? None. Not a single one. In this room are politicians and wealthy people. The richest person in Australia is here. Elmo Hitler is here. Like, they're all here. Dickhead is here.
65 days of the year that we have to fight for our industry.
Penis face.
And great Australians like Mrs. Reinhardt, who's the greatest woman this country's ever produced.
Australia's Elon Musk.
Fell out of...
If I tell you who I meant by that, I might get sued for defamation, sir.
The right vagina. That was all she really did. That's her
We'll whisper
accomplishments
it
in
to
life.
you.
There's not one single woman that's better. Come on, what about Susie?
You know what? I'll
O'Neill?
give you a
Someone
hint. Red hair.
Has actually done something of merit.
Great Australians are fighting. You have to join in. So thank you.
That was truly enlightening. I was not expecting it to be anywhere near as revealing as that. I've got to thank the person that leaked this to us.
Yeah, thank you for whoever leaked that. Jesus Christ. But again, all of them think that all of them believe this stuff. All of them hate you. They hate you. What else can I say? And by the way, all right, what we're going to do, I'm going to go pee for a second, and then I want to...
Say, for the sake of argument, you...
watch one of the... a lot of you, I feel like, have probably seen these, but I feel like a lot of you could benefit from also seeing these. No, it was someone that was there, Iodine and Borderline. Someone that was there leaked it. They had the link. It was an unlisted YouTube video, and they leaked it to Friendly Jordies. A lot of you have probably seen these. A lot of you could probably really benefit from watching these. So we're going to have a look at, you know, a few, maybe not all of them today, but every now and again. Yeah, it's the alt-right playbook. It's exactly what we're doing. I will be right back. I'll bring the... Oh, wait, there's Cat is here. Hello, Dust. Hi, Franklin. Come here, boy. Come on. Here's FDR, reincarnated as my cat. I hear hate crime in Australia has increased a lot specifically. Yep, it has. You bring Chat the cat. I've already succeeded. It definitely has, and I'll talk about that in a second when I get back. Also, I do need more water. I love how this was supposed to be an apolitical stream. I really did not know how bad that video was, because I don't pre-watch the videos. I just kind of check them out. I skip around. I knew it was bad, but holy shit, it was so much worse than I could have ever expected. The cat is known to eat coal. The cat is your friend. Feed them coal. No, don't do that. There's a lot of hate crimes increasing in Australia, but it's all because of the same reasons that, like, we covered this the other day on stream, where that homeless lady on the train got lit on fire in New York. What directly predicated that? It was statistics of crime rates increasing that Elon Musk and Ian Miles Chong posted that had no source to it, that had nothing, like, they just made numbers up and posted it. It was just a graphic. That day that happened. People see this shit and then they act on it because they don't think for themselves. So, alt-right playbook, the introduction. Yes, Elon Musk retweets him like every day. It's very unfortunate. Like every day. Gonna work?
Say, for the sake of argument, you run a modestly successful YouTube channel, and given the current political reality, you're thinking of doing some videos on the alt.
Yeah, sorry, a homeless woman, well, the news never said she was homeless, but she was sleeping on the subway train, and a guy walked in, lit her clothes on fire, walked out, and watched her burn. He got arrested for it. We covered it the other day. I could have sworn that was Dave Rubin for a second. Oh god, no. No, never.
Right. Let's say you've been trying to understand.
If you're sleeping on the subway, I imagine that it's probably a homeless lady. I'm from New York, all right? I have some experience in it. Most of the time you don't sleep on the train because you're going somewhere.
And the alt-right for some time, and would like to do a series that tackles the big questions. What are the rhetorical strategies the alt-right uses to legitimize itself and gain power? How do these strategies work?
Sir,
Why do
that's
they
where we're
work?
going.
How do we keep from falling for them? And, importantly, how do we catch ourselves when we...
Yeah, Astral Storm. They are. I mean, I wouldn't be... I don't know, I don't have evidence for it, but I would not... Like, that's something that I need to be proven wrong before I disbelieve. It's like Israel made a claim and just immediately, I'm skeptical. Prove it. And it's the opposite here, and that you make a claim about the right doing like horrible shit, and I fucking believe it. Prove it wrong, and I'll say, okay, I was wrong. That wasn't real. But like, I believe that. And then beyond that, we've had for a while like the good old boys down in Texas riding around in the pickup trucks looking for immigrants, you know? The governor of Texas should have been forcibly removed by the government for the stuff that he did under the Biden administration. Like literally not following federal law, trying to deport people to Mexico when he's a state, not a federal government, has no ties with like the federal government of Mexico. Some dumb shit. But why? Why do these people believe this stuff? Well, it's because they're convinced to using this series of tools, of tactics, propaganda methods. So let's learn.
We're thinking of doing some videos on the alt-right. Let's say you've been trying to understand the alt-right for some time and would like to do a series that tackles the big questions. What are the rhetorical strategies the alt-right uses to legitimize itself and gain power? How do these strategies work? Why do they work? How do we keep from falling for them? And, importantly, how do we catch ourselves when we start using them too? You're thinking of calling this series the alt-right playbook. Setting aside that any lefty who makes a YouTube series with alt-right in the title will see their life go to hell, there are 3 things you'd have to clarify from the get-go. First, what is the alt-right? For clarity's sake, you'd have to tell people that the alt-right is a pack of loosely aligned groups and individuals that have existed for quite a while at the peripheries of American conservatism, but have recently gained footholds in the Republican Party.
Yeah, just so you know, this video is 7 years old. This whole series is quite old, so some of this will be out of date, but all of these tactics are still regularly employed.
proper. The term alt-right implies more or less what you think it would, positioning themselves as the young, edgy Nirvana to the antiquated motley crew of 70s and 80s conservatism. They seek to replace and critique the likes of Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan for being, let's not mince words here, not reactionary enough. The alt-right, the people who adopt the label and those who just parrot their talking points, has high overlap with white supremacist think tank the National Policy Institute, Stormfront and the Ku Klux Klan, Breitbart News and various sections of 4chan, 8chan, and Reddit, sections of the asshole atheist community, anti-feminist YouTube, pickup artists and rape apologists, the not all men, all
look, all of these are still around. Every single one of them.
Lives Matter and Gamergate crowds, and basically anyone who uses the terms social justice warrior or virtue signaling unironically.
Also, anyone who calls women females regularly.
Not everyone in these groups is in the alt-right, but the alt-right traffics at the intersection between them. There's a wide range of differing and frankly incompatible ideas about government and the social order.
Incoherent, rather.
Among these groups, but as it gains power,
well, I mean, Andrew Tate,
the alt-right is
literally pro-rape.
Into a somewhat
Nick Fuentes post-election went and said, "Your body, my choice," and then a bunch of like 4th graders all over America were saying it to girls in their school. They're not even rape apologists. They're pro-rape. I've covered it. Like they're talking about, oh, we need to legalize rape and shit. Like it's not like they want Handmaid's Tale. I'm not even fucking like exaggerating at this point. All of their talking points are exactly one-to-one. We have not enough religion. We've lost our morals. Our fucking birth rate is declining. They literally want to do that. It's so insane that not everyone sees all of this, right? Because like I see all of it. I'm looking through it. I'm looking for like links to add in, to save, to show you guys on stream. So I'm seeing all of it. But most people, they see none of it. Nothing at all. Most of you wouldn't know half of this shit if you didn't come on to this stream and I just happened to be showing it to you. And there is a much higher chance that I would have been a right-winger lying to you than a left-winger. Yeah, well, that is how the MAGA brain works. Yes, sir. That's exactly how it is.
Cohesive ideology. And the reason they matter at this moment,
they'll still work together. It doesn't matter.
In history is that of all the people in the 2016 primaries, only one was the alt-right candidate. And while not everyone who voted for him is in the alt-right, they are his base, his most ardent supporters. And they carried him all the way to the White House. Next, you'd want to clarify why they're called the alt-right.
Don't call them apologists, call them pro-rape, because that's what they are. That's what they want. That's what they say. That's their rhetoric.
Alt-right is a term coined by
when women started to go buy guns immediately after the like blow up of like Your Body, My Choice, it was come try me, and the answers were, oh, you think you have a choice? Oh, you think that we won't like tie you up and take all of your rights away? They literally don't want women to be able to vote. That's next, by the way. Once I said this before and everyone's like, oh, you're exaggerating. I was like, no, after they win, they're going to take away abortion rights and then they're going to take away voting rights for women. And immediately what started happening as soon as they won? Oh, we need to start talking about women's voting.
Next, you'd want to clarify why they're called the alt-right. Alt-right is a term coined by National Policy Institute president, avowed white nationalist, and professional speedbag Richard Spencer. The term is meant as a euphemism, a way of painting a happy face on racism. And that's not an opinion. One of the stated aims of Spencer's organization is the removal of non-whites from American society. And the purpose of rebranding white supremacy with a term like alt-right is so mainstream.
That was all Steve Bannon doing. And probably a bit of a... what was his name? Roger Stone.
People are not made to feel like racists when they vote for racist people with racist policies.
We've spoken about this before as well. A lot of these guys, outside of like a political context, a black person could sit down and as long as they're dressed kind of nicely, have a meal with most of these people and have an entirely perfectly like civil conversation. But this guy, same guy, walking down the street, sees a black guy in basketball shorts walking to the gym, he'll immediately flip to the racism. Most Americans don't think that they're racist when they're racist because none of these people can identify systemic racism from interpersonal racism. Not that they're not both. They are both. It's just situational for the interpersonal racism. No, they will. They will. I mean, eventually. Not in the next 4 years. That's a longer term goal, but they want that.
To feel they
don't believe in it, yeah.
When they vote for racist people with racist policies. So every time a journalist writes an article about the dapper fashions of the alt-right and doesn't title it Lipstick on a White Supremacist Pig,
exactly what it is,
that journalist is being a coward and treating a hate group with kid gloves basically because the hate group asked them to.
Which is the entirety of the media. All of it.
You might want to clarify why you put that euphemism in the title of your videos. And, well, you'd have to explain that while the alt-right is racist, they're not only racist. They're also misogynist, anti-feminist, Islamophobic, xenophobic.
To be a fascist, misogyny is a prerequisite. Every single fascist starts off as an sexually insecure, almost always, but generally insecure, also sexually insecure person, and it leads that's the pipeline. It starts with hating women. Every fascist hates women. Every Nazi hates women. It is foundational to the ideology.
Homophobic, transphobic, classist, ableist, authoritarian, and fiercely anti-intellectual. So if you just did a find and replace of each instance of alt-right with white supremacist, you'd actually be leaving a lot out. That's not much of a defense for the term alt-right, it just paints a happy face on a bunch of horrible stuff, but it is useful to have a term that refers to the whole cluster, and you don't have the kind of internet pull where if you coined your own term, anyone would know what you're talking about. So you'll just have to promise not to use alt-right as a euphemism. When the alt-right is racist, you will have to call them racist.
They're Nazis.
Alt-right is homophobic, you'll have to call them homophobic.
And Christian nationalists.
If you're
No, I've discussed this. There are several groups in MAGA. Some of them are fascists, some of them are Nazis. There's the Christian nationalists, there's the Nazis, there's your greater MAGA, brain-dead, rotted core, and then there is your bourgeoisie, there's your crypto cult, your Elon cult, your Russia stands now as well. It's just several little amalgamations of groups. And as this video said, much of their ideals and desires do conflict. They aren't even Christian. Well, I mean, to be fair, they're as much Christian nationalists as ISIS was Islamic. That's what I mean. You know, they're not Christian. ISIS isn't Muslim. Netanyahu isn't Jewish. These people don't actually believe in the religion. All of these religions outwardly are against this kind of behavior. Well, also partially in favor of it because a lot of them are kind of incoherent and go back and forth. But Christian nationalist is a decent title, is a valid title to put on them because much of them come from the evangelical Christian base. They just want nationalism.
You're stuck with their term, don't use it the way they want you to. Third, you'd have to cover how to engage with the alt-right, which is actually pretty straightforward.
Christo-fascist, that's good. I like
that
one.
The reasoning there may not be immediately obvious, especially if you, say, once devoted an entire video to the importance of talking to anti-feminist hate mobs.
Oh, so of course. Actually, Oxpecker. Bosch said something about this the other day that I caught a clip of. And I actually agree with it so much. Silicon Valley's work environment doesn't require you to it's you don't have to actually dress for for work. You can just kind of show up in your pajamas. No one gives a shit. And the lack of effort in social behavior, that antisocial behavior of I'm going to show up to work in my pajamas, or I'm just gonna throw on jeans and a t-shirt and just walk in the door and not even bother to brush my hair. That leads to self-centered, selfish thinking, which makes you incredibly easier to pull right over to the right. Hello, Walker Steele. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and happy Hanukkah or happy Kwanzaa, whichever one suits you the best.
You'll have to explain. You have since then learned how such debates with the far right often go, thanks to conversations with people who have more lived experience than you. If some guy on Twitter shoots his mouth off about how, for instance, only precious snowflakes would care about how many black women are getting roles in Hollywood, maybe you push back on that. Maybe the conversation gets heated. Maybe you debunk his arguments, make your points, and he walks away in a huff. For you, the interaction is over. But for folks on the far right, it often isn't. The far right keeps mental lists of people who represent the things they're mad about.
Guys, Kash Patel, the new FBI director, has a hit list that has John Podesta on it. That's how far back they're holding grudges.
The symbol of the liberal media, the symbol of video game feminism, the symbol of trans activism. FYI, these are usually women and people of color.
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. 7 years ago is when this video was released.
The symbol of trans activism.
7 years ago. Something about, well, they're all terrorists. That's the thing. Like the people that act on these impulses on the fascist right, they're terrorists. Who released that list? I'm pretty sure it was like, I'll find out for you. I don't want to give you an assumption.
And these people aren't people to them. They're just icons for a thing. And the way they express anger about those things is to attack those people. So while you leave the argument and have a lie down, eat a sandwich, feel better, he maybe vents his frustration by hacking the email of whomever represents black women in Hollywood this week. This doesn't happen every time, or even most times, but it happens reliably enough that anytime you try and debate with a reactionary, you are gambling with someone else's safety.
I think he did. I think he released it himself. He wrote it in his book. Yeah, Government Gangsters. It's in his own book. Stochastic terrorist. Not even all that stochastic, honestly.
The purpose of debating these people is not to change their minds, but to stem the flow of lies and bad rhetoric. The alt-right is always recruiting, always trying to expand its audience. And there are ways to reach their intended audience without engaging them directly. It's not only safer, it's often more effective to cut out the middleman, speak past them, not to them.
Yep.
If your purpose is to actually change the mind of a reactionary, well, doing that right is tricky, and
Very
doing
difficult.
it wrong can have serious consequences.
Don't even bother with a lot of them. If they're not willing to engage with you, like this was 7 years ago. It's gotten so much worse now. If they're not even trying to engage, they're not worth your time.
So until you know for sure how to change
Yeah, but in majority, if we're talking about influencers, could you
wrong
missed
of
a
a
bit. Hold on.
react them, not to them. If your purpose is to actually change the mind of a reactionary, well, doing that right is tricky, and doing it wrong can have serious consequences. So until you know for sure how to change the mind of a reactionary without fucking somebody else's life up, do not engage.
I have no
Once
interest.
you've got those three
I have no interest in changing the minds of the ones that are too far gone. They'll come like to their senses on their own as their lives like hit rock bottom. That's the thing. It's almost again like a drug addiction. You will realize you fucked up when you lost everything and you have nothing. You're starving to death. You have polio, or your kid has polio rather, because you probably have the vaccine because the vaccine became expensive and all of it became I don't know, fucking recommended, not even recommended, just not mandatory. Then they'll hit the ground and then they'll realize, oh fuck, I fucked up. That's it. It's that's the only way for a lot of these people to ever come back to reality, because this is 7 years ago. For the last 7 years, every single day, from the moment they've woken up till the moment they go to bed, they're inundated with exactly like this fear-mongering. It's all of this in their mind and nothing else. They're terrified of everything. They're miserable. Most are willing to engage, but it's not in good faith. Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. That's why trolls come in here, and I give them a chance, and if they're engaging in at least somewhat good faith, I keep them around, even if I think that they're still trolling. We had to explain, like, I'm 3 repeatedly without sounding condescending. This is true. It's an art form, and it doesn't always work. You do have to speak to them like they're children, and if it doesn't work, then you move on. It's also a cuck fantasy to far-right gorpers around commenting on interracial. That's because all of the right Like the fascists come from sexual insecurity. That's where those groypers come from. It's all built on that. It's black people are gonna fuck my wife. It's my daughter's gonna get pregnant by a black man. It's I'm never gonna be able to find a woman because all the women want to fuck black men. That's what they think. That's what they're told to think, and that's what they're like terrified about. And it is a cuck fantasy for them. They have to realize what they're missing out on once they shake it off. Yeah, I was just talking about this with the staff at my complex. The moment we realize we needed change, they will eventually. But like you said, it's always about rock bottom, or maybe they won't. I mean, to be fair, lots of addicts hit rock bottom and then they don't. That's the thing. You can't help these people unless they want to be helped. It's the same rules because it's the same methods in your brain. It's the same pathways. These people get radicalized on social media. Your phone. Your phone is built for you to swipe like you're playing on a slot machine. It is an addiction that's built into your brain. Every swipe is a little bit of dopamine expecting the jackpot, and it just sears these mental pathways in. And all of these mental pathways are associated with exactly these ideas. It's just drug addiction, but different. And this is why we decided to conserve help those who are not too far gone, help those who are in danger, and if someone asks you to help them, but don't waste your time on these people. We do. We need to break through the barrier of not only just the woke filter, but we need to be able to be loud as shit. They have all of the media. Who is on the left? How many people are content? What propagandists exist on the left? Well, I mean, me, I'm tiny. I'm not even 300 followers. Hassan, Vosh, Kyle Kulinski, The Majority Report, so Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland. Who am I missing? That's it. I think wait, no, so there's still Contra, even though she makes like one video a year. Philosophy Tube is good. Yeah, that one too. And that's it. That's all there is. The rest are like, there's liberal ones, but like leftist. Or at least leftist adjacent. PPG, that's true. Mike from PA, also good. Yeah, there we go. Like a Sean, also another one, but like that's more liberal adjacent. Do you think that, you're trolling. I said Vosh. You're trolling Walker Steele. You know that they're right-wingers. They're owned by Poly Market Studios. Sorry, they're run out of Poly Market Studios. They're owned by Peter Thiel. Just like actually most of the content creators online. They're all owned by Peter Thiel these days. Midas Touch, but that's a news channel. That's not like an independent content creator. That's they got big enough that I wouldn't consider them independent media. Kind of like Zeteo with Mehdi Hassan. I wouldn't consider independent media either. Filters on tubes push people to the right all the time. It's going to get worse. All of the... Destiny is controlled opposition. David Pacman is... okay. Brian Tyler Cohen, but that's... Again, those are liberal adjacent. I'm talking leftist adjacent. Liberal adjacent and leftist adjacent is different. And, yeah, BTC, great. Love that. That's all good. We need more. We need so much more. Legal Eagle. Sorry, I'm forgetting. I don't have like a list of my YouTubers open in front of me because I actually haven't watched YouTube other than for stream in so long. Because I used to watch political content all the time, and then I get out of here and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to touch politics until tomorrow. TYT fully sold out. Fully. Okay, liberal adjacent. We'll take that one. Again, hold on 1 second. Give me Jenk. Jenk Huger. Sorry, you guys, but Here we go. Here's some evidence of them fully selling out.
Welcome to the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur and Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Poly Market Studios in LA.
Poly Market Studios, look, They renamed their studio.
The last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money.
I'll work with liberals. I will. The PPG said we need leftist propaganda, so I was trying to stick to leftists, not liberals here. But yeah, that's the thing. Real liberals, but also real liberals will You should work with them, but you shouldn't trust them.
Into poly market, right? So that
at least historically.
Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal.
They earn trust. That's different.
I'm going to say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why? Okay, Peter Thiel also financed PayPal. Did anybody ever use PayPal? If you did, guilty. Okay, hold on.
Here's another one. Here's a better one. Oh, you know Jenks PAC? What is it called? Rebellion PAC. You know who he's funding with this PAC money? Brianna Wu. Leftist? I'm a liberal, but I lean leftist. That's fine, Shard Spork. Exactly. You're a liberal, but you lean leftist. You've earned trust. I just mean don't trust them without them earning it. Historically, liberals have often betrayed leftists when it was Brianna Wu. She is actually, hold on, don't Google it. I have very funny. She's a trans woman who hates trans women and then is currently trying to get J.K. Rowling to stop like slurring her. It's very funny. Where are you? We'll just go on Twitter really quickly. Of course, you're gonna bury. Here we go. I know that there's an angry crowd that will never believe trans women an admittedly weird variation of women, but for people in the middle years, 25 minutes of Dollcast show just talking about doing our hair, can anyone honestly say it makes sense living us living as a man? Never forget gender identity is about sex stereotypes, but playing around with your hair proves what? But okay. Gender identity isn't about sex stereotypes, but playing around with your hair proves you're a man, as in like in a very sarcastic way. Miss Rowling, first of all, our show is about moderate trans positions. If you watched it, you'd probably agree with many of our positions. We don't support trans women in sports, and we have severe reservations about the trans fringe, and we don't like the way it's medicalizing children, which is not happening. This clip was about 4 trans women having the kinds of conversations most women have. We're trying to get people like you to see our humanity. Pick me ass motherfucker. Where would AOC leans significantly more to the left than liberal to me, but her actions are liberal. I've been a TYT fan. I grew up on TYT, PPG. TYT is what made me want to do this. And I mean, like, again, I've covered this extensively on stream. We've looked at Jenks screaming at service workers. We've talked about, like, he was on with, hold on, what's his name? Charlie Kirk, Jenk and Charlie Kirk. He got a standing ovation from Charlie Kirk. And they were hanging out. Let's have beers. Jenk said he would work with Steve fucking Bannon last week. Here we go.
Left flank of the populist. Well, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement, and
left flank. Shut the fuck up. You guys have taken money from the poly market. If you are taking money from the poly market, you can't say that you're a leftist. Anna Kasparian went full grift or insane. I can't with these people. Fun fact, to give AOC 10K when she ran her primaries. God damn, good for you. Congratulations. You actually like made real lasting change, because AOC is probably our biggest asset right now aside from Bernie Sanders. Not in the things that she will accomplish. It's not about them doing anything. It's about normalizing leftist positions and rhetoric in the media, validating them. It is about larger audiences being exposed to these words. Meanwhile, unfortunately, whether you're a fan of TYT or not, I was for a very long time, they don't care about you anymore. All right, it's the wrong, oh, I'm searching in the wrong place, that's why. Here we go. This was supposed to be such a non-political stream. I just wanted to have a little bit of fun. It's Christmas.
intern there, and I wanted to move to Los Angeles anyway. And my uncle was like, "Oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like labor regulations because his family."
Kamala Harris ran a Republican campaign. She deserved the Democrats deserve this loss.
I worked at the Young Turks and I made like I think
the people of America don't, but the Democrats do.
first year salary was like $21,000. Like it was under the. I got money back from the government, so I started doing ad sales at the Young Turks, and they needed someone to do like direct ad sales, and they had no idea. They had nothing. Like they had no program dedicated to like selling ads and inventory. So I basically built that out.
Right.
Advertisement, sales, and operations in its entirety.
Oh wow!
Because I got on Facebook and they were like,
I banned him. He said yes, and then he said it was a Marxist cult, and then okay, thanks, bye. I banned him. You can't watch both TYT and Majority Report. TYT is aggressed. You sure were a sweetheart when you were asking for money. Anyone who says that is just instantly like any fucking idea of kindness is disappeared. Once you hold a gift you've given or help you've given over someone's head, that's manipulation, and it was never help. It was payment. Mondale Robinson, if you're a regular TYT viewer or you were for a long time, you will know who this is. At this moment, I find myself torn beyond repair. I have to say that I can no longer do any content for TYT. I love the followers of these platforms as they represent the real left, which I do believe, and see the world just as I do, even more than most of my family. But at this moment, my soul is telling me that I cannot continue this relationship, and it hurts because I love some of the folks over there. The left deserves an unmetered vanguard in this moment. It seems like that acceptability is more important than our fierce fight. Since the election, I have watched our side minimize the threat of the dangerous right. I cannot watch that happen. A check is not enough.
Bits cleared up. The rest of your announcement is just housekeeping. Because there are a whole lot of topics to discuss, you'll want to keep the videos short and to the point, and you'll have to alternate them with videos in your more usual wheelhouse, or else after a few months of nothing but this, videos would just be 5-minute blocks of sustained screaming. Yeah. You'll try to release them in batches when subjects interlock, but you'll also try not to make any promises about your schedule. And you'll have to clarify that anything you say, no matter how insightful or well-researched, is ultimately your opinion, and invite people to expand or push back on your ideas.
Oh, fuck you. No, what I'm saying is factually true, and if you disagree with it, you're a retard. I'm sorry.
So civilly. And you'll have to be clear that if people are coming to you for solutions, you do not, as of now, have any. You're not at solutions yet. Maybe you will be by the end of this, but for now, all you know is, I have no idea.
I've never watched like any of his content.
You have to understand why you've been losing.
And this is what I keep focusing on. Why are we losing? Because the right doesn't infight. They work together. Why does the left infight? Because we have morals and ethics and conflicting ideas, and we want to do the right thing, but we get nothing done. Whereas the right are all fascists, and they fall in line and do whatever they're told to do. You need to fight them, using some of their tactics. This is one of the reasons I want to watch these videos, is so we can learn how they propagandize so that we can do it back to them.
And if you want to
well, yes, it's just like the right infighting is always going to be superseded by the supreme leader telling them to stop. Like, the right will shut the fuck. Remember Marjorie Taylor Greene was supposed to release all of the other pedophiles in Congress if Matt Gaetz' report got leaked? Where are those? No, obviously, the powers that be control them. The left is weak, too weak to attack. We don't need to attack. We need to build power. We need to build, like, validity. We need to justify our positions on a personal level. We need validity by larger media content creators, validating smaller ones, but B, also validating the rhetoric. And then we also need to spend this time fortifying, protecting those that we can, adapting to the new system, because obviously we're now going to live in oligarchy, which is very different than the system that we've been living in, and then regroup and figure out what to do. However, there's one thing, one singular thing that will help you in this time that's historically helped in every crisis, in every fascist uprising. One thing helps you regularly. Do you know what that is? It's community. It's belonging. It's having people that care about you and that you care about. Gen Z is too far gone now. Like, we would have to block all of, like, we would have to do what Australia did, make like social media illegal for those under 16. I wish, again, up under 18. That would be great. We need to, realistically, I can't see democracy surviving unless we dismantle all of right-wing media. Are there any up-and-coming leftists in the House or running for office like AOC that we can rally behind? Not that I've seen, but the DSA did really good on state-level politics. Now, I'm not saying, you know, don't vote Democrats in a federal election. We might not even ever have, like, a federal election again. I have no idea. Like, not a proper free and fair one, rather. We'll have one, but it won't be free and fair. But on a state level, the DSA is good. They hold 50 seats. They hold more seats than any third party has in, like, ages. They hold more seats than the Green Party, I believe, ever has. You ignore them. Ignore them, Walker Steele. They're right-wingers. I mean, John Fetterman is fully a right-winger. Cenk Uygur has not. He's just grifting. He doesn't believe, but he's always been a right-leaning leftist capitalist. You know, it's weird. Back in the day, he was always, you know, further left than any of the media, but his takes were always to the right of me, to the right of Bernie Sanders, to the right of AOC. Ro Khanna, just ignore him. But yes, check out the DSA in your local area. Even AOC has been hyping up the DSA. Bernie Sanders has been hyping up the DSA. AOC just went and did a talk at the New York Democratic Socialists of America party. State level wise, that's good. But also, change has to come from the bottom up. Positive, lasting change. You have to get involved. You run for office, run for your school board, run for your election board, run for your state legislature, run for Congress. Do whatever the fuck you can.
Defeat an enemy, you have to know how you're...
A lot of people going radio silent is because a lot of people probably tuned out because they got depressed and lost hope. At least that's probably the better answer, because otherwise there's a lot of worse answers I can think of.
Your enemy thinks. Then all that's left to say is, welcome to the alt-right playbook.
Also, exclamation point PV. That's an organization that's, you know, quite good. I want to watch one more of these. Control the Conversation is a really good one that's really relevant. And yes, he's doing a 24-hour stream. Goddamn, impressive. I am gonna rate him. I actually have that already open to like do it, but I just want to watch this video as well, just as a really set the tone, because it relates exactly to what we've been talking about this whole time. Controlling the conversation. No one's gonna save you. No one's coming from the top down to protect you. You have to fight for it yourself. Sorry.
There's this guy who's running for president. It's late in the campaign, and one of his chief liabilities as a candidate is that over a dozen women have reported that he sexually assaulted them, among them his ex-wife and a 13-year-old girl. His candidacy depends on convincing enough of the voting public that these accusations are false. But then, shortly before the election, audio leaks of this guy, backstage on TV and unaware his mic was on, not just admitting to, but bragging about kissing and groping women without their consent. So the first question is, how's he gonna spin that? And the answer comes in the form of an internet apology video where he begins with something like, I don't know, I never said I was a perfect person or claimed to be someone that I'm not. At which point, you pause the video like, dude, yes, you have. You have done literally both of those things. So you pop on over to Twitter and comment on how this guy's apology opens with two comically untrue statements. And like flies to manure, his supporters show up in your mentions. And they say, that audio is from years ago. What he means is he doesn't speak that way about women anymore. To which you point out, yes, he does. He did, like, 2 months ago.
Also,
and they say,
like,
well,
throughout this entire campaign in 2024, it was like every single woman was spoken to like that.
Opponent's husband actually does those things. And you reply, those allegations are far less substantiated, and if they're true, the candidate's not responsible for her husband's misconduct, and if they're true, that doesn't make this guy innocent.
What did PPG do? I can't see anything on YouTube chat. Oh, sorry, yeah, the 10K to AOC in her primary against Joe Crowley. Well, I mean, that's incredibly based as well. Joe Crowley was a goal as well. We need that speaking to power if you can still stomach it. Yeah, it's true. That's why I'm telling you, you need to adopt some of their propaganda methods. It feels gross, right? And convince the libs that the fascists will eat them as well. I mean, they will. The thing is, you need to message like they do to get anything across these days. You just don't have to be evil when you're doing it. You can even lie. Call Donald Trump a communist. Who gives a shit?
And they start leaning in on the why do liberals make such a big deal about coarse language, strong women can handle themselves, in real life there are no content warnings, and all you can do is lean back in your seat laughing to yourself. What kind of debate is this even? There's not a single thing your opposition has said that isn't provably false or irrelevant, and they change the subject every 30 seconds. They clearly have no actual position and are just...
Hence why I don't think kids should be allowed online.
Grasping at straws because they can see they're losing. So you don't really have to pay them any mind. They won't endure. Thing is, they have. Not only does this manner of argument endure, it keeps winning elections. Why? Folks, let me introduce you to one of the most foundational strategies of reactionary rhetoric. Control the conversation. Much of what we discuss in the series will come back to this in one way or another. Now let's be clear, a lot of the alt-right is okay with or even in favor of sexual assault against women.
As we said, they want to legalize rape. If you're I really, like, again, Australia did this not well enough. We didn't add, like, Telegram, Rumble, and Kick to it, but after the new year, I'm going to try and get them to change that. At the very least, here, you can still kind of lobby the government and see if we can fix that. But yeah, it's also 16, and it really should be 18. And to be fair, at this point, if we just dismantled the entirety of the internet bar Wikipedia, I'd be okay with that. Oh, and then slavery. First domestic, then more. I mean, to be fair, slavery's already legal in prison.
Politically viable to say so. So if their guy is a serial harasser and they want people to vote for him, they have to control that conversation. They have to let people think that a vote for this guy is not a vote for sexual assault. How it works is every one of these bad arguments is a subtle attempt to change the subject. Now, changing the subject mid-debate isn't a remarkable phenomenon. We call that moving the goalposts. And if that's all that was going on, I wouldn't waste your time making a whole video about it because that video already exists. Link in the down there part.
Project 2025 lays out, like, bans on interstate travel for women without men accompanying them. It's some, like, Christian version of... It's whatever the Christian far-right, the Christo-fascists imagine in their mind as Sharia law. They just want that, but the Christian version. Not even, like... Obviously, no one believes in reality, but, yeah.
Controlling the conversation is a bit more sophisticated. To understand it, we have to look at how the goalposts move and where they get moved to. Regarding how the goalposts move, you must understand this. Bad arguments are not a bug, they're a feature. I mean, what are the positions in this debate? On one side, it's this guy admitted to groping women, and on the other, it was all just locker room talk. And trying to convince people that a guy who said he groped people didn't actually grope people is not a favorable argument for his supporters to have. So they just don't have it. If their position is he didn't really do what he said he did, they've learned never to make that argument. They make the next argument. Because if we were to agree that it was all just locker room talk, the next argument would be, and he doesn't talk that way anymore, or and his opponent's husband actually does those things, or and coarse language has no negative effects on women. The trick is to treat you like you've already agreed to their position, and make claims that treat it as a given. Cognitive scientists would call this presupposing a frame. If you're on...
All of this is what has been happening to all of you for a decade now. And you need to really understand and fortify your minds because it's about to get so much fucking worse. Again, we've covered Truth Plus, state media coming soon. Soon enough, they'll just have Fox News and Truth Plus, the two places you can go on TV. They're going to merge Truth Social with Twitter. It's like, you're never going to find reality unless you search hard for it.
Whether or not he still speaks that way to women, you've unwittingly agreed that that's what you're talking about. And that's why it benefits the right to insist that language is harmless despite a wealth of contradictory data, because if liberals provide the data, it gets them talking about speech. Bad arguments are bait, because liberals can't resist digging into them. They don't like letting false statements slide, and often they won't even notice if that statement is off topic. So there are few better ways to get Democrats talking about what you want them to talk about than to defend your position badly. Regarding
Did you see how CNN was covering the idea of annexing territory from our allies? As like, ooh, Trump's cool idea of like, oh, this will be as cool as this will be as big as the Louisiana Purchase, which we bought willingly, didn't take by force from our allies. Denmark's answer to that was probably the greatest thing I've ever seen, though.
Move. Let's step back and ask ourselves, what is the purpose of debate? The liberal conception of debate is usually along the lines of Joseph Joubert's adage, the aim of argument or of discussion should not be victory, but progress. You're thinking Plato and Glaucon, or maybe Debate Club. Two sides debate until one side wins, or until a third conclusion is reached together. Either way, the goal of debate is to arrive at the truth. That's not what debate means on the right. There, debate is a chance to perform strength, integrity, and certainty.
That's what debate generally is now, by the way. They succeeded in taking debate and turning it just into a blood sport.
You don't debate until a victor is declared. You debate as long as you can keep eyeballs on you, forever if possible. There, the truth doesn't win because nobody wins, not in any formal way. You may scoff at that, but let's think about it. This is how political debates are structured in the US, where two candidates come in already knowing everything they're going to say, where it's political suicide to concede any point or find any compromise, and where who won is up to the voters. In such a framework, truth and falsity don't exist. All that matters is how much of the audience agrees with.
Which I'll do debates, but I will happily concede a point if someone makes a point that I agree with that I initially disagreed with. That should be the point, but it's not that anymore. No one wants to change their mind. No one can handle their worldview being challenged.
With you. And if that's your framework, then what's in your best interest is to steer the conversation swiftly and efficiently to something you and your opponent will never agree on, because that gives you the most opportunities to look firm in front of an adversary. The value of turning a conversation about sexual assault into a conversation about sexist language is that the effect of sexist language is a place where the left and the right are fundamentally at odds. This is something Republicans can argue about till the end of time, because the left's understanding of systemic issues does not jive with the right's views on personal responsibility.
By the way, you see this a lot when you're talking about like something like Russia. The Russia defenders come in and they say the dumbest fucking shit and expect you to argue with them, distracting you from the overall goal.
Of course, if the president spoke this way in the White House, it might be alienating to any woman who works there, but the right sees this as a personal failing on the part of the woman, not a systemic failing on the part of men. Sure, he shouldn't have said that, but really, she needs to lean in, and all the articles, all the data, all the reports that say that's not how this works in practice, they are useless in the framework of a performative Twitter argument or a 1-hour TV debate. A proper understanding of institutional sexism just takes longer than that. Now, I should stress, because it will be true for most of these videos, this isn't a master plan cooked up by some shadowy alt-right cabal. Most of the people who argue in this fashion, not all, but most,
they're just kind of morons that just doing what works, exactly. A lot of these it started off as a bunch of morons, and then it was co-opted by the bourgeoisie, the capital class, the powers that be, and it was then developed and refined over time into a more useful tool, and now it is so embedded in our culture, in our politics, in our social behavior, in our rhetoric that nothing can ever get done. You can't have a conversation with most people anymore.
Simply doing what works without necessarily knowing why it works. It's picked up through observation or by trial and error. And it's not exclusive to the right. Everybody does this sometimes. It's just that the right has made it core to their entire platform. Anyway, why would anyone use this framework? Well, if your opposition has facts on their side, then you need a framework where facts aren't important. But more broadly, if the goal is to win over the public, then the public does respond to honesty, but they also respond to moral certainty. And the right tends to sell certainty better than the left sells truth. This is what they're good at. This suits their world.
Because the Democrats don't tell the truth because they're also bought by the corporations. It's just the right is more bought by the corporations. Complicated words don't help. Exactly. I've been saying this for a while. We make words more vague in the desire of inclusivity, but it makes them more vague, as I said, makes them less specific, and it makes them mean less. And also, it's kind of rude considering, like think about person of color for a second. It's not a bad word, but Black Americans overall prefer being called Black Americans. Native Americans prefer being called Indian Americans. Like, it's just, you use these words in the idea of inclusivity, forcing them onto this group that doesn't want them, but also they don't get too specific, too technical, which means they mean nothing to the average person, and gone. It's out the window. It doesn't get into your head.
View. They speak of a universe.
It's not a bad thing. You know, like, I'm not against the term. It's just the first example that came to my mind of words that for the inclusivity being the central idea, a less specific way of describing anything. Yeah, as such, now calling anti-vaxxers plague rats. You should call them plague rats. They are plague rats. I'm gonna start calling these motherfuckers scum because that's what they are.
Where opposing sides never agree because agreement is impossible. And since agreement is impossible, you never have to compromise. And since politics isn't about compromise, it's just about outnumbering your competition by any...
Here's another one. When you're talking about Nazis and you say that, like, they should all be, like, rounded up by the government and put in prison, that these people are scum, they're like, oh, well, you're saying fascist rhetoric right now. And to them, you have to answer, yeah, I want to do fascism, but specifically against Nazis. That's it. No one else. Just the Nazis. You know why? Because you can't deal with them any other way. Go back and look at the Nuremberg trials. Look at the rates of people that thought the trials were unfair in 1946, and then what that number was 4 years later. Google it. Google denazification. Go on Wikipedia and read it.
Means necessary and obstructing them at every turn when they outnumber you. There is comfort in the idea that...
You know, you can't even say I want to kill Nazis anymore. I'm not saying that I'm saying that. Like, you'll get in trouble for that shit. You can't even say, you can't Fed post about Nazis anymore. You can't quote George Carlin. You can't say, back in the day, you know, real Americans, this is how they behaved around Nazis. You can't negotiate with them. You give them even like a little inch of breathing room, all they do is grow. It's the entire thing. It's their entire method. It's the foundation.
People are just fundamentally different and that they owe each other nothing.
YouTube so you can
and
find
if
me.
Victory is defined by holding your own, then the Democrats' desire for compromise is a weakness that can be exploited. On a gut level, the right knows what debate means on the left, knows that the left wants to meet in the middle.
Russia does this exact thing, by the way. They think you can compromise. They think you can, they're going to keep demanding shit, expecting one of the liberals to be like, okay, well, this is kind of reasonable. You'll start with nothing, but you demand the maximum, and you just keep threatening, and you keep threatening, and you keep threatening. Some idiot will eventually try and concede to you. Calling authoritarians is not authoritarian rhetoric. No, but apparently saying, yeah, you literally can't even punch Nazis anymore. Bro, you can't say the F word, you can't threaten Nazis, etc., etc. Fuck these platforms. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get my own domain up and running after the new year. I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I'm still gonna stream to these platforms, but like mainstream will be my website. I want to get a .gg platform like the rest of the streamers. When the cops are Nazi sympathizers, kind of hard to trust the cops. Most of the cops are Nazis.
So all they have to do is bait the left into having a discussion on their terms, and then keep insisting that they should find common ground. You could work with us if you'd only try a little harder. Because the rules of that debate, where you concede points and look for compromise, in their world, make the left look weak. Yeah. And as long as the right controls the terms of debate, conciliatory loses.
Do this to them. Make comedy legal again.
They control the conversation, move the entire debate to their framework, using a bad argument as the worm on a hook. Now, understanding this, you may find yourself tempted—
Please understand, Twitch Terms of Service team, everything here was done in satire. This is actually a comedy stream. So yeah, there you go.
To engage in that debate, because knowing the rules, you think you can dig in your heels, put on a better show, win over more of the audience. But the one piece of advice I have for you is never take the bait. Don't let them turn you away from the real subject. This guy assaulted women, and that has nothing to do with speech. Theirs is not a game that can be won by progressives. Even if you ruined them for some ignorant comment on the First Amendment, you'd only be legitimizing—
Matt Gaetz is a fucking pedophile that the ethics committee has listed several documents. By the way, here, I have them in my living source document if anyone would like to have a look at that. It's not fully complete, but we're getting there. We're getting there. But Matt Gaetz is a goddamn pedophile and a sex trafficker, and Donald Trump's out there saying sex traffickers get executed. Is he gonna get executed? Fuck no. They don't mean them. They mean you. They hate you. They love them. They're best friends with them. Donald Trump was best friends with Epstein prior to the election. We watched videos, listened to audios of Epstein talking about him.
Their rules, and those rules do not lead to a functional society. They are based on the idea that differing types of people can't work together. So one just has to beat out all the others. You can't expect to run on those principles and not get flooded with Nazis, homophobes, and handsy rapists. So get it out of your head that you can win in a debate with the far.
Elon Musk called himself the George Soros of the right. Like, he said that openly in a video. That I love that they love to talk about Soros. The guy's worth $7 billion. Elon Musk is worth nearly $600 billion. He's going to be a trillionaire next year.
Are right.
He's
that
the
you
president.
Can beat them at their own game. If you find yourself playing their game, you've already lost.
True. Understand this. Use their tactics. Make them play your game. It's the only way forward right now. It's a self-defense tactic too. Like, it's not even about making change right now. It's a self-defense tactic. Just call them losers and steamroll them. He's more than a president. He's the boss. He owns the country. He's the owner of this country. He is the oligarch. He is the king. He is the emperor. He owns you. All of you. They pick and choose when anecdotal evidence is legitimate and when facts are fake news. Do it to them. Do it to them. Yeah, don't worry. I will clip a few things after stream and I'll send them to you, Lennon. I think today was pretty good, actually. Again, for a stream that wasn't supposed to be particularly political, I did kind of get a bit mad here. Apologies for those who wanted a less depressing Christmas stream. But I can show you something at least that's good. Making the institution itself, they don't believe in institutions. In through the nose, out through the mouth, ×5. Yeah, I will. I have it. Thank you, by the way, Oxpecker. I suck at reading. I have them open though. I have it open, and we're gonna raid. But I want to show you this really quickly. After rebuffing Donald J. Trump's hypothetical proposal to purchase Greenland, the government of Denmark announced that it would be interested in buying the United States instead. Merry Christmas, Karen. As we have stated, Greenland is not for sale, a spokesperson for the Danish government said on Friday. We have noted, however, that during the Trump regime, pretty much everything in the United States, including the government, has most definitely been for sale. Denmark would be interested in purchasing the United States in its entirety with the exception of its government, the spokesperson added. We believe that by giving the U.S. an education system and national health care, it would be transformed from a vast landmass into a great nation, said the spokesperson. God bless Denmark. That's what you need, by the way. You ridicule these people, make fun of them, make them feel embarrassed. You call them Nazis and they feel like they're strong and they're powerful. They feel like they're scary and terrifying. Make them feel cringe. Make them feel weak. Emasculate them. Call them women. Be misogynist to them. I don't care. I give you, as a woman, I give you permission to be a misogynist to these fucking assholes. I give you a permission to be as mean as you can in a self-defense, but also propaganda, not an interpersonal interaction. If you're actually trying to change someone's mind, obviously that's not the way to go. But messaging is messaging. Optics is optics. Propaganda is propaganda. Call them brats. Call them welfare queens. Call them communists. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, I got banned from Twitch for calling them the F slur, and I'm queer, so yeah, literally, do it. Shardsborg, do it. Do it. It works. Only do it to them, though, online in the interest of A, self-defense, or B, propaganda. You don't want to have that be the narrative of our side, but fucking with them, we can fuck with them. Troll them. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in today. I had a lot of fun, actually. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Kwanzaa. I hope you all have had at least a good holiday and that your families haven't driven you insane. And please, literally, just get ready for the flood of bullshit. It's not going to stop. God bless all of you. And join the Discord. Community. Belonging will will get you through this. Belong to a community, build a community, go outside, touch some grass, talk to people. I have it open, literally about to press the button. And have a lovely night. Thank you all. Oh, wait, before I raid, Oxpecker, when I raid, if I end stream on my OBS immediately after, does that mess with the raid or not? Because I don't know this. And I just want to know before I actually press the button. And thank you, Comrade Lennon, as always, for being a lovely mod and great contributor. And also, excellent editor. The videos that we put up on YouTube that, like, you edited, the shorts as well, have done quite well. So, thank you for that. So, wait, if I raid and I end stream, is it gonna mess with the raid? Or is it fine if I just hit, like, start raid and then end stream? Okay. Rating in a couple seconds. Be there soon.
It's the Olympic.
Okay.
Right now. There we go.
You know, I'll help him out. So, but I still chat on a regular basis.
Okay. Nice enough guy. Oh shit.
You got the time.
It will cancel the raid? Okay, well then I will not.
Let me call you back in a couple minutes. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey, shit, what's going on? Well. We're having a scrim. We're doing a 24-hour thing. And we had a crash, so we're not at 2 hours and 36 minutes and 28 seconds. We're at, I don't know, something longer than that. I think we're coming up on 7 hours, something like that. How you doing? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. We're doing a little this, a little that. Gotten into a sidetrack thing about Australian snowboarder kid that my little brother coached forever, and I was like, who the fuck is this person as a coach? So I was just on the phone with him, figuring out like the timeline and shit. 24 hours sounds rough, but yep, I was like, well, we're gonna do it. We're gonna plan it. So we're gonna do that. How was Scrim?
YouTube can still see me. Oh my god.
Yeah, the kid is he's going to be the best snowboarder in like a little bit.